Good morning, sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, adults only, no kids. We keep it real, no fantasy sports because we are adults, folks. You need to remember that. We only play by the rules when it comes to sports, prognostication, and commentary. Here it is. And we kill brain cells. And as such, we just might be the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse. You have been warned. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Big Dog. Good morning, Queen of the Herd. Is that what it
Of
is?
course.
Mm. So what's going on, Big Dog? You having sound issues or um? I don't hear you.
I know. I was
Oh,
busy.
now.
Yeah.
I know.
Mm.
Don't
Very
welcome,
good.
welcome back.
Well, thank you. Well, we'll see how long the welcome back goes. Ladies and gentlemen, today is May 4th, 2024. This is a Saturday morning extravaganza. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to head on over to ndbmedia.net. If you're watching us on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitch, everything, give us a like, give us a follow. We do appreciate it. The old folks home does love that. And we want to thank everyone that has done so over these last few weeks. And I want to remind everyone, head on over to ndbmedia.net so you can check on all the programming on the network. And I do want to let you know that a special guest will be joining us. I'm going to have to be leaving the studio within about 30 minutes or so. And I'm going to be picking up that guest, and we're going to be doing the program while we travel. I'm going to take him to his location, and then I'm going to return to studio. So I want to give a shout out to someone by the name of Peter Gama, who just gave us a like. Thank you very much. We're already going and blowing this early in the morning. And good morning. And thank you. Thank you, Aisha, for joining us. Folks, one of our own has lost um, their mother, and that is Aisha, and she's spending time with us. Thank you. Um, in a special memory, folks, Sports Talk with the Guys will not be on next week, only because it is Mother's Day weekend, and we'll be honoring our mothers for those of us that still have them, for those of us that don't, and in special memory of Janet, who left the NDB Media family. So we're not going to be on next Saturday. It's a decision that we didn't come to lightly, and we just felt it would be apropos right now. NDB Media has only gone quiet 3 times, and we go quiet every Saturday morning for 9/11. And there was another one which I had written the note down, and I apologize as to when we've gone quiet as well. But two of the times were 9/11, and there was another time when we did not go quiet. And if I ask Big Dog, he's probably going to tell me it's the time that we didn't get up on time. Was that the third?
No, I don't. I can't remember the third time.
Yeah, there was a particular moment, but that is neither here nor there right now, folks. I think I got all the important stuff out of the way. Good morning, Gridiron Girl. Thank you for joining us.
Morning, guys. Good
How
morning,
you
Thank
doing,
Good
you.
young lady?
morning.
lady.
Thank you for joining us. Oh, it's not a secret, folks. I'm going to be picking up Dan Schlossberg in this morning. I'm going to take him to a convention, as while he's in the car with us, we're going to be talking a little bit of baseball, his beloved Atlanta Braves, his new book that he just published. I'm going to have a copy of it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it on video, but you can at least hear us audio wise. And he's finally going to be on Sports Talk with the Guys, but he is going to be joining us for another program very soon to discuss his new Hank Aaron book, which I believe was published within the last week or week and a half. And he's going to hand me a copy of it, and I'm going to read it, and then we're going to interview him. I don't know if he's going to be interviewed on Sports Talk with the Guys, but we will be talking to Dan about his new Hank Aaron book because I believe this is the anniversary year of.
Are you taking them to the Star Wars convention?
No, as a matter of fact, no, I
Oh,
was smart enough to think about that, Big Dog. And while I didn't realize, good morning, I wasn't watching the screen. Good morning, Almighty. Thank you for joining us. What are you wearing, Almighty?
My usual, my
His
my
Pittsburgh
Marauders
Steelers
jersey.
uniform.
I'm gonna come down here and beat your ass. Wearing my Marauders jersey and my yeah. So it's what I wear every week now. It's my go-to thing.
Looks good. I was going to wear my Kings
Well,
one,
thank you.
but I didn't get around to it. The NHL Kings. As a matter of fact, I think if I'm wearing, yeah, I'm actually. It's
We
my
got the
new cap.
cap, right?
Yeah, this is from the LA Kings, and I have my other one, which is the Inland Empire, the 66ers. So I've been collecting a few caps. Sadly,
Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
why.
you've worn. Yeah, your king. You look nice in your King's jersey. You've worn it on the show before, so you know.
I
You look,
appreciate that.
so, well, I'm just saying, when we wear our gear, we look sexy.
Oh, well,
We're too sexy for our gear. We're too sexy. Well, anyway,
actually, we got a chuckle out of a few people on that one, Almighty. I was going to ask you to continue so we could record that. I have my
we don't want to scare people
recorder
away, do we?
somewhere. Oh, here it is. Here's my personal recorder. I could have just gotten the audio off it and just had the thing ready to go. But anyway, all kidding aside, folks, I'm glad the team is here. We're going to get going to it, and now I feel much more confident when I'm able to. I'm going to have to leave the studio in about 20 minutes. I'm gonna get in
Why?
my car, but I'm still going to be live. As I was mentioning, Almighty, prior to your entrance, Dan Schlossberg will be joining us, and
Oh, that's right. You're talking. I got that part. So okay.
yeah.
All right.
I'm still going to
You
be
gonna prep for
with
that?
you guys,
You
but
gonna prep for that then? Is that what you're doing? Prepping?
I didn't get that.
Are you gonna prep for that show or what's? I mean, since you're gonna. Maybe I'm lost. I'm lost again.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you
That's
are.
okay.
Nothing new. Hey.
But that's okay, folks. Let's get it going. There's a lot of sports to talk about, and
Sorry.
it is no, not at all. I'm sorry, Almighty. I didn't mean to come across as a big a-hole 7 minutes in.
No,
8
right.
minutes,
I just
19
said true
minutes in.
story. You said there's a lot of sports, and I said true story because I'm agreeing with you.
I did not hear that, folks.
Oh,
I'm going
sorry.
deaf.
I'm
I
sorry.
genuinely am going deaf.
No,
And,
I was giving you props. I mean, I was agreeing with like, yeah, we got some stuff to talk about.
well,
At least maybe you guys do.
Oh,
But
props by all.
but anyway, let's get going here. Did you do your weather yet, Raj?
I was about to go actually do the weather. I want to know how it is going on with everyone in the world. Right now, it's only 57 degrees out here. It's a little bit overcast. Big Dog, who's about, I don't know, 10, 15 miles away. What's the weather like out there with you over there in the Inland Empire? Because I'm in the corner of the Inland Empire.
57 and cloudy with a high expected of 71.
Ooh, let's go around the horn. Gridiron Girl, you got sun out there, or are you still overcast as well? You're within about 7 or 8 miles from me. You're actually
Same
closer
as
to me than
you.
the Big Dog is. Same as
Same
me.
as you, Raj. I mean, scorekeeper.
No, not at all. I having a flashback to other times gig. NorCal Girl, what's going? We're heavy on the West Coast today. We should have done the professionals. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the professionals will return. So I'm asking anyone who wishes to join me. The professionals will return every first Wednesday now, all the way through to January. So that's the way it's going to work. It starts in June, goes through January, and the professionals will be on the first Wednesday of every month here on out. I
Sounds
wanted
good.
to get it going in May, but it just wasn't possible. But that's neither here nor there.
All right.
What's the weather like out there in Sacramento, NorCal Girl, in the future home of the Oakland Athletics?
Oh, don't even get me started with that. The guys have already heard my gripes.
That's all we heard last week.
Yeah, the week
Yeah,
before.
she's-
I know.
She's mad because her river rats are going to be taking
Yes,
secondary place.
how should you know that? River cats. And right now the weather is 56 with a high of 57. We're expecting rain to start probably in the next hour or so and go through the rest of the day.
Before I go to Almighty to get a quick look, Aisha is letting us know it's 15 Celsius, most likely cloudy, feels like 19 Celsius, just to let you know. Thank you, Aisha. And once again, Aisha, we thank you for being on with us. Can only imagine what's going on, young lady, but Thank you. And once again, for those that have joined us now, we are sorry for your loss, Aisha. And in memoriam, Sports Talk with the Guys will not be on next week. Um, as I mentioned, Sports Talk with the Guys has only gone silent 3 times prior, and we're going to do it again. So it is Mother's Day weekend here in the United States of America. So how apropos that we will be going silent for just a week. So, Almighty, what's it like out there where you're at?
First, my condolences to Anime Girl. Thanks for joining us at this time for this sad time for you. And every time someone tells you it was expected for her to die, you smack him in the face, okay? Because you're gonna hear it. Because oh well, she was sick. You don't take that bullshit. I've been. Never mind. Doesn't matter. It's not. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just rambling on here again as I usually do. But like I said, my condolences, Anime Girl. And the weather here is 66, cloudy. We may be getting some thunderstorms later on. So that's what's happening here in the Midwest.
All right. Well, I'm going to have a bunch of baseball news later on in the program when I return. I'm only going to be out for about an hour and a half, and there's a lot to go over in a bit. So I'm going to throw it off. I'd want to know who would be the first one that would like to go. Maybe Big Dog, Almighty, or Gridiron Girl, or NorCal Girl. If you have a particular story you want to get to, first and foremost, I lawyered up, or I'm sorry. We'll get into some of the football and basketball stuff later, but I have quite a bit of stuff that we'll get to in the other sports. And while my co-hosts decide on what they would like to do, I want to let everyone know that rugby is going and blowing in the in the Australis region, and we'll have an update down there in a little bit, probably when I return. But Almighty, any particular story you wanted to get to right now?
Well, let's see. Not last week, or did we talk about when Odell wanted to expand to 18 games, which is
We talked about it.
right? Okay, so that's something that we knew was going to be talked about when it went to 17, one game at a time, and having a Super Bowl on President's weekend because people have Monday off, so they can watch the Super Bowl and then have the next day off.
Yeah.
So it sounds good, if you're a federal employee and you have the day off, or you work somewhere you have the day off. But it's a good idea. But talking about expansion, guess who else wants to expand their season? College football. They want to expand the season. They want to get ready for more football or more bowl games. Not less, as college administrators continue to push for more postseason access in all sports. That's what bowl season director Nick Cartelli believes is next after the college football playoff expands from 4 to 12 teams this fall and potentially 14 in 2026. Why? Expansion is the hot trend in all corners of college athletics, and the NCAA Transformation Committee has made it clear more postseason opportunities are desired in all sports, especially when it comes to making money. Money is what's driving the expansion, and we know that. When I speak with head football coaches and athletic directors and conference commissioners, it's very encouraging. I think it's more likely we add bowl games than subtract bowl games. Caparli told 247 Sports this week at the annual Fiesta Summit for Leaders in College Athletics. The NCAA has no stake in the CFP or the 42 bowl games, which include the CFP, but leaders are attracted to the trend in other NCAA sports, such as the upcoming serious conversation to expand the men's NCAA tournament in basketball to as many as 80 teams. So
Wow.
that's going to be a lot of brackets there, people. So get your money out. Get your money out and go broke.
All right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't, you have, yeah, you had something there if you have to there, scorekeeper. I read quite a bit there. I'm sorry.
Just want to remind everyone, if you have an article, share it with the rest of the co-hosts so we can take a look at it as well in
Oh,
the chat
I'm
room.
yeah.
Thank
You
you.
know what? I'm a dunderhead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you are.
Hey,
So,
hey.
in addition to that, I
You're
placed an
supposed to agree with
article
that.
in the chat room for the co-host related to that the NCAA is inching closer towards a direct pay solution for athletes. So I don't know if you guys want to check that out. I'm not surprised, almighty, at this point that the NCAA wants to expand. Everyone wants to expand right now. It's news to me that they wanted to expand, but I can see it because the NCAA is now talking about establishing something not unlike what the NFL is doing with a minimum, not necessarily a minimum, but a cap on what they're actually going to be compensating athletes with. And that is in that article. If you guys want to continue the conversation on that, by all means,
Well,
do so. But Almighty, my first question to you is: do you think this is going to be good for basketball? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for college.
well, it's going to make money. When you have a chance, I mean, it'll be a way to increase betting and get more viewers. Uh, my question is when do these bowl games start and how far into the NFL playoffs will they go? I mean, you have well because if you expand football, are they going to start earlier then, or are they going to start? Will they start now? Because right now, when is the championship? Like the second Monday, or if for football, the second Monday in January or something like that.
For what? For
NFL, I mean the basketball football championship.
the football NFL is the second.
Football, I mean college. Not, I'm sorry, Roger. I'm messing up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
college
so
is
am
the
I.
second week in January.
Okay, so if they add more teams, that's gonna be closer to the play. I mean, into the playoffs of the NFL. So are they gonna start earlier, or are they going to try and take? I mean, because right now the NFL has Saturday's games going, as we all know, later in the season, and for playoffs. So they're going to have to get together and see who gets what because there's going to start overlapping, right? Do you think? I mean, is that am I reading that right, scorekeeper and Big Dog and the rest of you? I just see an expansion, just like football wanting to go to 18 and have the Super Bowl later in February. Someone help me on this because it just seems like it could be a mess, or not a mess, but a lot of football going on.
Well, are they going to be expanding as far as football is concerned? Are they expanding the playoffs, or are they expanding their regular season,
Well, yeah, they are
or
expanding.
both?
Well, I don't know if they're just going. They're right now. What was that? They're going to have 14 postseason games in 26 and 12 this year, or next this season upcoming playoff games, and then in 26 left for potential 14 in the playoffs. So they're expanding further and further into January, or if they start earlier in the, they don't have that big of a break like they do after like Thanksgiving or something like that.
Well, I mean, as far as in my opinion, if they're expanding the playoffs for the NCAA football, all you're gonna have is just more games at different spots. You don't necessarily have to expand how long it's going to take to get there because they don't have a tier system. Usually, they have their playoffs, where they go head to head, and then the NCAA does the ranking system, and the top four teams are the ones that are playing for the championship, and that's it.
Well,
So I don't see that changing.
understand that, but
I-
if you, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Big Dog.
No, I was just saying. I mean, if you're expanding the NCAA playoffs, all you're doing is just having more games in different places.
Well, they already have 42 bowl
Well, no,
games.
wait. No, hold on a minute. No, if
That's not
dog,
correct.
if they're expanding playoffs, you are in addition to locations, you are expanding the time frame as well, whether it be a week or 2 weeks.
Because if you have 14, you're going to have.
If they're just going to add
17.
bowl games, just additional bowl games, then I would agree with you on that, Big Dog, that they're just going to locations. But if they're going to expand the playoffs, you have more games. What does that do? Does it shorten the regular season up front? Don't they start first week of September, Labor Day or something like that?
But the season starts
Yeah,
a week before the NFL. The
Yeah.
NFL starts like Labor Day weekend, don't they? Or it's college Labor Day and then football. Because football,
It's college, then football.
doesn't college start maybe at the end of August? They have games scattered throughout August too, right? I mean, they have games all.
I thought
Yes,
I
they
thought
do.
I thought NCAA started their season on Labor Day, the first weekend of.
with all the
September.
games, I think they have games
Yeah.
scattered in August too, don't they?
Yes.
Well,
Liz,
like preseason games, yeah.
College, I mean.
Liz or Gridiron Girl?
What?
Yeah, we answered you.
Okay, I didn't hear. All right. Well, look, I'm going to have to be going right now. I did place another article in the chat room about the NFL, their proposal. Now, folks, understand that this is an official comment by the commissioner that they're looking to go to 18 games. Doesn't mean it's going to happen yet. But on this network, we've known it. We've talked about it forever that they wanted to go to 18 games. That's a duh. As to how quick it's going to happen, we'll see. But there is an article on there that if, in fact, the NFL goes to 18 games, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place this morning because we left NCAA to that. Daytona is possibly going to be affected because they're right after the Super Bowl now. And if you have the Super Bowl on that same weekend, well, it looks like NASCAR is going to be hurt, which the NFL, folks, if we've seen over the last few years, the unofficial agreement that they had with basketball doesn't exist anymore.
Yep.
One had Thanksgiving, the other had Christmas. That's gone, or Christmas Eve, whatever. The NFL doesn't give a rat's ass. Their drive to move to a yearly product is what it is. So I have those articles left right there if you guys want to go over them. I'm going to go into my vehicle and I'm going to join you guys as I'm driving. And folks, I do want to welcome everyone who's watching us. There is quite a few people who are watching us this morning. Why don't you let us know who you are and where you hail from? And thank you for joining us this first Monday in the Sundatterday in the month of May.
And
Sundatterday, I like that.
If you're a first-time listener, don't
What was that, Big Dog?
I said Sundatterday. I like that one. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that was, I don't know how that one happened. But folks, I'm going to join audio only as I go on over there. So ask you to bear with. We do have a special guest joining us, as I mentioned. Dan Schlossberg will be on with us within the next hour. So I got to get on over there and pick him up and take him to his travel convention. To answer your question, Big Dog, of an hour ago. So,
Where's the convention at?
convention center, downtown LA.
Oh, okay. So you're going to. Okay.
I'm just going to drop him off. And then I'm going to come back to the
Do
studio.
you think you'll be going to the Star Wars convention that's here in Riverside
No.
this weekend? Oh, okay,
No.
because it's free.
May the fourth be with you.
And I think I'm probably going to go see the Phantom Menace only because it's regular price. It's not an extra.
And do you also know what today is besides the 4th or the 4th?
Peace and long life. Oh, I'm sorry. May the force be with you.
Big Dog.
I love those Battlestar Galactica quotes.
They work all the time. Folks, Sports Talk with the guys. I'll be joining everyone in a few moments. I'll be.
Sounds awesome.
Peace.
Well,
Hey,
today
guys.
it is Free Comic Book Day.
Yep, I was gonna say,
yeah.
did you guys hear about
No.
the Houston Texans receiver Tank Dell and him being shot last Saturday?
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, apparently there was over 10 people that were injured when the 16-year-old kid decided to open fire in a nightclub in Florida. So luckily he was only just minorly injured, and he wasn't involved in it other than to be one of the ones that were injured. He was a bystander with it, but nobody really knows yet why the kid opened fire or anything. So,
Really? There's
Florida.
no updated info on that yet, Liz?
not that I could find, not to say that there hasn't been. All I was seeing was just the information on Dell. That
Okay,
was
I
it.
mean, I think I saw the headline and read because it said, like I said, it was an NFL player that was got shot in this, whatever, the 16-year-old opening fire for some reason. So did you see that article by chance, Big Dog?
I might have run across it. I don't know if I put it in my notes or not, but I do want to just real quick, another tangent like we always do. Um, I don't usually comment a lot on Facebook, but I do want to comment on my post that I made last night, and I'll just read it real quick. And it is what it is, and I'm doing it because I'm a jerk. So this was yesterday that I posted this. How many hours ago? I posted this about 8 hours ago. And here it is, of course, with my purple background because I'm a Lakers fan. But this is it. Get this ready. Another first round exit by the wonderful Clippers. 40 years in Los Angeles, and you've made the playoffs 15 times, and only 6 times have you been able to make it out of the first round. Enjoy your new arena, and you can put up your 3 Pacific Division titles there. Now get the hell out of Staples Center.
How are they almost done with their new home?
Yes, it will be open in the next couple of months, I believe. I can't remember who the first person that's going to be there. It's going to be a singer. I can't remember if it's Shakira or someone else, but they'll be hosting a few concerts before the Clippers go in whatever it is, September, October, whenever their stuff is. But it will be open for next season for the Clippers.
Well, that's awesome then, right? If you, like you said, get them out of your home, right? Are they in your
Oh
home?
hell yeah, we've been trying to get them out for 40 years, or actually for 24 years because they came in 2000 with the Lakers and the Kings.
So, Gridiron Girl, did you get your season tickets then to go to the new arena and watch your Clippers?
What? The Chargers, not the Clippers.
Uh,
Funny.
maybe it's the Big Dog I'm thinking of. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's no one.
It's Double D that likes the Clippers, I believe.
Yes.
Oh, Double
Yes.
D. Okay, well then I got I'm sorry. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
wrong double.
Oh, wrong. Okay then. Woo! I'm not gonna go out. No, I can't.
Well, it's double. See, you have it mixed up because it's Double D and Double Cheeks, and
Oh my gosh. Here we go. Buckle up.
that's what I say. That's what I tell her.
Gosh. Well, welcome to Sports Talk with the guys. If you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe button and that notification bell so you don't miss any more of this madness that happens every Saturday morning. So I hope if you're new, just do it up, and every Saturday morning you'll be able to join us and get your weekend off to a great start here, as you can tell, because we don't know what we just go wherever the conversation takes us. So, expansion of football, 18 games. We talked about that last week. Is there any more comments on the 18 game schedule that we didn't go over last week?
I've just said it's going to happen really fast. I mean, it probably won't happen this coming season, but I see them trying it out the following season, and their whole take on is that it hasn't really changed because they're still staying with the 20 game season in their minds, which is right now 17-3, which is 3 preseason, 17 regular season. And Goodell is saying we're going to change it to still 20, which would be 18 regular and 2 preseason games. So in their mind, they're still keeping it the same. It's just where the games fall.
He did get blowback saying that.
Oh yeah.
Saying, well, we need the extra. We need the, because the commissioner's saying, well, we don't need these preseason games. I don't like these preseason games. And the player
Left turn
said, we do need the extra. We do need the preseason. Now, maybe he doesn't because he doesn't play, but the players do need that preseason. So,
I don't know. I disagree with I guess the players' union saying they need those games because
it was just a player, Big Dog. And I don't have that article bookmarked, but it's just one player, but he can't be alone. But I understand what you're saying, Big Dog. That they'll have to vote on it. The players will have to vote on the expansion.
Oh yeah, but what I was going to say is, I mean, the preseason as we know it now is mainly for the fringe guys to try and convince the coaches that they're NFL worthy. As we all know, the guys that are signed to the contracts, the regular players, in preseason games, or the 3 preseason games, they maybe play 3 quarters in those 12 quarters that are available in the preseason. They hardly play, so whether they're playing the 2 games or what, because they usually don't play in the first. They usually don't play in the second game at all. In the first game, they play maybe the first quarter, and then in the third game, they maybe play the first half. That's it. So,
okay. Here's my thinking: if they when they take away a preseason game, that just to me that adds rust to the games we're playing as they get ready for the season to get into their full patterns and everything. So even though there may not be a preseason, I know some teams will start off hot. They always do. Somebody always does, but
yeah.
I'm afraid that if they take away too many preseason games, that we'll just spend the first 2 weeks with lackluster football as these teams get everything ready to go. I could be wrong about that. And the players may vote for this extra game, and we'll see. I mean, we thought they wanted to go 18 right away, and the scorekeeper, he made the call. He said, yeah, they'll start with 17. And then they'll try, and then eventually they will inch this to 18. And the scorekeeper made that call when they were voted for going to 17, which everybody was surprised that they did approve. So I guess we'll see. I mean, if it goes to 18, and we'll see what they do. And if there's an extra bye week, then it will go along. Then it'll be a longer season, like scorekeeper was talking about, year-round football somehow.
Yep. And the thing, of course, that's going to be the first and foremost out of the players' mouths are, if we're going to 18 games, we need more money. And I think that's why Goodell and everybody in the NFL upper management, when they talk about expanding the season, they still say it's 20 games. I've noticed that now ever since they switched from 16 to 17 and now 17 to possibly 18. They still call it a 20-game season because this way, I think that's trying to get the players in the mentality of it's not changing. It's just the amount of preseason games.
Right.
Because that was the first thing that they said out of their mouths when they said 16 to 17. They're like, well, we need more money then. We're playing more games.
Well, same thing happened when they went from 14 to 16. Can you imagine playing 6 preseason games?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they did before when it was 14. So talk about a long, boring process at 6. And then when it went to 16, well, then that's all they do is they cut back on the preseason games.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, and so I don't know. I'm saying I don't know because who knows if it'll pass or not. And then if they add another bad week. Oh yeah, maybe they will add another bad week. I don't know, but they will add another bye week. Then they will accomplish what they want to. President's Day and
In the Super Bowl, yeah.
again the Super Bowl. I guess the next question is if we want to continue talking about this, because we talked about this last week. But I mean, do you think that if the more games they play, I mean, there's going to be more chances of these players, the star players, getting hurt? So when they get to the playoffs, their stars are gone, and the NFL is that's what. I mean, look how many went down this year. I mean, look at what's his name from New York, Rogers. Right away, boom, he's gone, and that was the Jets' money ticket for the whole season. People coming and watching that game, giving them national football games, and then he's gone. And then so they're so that can't be helped. And I thought it was the first game of the season, but do you think that 18 will
Nope.
add it back? Go ahead, Big Boy.
I once and I still I'm too old school, and my belief is they coddle these players too much. Oh my God, you sneezed, we're going to put you on the injured list for 2 weeks. You twisted you hurt your pinky finger. Oh, let's sit you out for 2 weeks to rest. No. How many injuries now versus the 80s and 90s? Did they have it? It's just like in basketball, and it's the same thing in baseball. These athletes, these so-called best in their positions, are coddled. You coddle them because that's why Tommy John surgeries are up so much in baseball. It was almost unheard of 25 years ago to have, when the season starts, you already have 8 or 9 guys that are having Tommy John surgery. It's the norm now, rather than it being the exception. So okay. I think if you train these guys like they're supposed to be, then they'll be able to handle 162 games, a year for baseball.
Okay.
16 or 17, 18 games in a season for for football. 82 for basketball.
Right. Real quick, Liz, what do you think about this 18 games?
We discussed that last week too. It's just I think if we have the 18 games, we're going to have more than one bye week.
Oh, that's definite. Yeah.
And that was on the table with Goodell when he was talking about that as well. So yeah, and that's what I said before when they wanted to go to 18. Well, they get an extra bye week, so give players extra rest. So that we did predict that last year or the year before when we were on the show. They went to 17. We were predicting 18 would be that, but then everybody steals our ideas and puts them on their show, and then that's the way it goes. Good idea,
guys. If I may interrupt, I don't. In the few minutes that I was out, I don't know if you read the article, but the commissioner stated that he wanted to go to 18 games with only 2 games of preseason. Now, whether that includes another bye week or not, remember the NFL did this with 2 bye weeks, and my memory is that the fans were unhappy with it. I don't think it went 2 years. I think it only went 1 year where there were 2 bye weeks because there were fewer games. But again, that was a long time ago. I don't know if they want to put in the second one. But the NFL did learn its lesson back then. When they put a second bye week, the fans did not like it.
That's a good point there, Scorekeeper, but maybe they need an extra bye week to get the players to buy into it. Maybe not, but you're right, Scorekeeper. Wasn't it back in the 90s when they tried that crap?
I didn't remember, but I like that. Bye week to buy into it. Way to go, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that last week, and we felt that it didn't work out last time because they spread out the bye week too much into the season. We talked about it last week, and we proposed at Sports Talk with the Guys, if we were in charge, that the bye week would only last, say, 3 weeks. So there wouldn't be any games missing, and everybody would be done, say, between weeks. I think where did we talk about? Almighty, was it like weeks 7, 8, and 9 or something like that? Like right in the middle of the season.
We talked a bunch.
Yeah.
And I liked it. Well, I liked it when they went 4 to 10. And they didn't. Okay, I hate these bye weeks where there's like only 2 teams off. What the heck is that? That's a waste. I mean, why? I mean, that's because now they're going 3 to 14, right? So
yeah, 3 to 14.
So a team in the playoffs can get a bye week 3 weeks before the season's over, and not that 3 to 10, but 3 to when they first started, it was like 3 to 10 or 4 to 10, and I like that because I think 4 teams are a little more were off each week, and it kind of spread it out just right. But now, I mean, in my opinion, I would rather have it in early than keep going all the way to week 14. I don't know how anyone else feels about that, but anyway, I mean, that's just me. I want to watch. I want to get the bye weeks over so we can get the real football. Get all the team. I mean, not real football, but all the teams playing every week. So when we make our picks, we got to pick every game, and we know what I mean. But good morning, Tony. How are you doing? I'm running a garage sale, but should be able to join from my front porch shortly. Okay.
He's selling all his 76er merchandise since they lost.
As you know, Tony, when you have an event like that money is split between all members of Sports Talk with the Guys in your contract. So we'll deal with that later. So when you make your dollar, we'll split it up as best we can. I mean, I know we talked about this last week. Well, Gridiron Girl was not here in person. So if you had time, Gridiron Girl, I'm sorry. What do you think about an 18-week season and an extra bye week? Are you in or out?
I'm out.
Okay.
I don't think it's hard on the players. I mean, they're gonna be prone to more injuries because of the longer season. No, just too long with the 2 buys also.
But didn't you see the fancy new helmets they're going to put on top of their other helmets? Big Dog showed us these nice little foam things they're going to put on their helmets.
The marshmallow heads, yeah.
Yeah, marshmallow heads.
Yeah.
That should keep them nice and safe.
They're safe, but they're not flattering.
All those things are ugly, and even if you put, I mean, I'm sure when they're not going to look, they're going to put them in team colors, but they're going to suck. They're going to suck, and wearing those things. Yeah, I agree with Gridiron Girl about the extra 18 and then an extra bye week, but I think the 18 is going to happen regardless of the extra bye week or not. We talked about this back when it went to 17. All of us, we all did, and we all knew that's how you do it. You inch toward it because they wouldn't go 18 all in for 18. But once they agreed to 17, all of us, Scorekeeper, Big Dog, me, Gig, Liz, Tony, whoever else was here, we all said that's just one step closer to the 18 games. We were the first to point that out.
Wow, this did too bad Scorekeeper's not in the office, because he'd have to write this down, because this is one of the few times that Coffee and myself agree.
Nah, stop it. No.
Oh, what'd you say?
Yep, because Coffee just commented saying they play once a week and people worry about injuries. Why? NFL teams play 3 to 4 times a week, hit 17% harder, and nobody whines about that.
Okay, first of all, Lethal Migraine, I want to thank you for that comment because you use statistics. Oh, it's kind of hard to disagree with you just on that.
They play
alone.
1 week where they practice. Just as hard.
Well, I have to agree with that. Hockey, like you said, with hockey players, and they go at it, like you said, 3 to 4 times a week, and they pound each other to death. Harder than. Plus, hitting that ice isn't gonna not the same as grass. I mean, it might be like hitting turf, but it's not the same as the grass. You're right, but we've already had football almost every day of the week, but only one. I mean, it's but each team does not play 3 to 4 games a week. I don't. So I don't know if you're saying that, but you're right. Okay, I think what you're saying is that the NFL teams or the coaches or players that are whining because of all the hitting, and NHL is tough. But the NHL has always been tough. Always. They've always been the tougher sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So I mean, look at that. And very rarely, some players will play with the ribs or wear that extra padding. But who was this? Big Dog? You were talking about them missing games for a hangnail.
Yep.
And I'm like that. Well, look at what happened real quick with Deshaun Watson with the Browns. He all of a sudden, I can't play. I don't want to play. My shoulder hurts. Out of nowhere. And then he has surgery, but nobody knew his shoulder hurt. Did his shoulder hurt? Or do you just want to go back to Los Angeles and hang out on the beach? We don't know. And, and I saw a headline that the Browns are getting tired of Deshaun Watson not being, his not playing. And I'm thinking, well, you're the ones that made the trade, and you knew he was going to be suspended. Maybe the injuries were not foreseen, but you made the gamble, draft him, and that's the way it goes sometimes. And if they're getting tired of Deshaun, well then they got the backup they may go to. But anyway, that's Cleveland news, and we're not there. We're not talking about that. But the Browns going 18. The Browns, the NFL going NFL 2 bye weeks. Puts the Super Bowl. Will that put the Super Bowl past President's Day?
No, they would have it at
on
President's Day weekend.
So if the extra bye week still puts it into the realm of the President's Day weekend.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when we're watching a Super Bowl, we'll see a bunch of mattress advertisements.
Definitely.
Yep.
I mean, if you remember, mattress sales were always big during President's Day. I mean, I don't know if that's still a thing or not, but I remember that. Anyway, I don't know. We talked about it last week. Seems like not many are in favor of it. I'm not sure about all the players, but maybe because it's like Big Dog or Scorekeeper said. I mean, that extra game helps a player maybe make the team that was going to get cut. So, that puts the pressure on these players that are drafted or walk-ons to, get it done.
Get her done.
And maybe some players that had potential, that you do that extra game gets cut, and they just go back to flipping hamburgers. So, which right now that pays pretty well. So I guess it wouldn't hurt that much. So are we done? Anybody have any more comments about the 18 weeks of the NFL?
I don't think so. I think we probably put it to rest after the last 2 weeks now doing it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, we're beating a dead horse.
I think last week we told Goodell not to do it. Well, I was supposed to call him, right? Well, I couldn't. It was busy. I couldn't get through. I kept getting this message, go to hell. So I don't know what that meant. So,
maybe he was getting a massage with what's his face from the Patriots, Kraft or whatever his name is.
My gosh.
Hey guys, have you heard about the Kelsey brothers and both of them in the news that they did? Travis, one actually now is apparently the highest paid tight end with the new Chiefs contract extension.
No,
yeah, I saw his extension. I was going to talk about that when we started doing NFL news, but What did the brothers do now?
Well, one that was Travis's with his new extension and it being like 34.25 million being now the highest paid. And you said you're going to cover more of that, but I thought it was funny that he got that literally hours after Jason wound up joining ESPN's NFL broadcast team. I thought that was so funny that they both get it like within hours of each other, the announcements.
Well, his brother joining ESPN, I could see that happening. I mean, I figured he was going to end up with somebody because he's too much of a personality not to be on TV.
Yeah.
I think everybody has seen, how much fun he has off the field, and the fact that, because of Taylor Swift, that podcast that they've been doing for a few years really got some traction. And you could tell all the fun that they have on that podcast. So him joining ESPN wasn't a surprise. I figured it'd be probably one of the pregame or postgame shows, but good for him. I mean,
I think he'll enjoy it. I think it'd be fun to
oh
watch.
yeah, oh definitely. So yeah, so it was as far as Travis is concerned, it's a 2-year, $34.25 million contract. So just over $17 million a year on the extension.
And he also says he made another announcement that I just caught briefly that he believes he's going to be with the Chiefs till he retires. He's not going in.
Definitely. Well, I mean, this will be his last contract because he had 1 more year left on the current contract and he's extended for 2 more. So he's got 3 more seasons as a player. And he's already, what is he, mid-30s already?
Yeah.
So, and he's put the time in. So, as far as being as far as his time in the NFL, let's see what's up. Yeah, he's 34, so he'd be 37. Yeah, he'll be perfectly timed for a retirement.
We got something. I got the Sporting News article from yesterday that says there's nothing official with Kelsey and ESPN yet. So was there something today? Is there anything to that? I put a link in our chat room. So I don't. And that was dated. I think it was dated the 2nd. So I don't know what they were. So I guess maybe something could have been done by then. So you're saying it was 34 million? Well, how much was he getting to be an announcer or a talking head?
Oh, that part wasn't. I don't think that was revealed. I was talking about Travis getting
Travis and the Chiefs.
Yeah, that was 30. That was a 2-year, $34.5 million or $34.25 million extension.
Yeah, I mean, him retiring with the Chiefs, I don't see that not happening. He's already got the money, and he's 34. And if he plays as long as his brother did, then he'll retire in a couple of years.
So, according to what I'm looking at, his brother will be on ESPN's Monday Night Countdown, and that was announced on April 29th.
But no money details yet, Big Dog. Is just as far as
No.
I didn't see anything either.
Usually ESPN won't reveal that unless it's like a major contract, a big money contract, like with Tom Brady or something like that. So
I think Jason is more of a character than his brother.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, he's got what it takes. And I know that his brother wants to be an actor at some. Well, I mean, he's trying to work toward that. But
Travis or Jason?
Travis, he wants to be an actor.
Yeah.
That's why he's trying to do these commercials, and I think that's the Taylor Swift thing to help him get in with her and then get deals and stuff with their age. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I think that's why I heard that he wanted to be an actor when he retired. So I don't know.
Well, he's got the looks for it. He's got the height. You know, he's being 6'5". You know, he's not a bad looking guy. So I see him probably some bit parts on like an Expendables type of a movie where it's an ensemble cast, you know, type of thing.
Okay, I get that. I get that. And maybe here and there in wrestling.
That would be Jason,
Yeah,
like he
definitely.
did,
Yeah.
like he did for WrestleMania.
Yeah, you're right. He's got
That would be more up Jason's alley.
You are correct. I stand corrected. Big dog. You're right. He is he did an awesome job on that wrestling thing. Let's see. Gig, do you like Travis staying with Kansas City?
No, she wants him as a Charger.
As a Charger, oh come.
No, I'm good.
You're good, huh?
He could stay.
Yeah, otherwise she'd have to change her Travis Kelce chonies to Charger colors.
What?
Yeah.
Ay.
In other NFL news, Anime Girl will be happy with this one, or maybe not, I'm not sure. But Ezekiel Elliott signed a 1-year deal to return to the Cowboys after pretty much doing nothing with the Patriots. But hey, you know. It's a 1-year deal. Let's see, worth. The contract has a maximum value of $3 million. I believe it's a $1.1 million contract with some bonuses if he reaches, you know, X amount of carries or X amount of games. So
it's one of those incentive contracts.
Yeah. Well, like I said, he really did nothing for the Patriots. I mean, it says here that Elliott played 51% of the offensive snaps and running behind a mix and match offensive line, finished with a team high 642 yards on 184 carries for an average of 3.5 yards. He had 3 touchdowns, and he had a team high 51 receptions for 313 yards, which was a 6.1 average and 2 touchdowns.
Well, to be fair, no one did anything to the Patriots last year.
Yeah. And you know, the thing is though, it says he's only 29. Yeah, he turns 29 in July. Hard to believe. It seems like he's been around forever.
It does, but that's because we talked about him so much when he held out for a year for that money.
Yeah.
And
he's part Ewok.
But you know, he was always, when he was playing with the Cowboys, he was, you know, always in the news because he was their one of their top players. So yeah, it seems like that. And it's interesting that he's going from big money to league minimum. Plus,
I think he's just trying to salvage a career. I mean, he's been pretty beat up. I mean, they, you know, when playing for the Cowboys and the amount of carries that he had for them, and like you said, you know, being the number one guy and being in the news all the time, and of course his whole feed me thing where he's got that big old tattoo on his stomach, you know. So I think he's just trying to stay in the league. Hopefully, I think his thinking was, I'll sign a minimum league contract, and if I have a really good showing, then I can maybe get one last big contract out of this.
Well, they've got to give him the money. I mean, give him the money. Give him the ball. And I guess they will since they let everybody go. So, but, okay, so another player returns back to the fold, returns back home after being
Yep. And then, of course, the Dolphins earlier this week agreed to terms on the contract for Odell Beckham Jr. So he is now a Dolphin. It's a 1-year deal worth $3 million, but with incentives can push it to a maximum value of $8.25 million.
That would be scary if he still played like he did back with the Giants. Him and the other. Oh gosh.
Tula, yeah,
What the heck?
their quarterback.
Well, the quarterback and the other receiver from the Kansas City, which I can't remember.
We have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
And yeah, Waddle and now him. But if he, I mean, I'm not saying he's washed up, but if he still played like he was still younger, that offense would probably they score almost 70 every game. But
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Beckham is only 31 years old.
yeah, but we got to see how that knee is going,
Definitely.
recovering from that. But like you said, with the incentives, maybe that'll make him, go further.
He'll
Yeah,
find he'll find the fountain of youth somewhere in Miami.
Yeah, he will. I mean, he'll find it where the other guy failed. And Anime Girl has said in the room that Elliot was born on July 22nd, 1995.
Yep.
And Coffee said he was 31 once. So he said it was so long ago I forgot what happened, and we were all like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So of course you gotta remember if you were 31 once, I mean, and you grew up in the 80s, yeah, you don't remember jack shit. So yeah.
Damn, I barely remember what happened 31 hours ago.
Yeah. God. Big dog. Well, we're all
Yes.
we're the same way. So then, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say your crosstown rivals, your favorite Chicago Bears, of course, want to build a brand new stadium, and they said they would do it themselves. So, according to this article that was posted on May the 1st, it says the Bears' proposal to find a new lakefront stadium remains a non-starter, according to Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. He said after top aides met with team officials on Wednesday. Says the Bears unveiled a nearly $5 billion plan calling for public funding last week for an enclosed facility to be built next to the longtime home at Soldier Field. Though the governor did not rule out more discussions, the team clearly is facing an uphill battle. It says, as the governor has said, the current proposal is a non-starter for the state. In order to subsidize a brand new stadium for a privately owned sports team, the governor would need to see a tangible benefit for taxpayers of Illinois. The governor's office remains open to the conversation with the Bears, its lawmakers, and other stakeholders, with the understanding that the responsible fiscal stewardship of taxpayer dollars remains the foremost priority.
I saw the quote where the governor said, "Build your own damn stadium." And
Yeah.
I can't find it now.
I remember that. That was just, I believe that was before this article came out. I think we talked about it real quick, either last week or the week before.
So maybe he has the right idea. Just build your own damn stadium. I mean, why? Because he's talking about Chicago and Illinois already being broke. Why would they? Why?
Yeah.
So, but
okay. So it says here that the plan calls for a $3.2 billion for the new stadium, plus an additional $1.5 billion in infrastructure. And it says the proposal calls for $2.025 billion from the Bears, $300 million from an NFL loan, and $900 million in bonds from the Illinois Sports Facilities Authority. It says the funding from the ISFA would involve extending bonds of the existing 2% hotel tax.
well, I mean, I don't live in that state, but from what I understand, I don't know if the government's just posturing. The governor is just posturing, or what. But let's see, maybe somebody will make a hard stand against the team, saying, $5 billion. No, we're not. We're tired of this crap. And some don't. I mean, there are people that don't want them leaving Soldier Field because of the history, and it's right downtown. So,
Would you, as a fan, well, not a fan of the Bears, but as a winter fan, and the snow and everything that goes on in Cleveland and of course in Chicago, how do you feel about them maybe upgrading Soldier Field?
they have upgraded that stadium to death, and
So you can't do much more, huh?
I think they want what all the most of like Cleveland are. They want a dome so they can host events in the winter and a Super Bowl.
No dome. And then no dome.
No
No
dome,
dome.
yeah. But and like I said, I mean, if the Browns get a dome, I hope it's retractable so you can still have the fall weather conditions and
Yeah.
have football weather. That's I mean, I don't want it to be enclosed all the time, and I know that's an added expense. But that Bear Stadium is twice the price as what they want for the Browns' new stadium at $2 billion. So
Yeah, but it's
it's
Cleveland.
interesting. But there are, you got to realize. I mean, the Browns is only 30 years old. They'll be 30 in what, 29? And it seems like these stadiums have a higher turnover. There are no more stadiums lasting 50 to 100 years anymore.
Oh
Get
no.
30 and they turn. Oh, we need a new pad. We need a
30.
new,
I was thinking more like 15. And they were already complaining that they need a new stadium.
all I know is that it seems like most of the teams want something after 25 to 30, and maybe start talk. I don't know. All I'm saying is that there's no more 50
Yeah.
to 100-year-old stadiums. And you got to realize, well, how long are the fans going to keep renewing all these bonds? It seems like it's a never-ending story then, because they're always the syntax and whatever else the county has to pay, and then plus tax dollars which could go to other places. And
Yeah.
I think teams are so used to having the state and city bail them out because they don't want to lose the team, and so they use that. And
I mean, I mean, trying to gather my thoughts on this one.
well, real quick, the Bears already have the land, just like the Browns.
Yeah.
They already have the land to build this new place. They're just looking for funding. So
See,
they bought the land without getting funding in place.
see, my thinking though is, excuse me, the owners of any particular team and the NFL are literally making billions of dollars every single year. Now, if the Bears, the Browns, if they want a stadium, these owners are making, hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Their team values, the valuations of the teams are in the billions of dollars. Between the NFL and the owner, I can't see why they couldn't come up with the $2 billion or $3 billion to build a stadium and recoup that money inside of 10 years because of what they're going to be charging for suites, for tickets, for merch, all that kind of stuff. It's not like they're not going to make the money back. Why depend on the city and the state every single time to help you build a stadium? That how much are you giving back to the city on?
And you are correct, big dog, because
I know.
well, okay, Mr. Smarty, because I'm sorry.
You got me on that one.
You got to understand with the NFL, especially with the profit sharing, they're making billions or
Mhm.
a year, and I don't know why they can't get their own loan or get a loan from the NFL like the Browns had to when they were building their stadium and pay everybody back
Yeah.
instead of making the taxpayers do, because there's money there. And
Yep.
the NFL has this big, huge pile of money. And I'm sure for whatever percentage, they're like, yeah, what, 10, 20%? Yeah, we'll give you the money. Just pay us back, because all they got to do is deduct it from the fee that they give them at the end of the year from the NFL contract, and it's all good, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of,
And they have the TV contract on top of that too.
what'd you say?
And they have the TV money contract.
Oh, I thought you said they had the titty teeth contract. I mean,
No, the TV, the money for all their TV contracts. Whether it be,
the Cowboys
know,
did that with their cheerleaders, but yeah.
yeah. Yeah, but coffee, that was 24 years ago. I mean, a lot of stadiums only cost 100 or 200 million dollars back then.
Yeah. But the thing is, the thing is that there's money. They can get money besides getting taxpayers' money. Especially,
Oh yeah, it's just that they don't want to touch their own money.
No, but they should. And if a governor like the one in Chicago actually could get everybody to go get behind it and say, well, build your own stadium, and see what they would do, what they would, if they wanted to build one, how serious they are, because the state, if they just hold, if they could just get the backbone to say no.
Yeah.
And
and then not only that, but then they also get the money for the naming rights of the new stadium, because that also
they get everything. Concessions and all that stuff. And so, but the NFL is so used to getting the state and city and people to pay for it, it's like an automatic. We're going to a stadium, so let's talk to the city, excuse me here. So they're so used to it, and the city and the state give them the money. And for that to change, someone like Chicago, if he's really serious, has to say no and stick to it. And just say, build your own damn stadium and stay with it.
And not only that, but the prices for the cost of these stadiums is really, it's gone through the stratosphere the last couple of years. I was just reading about it right now because I was wondering on the Raiders' new stadium, who funded that one. And they said they had $750 million in public funding, and $1.1 billion came from the Raiders. So it was almost a like probably 55-45 split on that. And that was in 2017. I'm trying to think SoFi Stadium, would that be the last new stadium? I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, so it opened it's not that. It just opened up, didn't it, 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah. So let me see who funded SoFi.
But didn't the owner mostly fund that?
I'm gonna check right now.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong about that.
Yes.
I thought
so there you go. So Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Rams, he privately funded the entire thing himself. So he's doing exactly what I said should be done. He wanted a new stadium, got the land, and said, I'm doing it myself.
Yeah, you're right. But like I said, I don't know if you agree with me or not, the teams are so used to running to the government that
yeah. Oh yeah.
And somebody has to tell them no. And I know some are afraid, well, if we say no, they'll move. And it's like, well, then find it out. I don't know what to tell you, what the answer is, but it's arrogant to build the land, to buy the land as though you're going to be able to do this automatically. It's pretty arrogant. And I'm sorry, Liz, do you have any opinion on all this new stadium crap that people want?
I just go with all of the fight we had here, and granted, it's not nearly as big of, as an arena for an NFL team or something like that. But when we built our stadium here, it literally, the owners should have paid for it, but instead they were asking so much from our own county's budget. It was detrimental to us in the beginning. It really hurt.
What stadium? I'm sorry. Which stadium are you talking about?
Like I said, it was not nearly as big as an NFL stadium, but I'm using it as an example. It's the River Cat Stadium.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And if you are going to build something as large as an NFL stadium, that's going to be taking much more from the community that it's moving into. And if you want to do it, I think you have so many of the owners that have the money to be able to do it. And yes, there are certain contracts and things that the community itself can bring into, and that with advertising. But I don't think the community itself should be forced to pay as much. So yeah, I think the owners should pay for the majority of it.
Do you know what the cost of that stadium was offhand, Lizzie? Liz, I'm sorry, I should have said that.
Well, Lizzie's fine.
It was 3 dozen cows and a dozen goats.
Oh, a dozen? Well, I think we threw in a horse or two.
But I guess I don't know how much other minor league stadiums cost in the comparison.
Yeah, I'm using that as an example, though, not necessarily just because it was a minor league, but as an example too, because we are a smaller community. We could never ever support a large NFL stadium.
Right, but $2 million is $2 million, right, Liz?
Pretty much, yeah.
For a community, because that's how much that stadium cost. I mean, I'm just saying, $2 million is $2 million. I mean, I don't know, and we're talking minor league. I don't know what kind of attendance they have, so I don't know if it's a good deal.
We're pretty good. Yeah, we're pretty good, but moving into for an actual NFL stadium, my God, and I do not remember. I remember at the time when we rebuilt the Giants Stadium and moved it to 3M Park now, and I know that was a huge debate whether they can afford it, what they can't afford, and the different contracts that were being done within the different counties all down in the Bay Area. And even then, that was an issue. Should we do it? Should we not do it? Because Candlestick was so old, it had to be done.
Right. I think I remember. Yeah, it was old.
And the thing is now too, whenever a new stadium, is proposed, whether it's an arena for basketball or a baseball or football stadium, the city, the county, and the state, they're the first ones to put out their hand. Say, okay, well, how much are we getting? What's our percentage? And that's why the increase in costs gets so crazy, because everybody has their hand out because they want their percentage of of what it's going to cost to build this thing. Rather than worry about that afterwards, because it's going to make money. We've talked about Allegiant Stadium, with Vegas, the Raiders. Much as I love my Raiders, they suck and have sucked. For 20 years now. But
when we closed down Arco, though, because it was so old and it had been, talk of being revamped for the longest time, and then building, the whole new center for the Kings, it's still sitting on that land, and they're still debating, okay, what should we do with that land? And
so the old stadium is the Arco is still up. It's still standing.
Parts of the areas are, and what we're going to do with it. That was actually in the news here this last week, that there was still a lot of the land. What are we going to do with it? And that's been sitting vacant now for how many years?
I didn't even know they replaced it. No offense, I don't keep an eye on the Kings.
Except when they're down there.
Because it's Northern California, I don't keep an eye on. I kind of keep an eye on the Kings because they're a decent team. But as far as like where they played, I had no idea that they no longer played in Arco. I thought they were
Oh
still
yeah,
there.
no, we haven't been in Arco in years. But you know that was the whole thing about if we're going to, where are we going to move to? And then everybody started, asking for their hands. We need this, we need that. No, this department needs this. And where are they trying to get all the different monies from? Is it wound up hurting us as a community as well? I think if I have to go back and check the records, I'll be honest, but I think some of the things are still paying on it.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they are. And just like you were saying, when they proposed a new stadium or an arena or whatever to be built, and of course you have to, the taxpayers have to vote on it. They always, on the back of page, 742, there's
They
that
still
little
take
extra.
stuff off.
Yeah, there's a little extra where, the committee gets a raise or we're going to slide this in to add to, the tax on this. It's never just about the arena.
Exactly.
It's always the politicians are always thinking, what can I get out of this?
Uh-huh.
Real quick here, Gig. Do you want the Chargers to have their own pad?
Nah. Been there, done that.
Wait, I missed that. What'd you say?
Or would you like the Chargers to have their own home?
No, I'm good.
You're good. All right.
I'll share.
All right.
I mean, SoFi is a beautiful stadium. I've never been inside SoFi. I've been around it, and it looks like it's an incredible stadium. So, and it works.
Yeah.
It works out, and it seems like new stadiums that are being built, they're building them for two teams. Just like in New York. You have the Giants and the Jets. They both play in the same place. And I think that's just to maximize the amount of money you can get out of the stadium per season. Why?
What is he saying? Because I can't read what.
The Chargers can play in Petco.
You. No comment. Blech.
But yeah, you're right. One thing I think Liz almost went there is that if Chicago or whoever does not pay, another team or another city will run out with their hands open saying, "Come to our city, we'll pay."
Exactly.
And I think you mentioned it, or you were getting close to it, Liz.
I was getting there, yeah.
And that's another thing too. But well, I mean, I don't know. That's just the gamble you take, I guess. I mean, but anyway, we spoke. I mean, we talked about this last week too, and we're talking about it again this week. And I agree with it. Big Dog in the NFL. The owners in the NFL especially can afford. And the NFL can afford to build their own damn stadium, to quote Chicago, the governor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
From what if you're talking about Oakland Stadium, where the A's are no longer going to be playing, I believe they're going to tear it down, and it's going to be a waterfront community with condos and so on and so forth. Is the proposal now? Whether that actually happens or not, I'm not sure. Coffee. But I believe that's the proposal, that they're gonna turn it into apartments, and they're gonna try and gentrify the area. Because gentrification, is the big thing now.
But first, they got to have the crews come in and get rid of all the toxic waste, and then
that adds to the charm.
Okay. But they always come in with this low cost housing, so things pass. And then, then when they get there, there is no, or very, very little low income housing. They're all very expensive condos, and well, you know the drill, Big Dog. You know the drill.
One last, as far as news that I have on football.
No, they'll be playing here with me. Thank you very much, Coffee.
They're playing with you? Woohoo!
You're playing with the River in the River Cat Stadium. That's bad enough. They're too close.
River Rats are our secondary team now.
You can tell I'm still
So
bitter about it.
yes, every time you talk, you can just hear the anger in your voice. As we talked about it for the last couple of months or so about Dak Prescott being sued for assault. It just came out on May 2nd, so day before yesterday, that no charges will be pressed against Dak Prescott for the 2017 assault. Says that Dallas police will not pursue sexual assault charges against quarterback Dak Prescott, with a police spokesman saying Thursday that detectives determined that there was insufficient evidence for an offense, evidence that an offense was committed. He says the case stemmed from an alleged incident that occurred in 2017 in which a woman said Prescott assaulted her in the back of an SUV at a strip club parking lot. In March, Prescott filed a suit seeking monetary relief in excess of $1 million after receiving a letter in January from attorneys Bethel and Zahai on behalf of the woman, stating that they would forego pursuing criminal charges along with disclosing this information to the public in exchange for compensating her for her mental anguish that she suffered. Damages are valued at the sum of $100 million. That's what she was seeking. The woman filed a countersuit and criminal charges after Prescott's initial filing. So Prescott says through his attorney that I want to thank the Dallas Police Department and the Dallas County District Attorney's Office for their thorough investigation of the allegations against my client, Dak Prescott. As we knew they would, they found nothing in their extensive exploration of the facts that would support a criminal prosecution. We are confident that at the end of law enforcement's investigation into the extortion case, that they will find the accuser and her attorneys are just as guilty as Dak is innocent.
Well,
So-
Dak did the right thing. As soon as that thing hit, he said no and countersued right away. He wasn't
Yep.
going to play any games, and and that's why it ended up the way it did. Because Dak said, "Well, okay, I'm just going to countersue you. I mean, you can play this game instead of running quick."
Especially for the amount that she wanted. I mean, $100 million. That that right there, just screams of extortion.
Exactly. That's what he was busting her for. So,
Yeah.
And Coffee says that Kosenko wants to be the manager of the A's when they get to Vegas.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. And yes,
That's because he wants to party again.
Well, and then you're all set.
Hey guys,
Guys, forgive me. I love that Jose Canseco story. Wanted to be the manager of the A's, which would really be interesting in Las Vegas. But I want to take a moment. I have, as you know, he is one of our superstars here on the network. He has written many books. What is it, 40 now? Yeah. He's written over 40 books. He is travel master, blogger emeritus, baseball master emeritus. I mean, he has done so many things. He has attended how many All-Star games now, Dan, consecutively?
Everyone since 1972.
Everyone since 1972. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the Travel and Radio, formerly Braves Banter. This is Dan Schlossberg.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Good morning. How you doing?
Schlossberg.
Good morning, guys. I had to interrupt because I only have them for about 5 to 10 minutes right now because we're already going to be this drop-off point. But I want to get out. Dan, you just published yet another book, which is now for sale right now. What is the name of that book?
It's called Home Run King, The Remarkable Record of Hank Aaron.
Where are they able to find that, Dan?
Amazon.com is your best place. It'll be cheaper that way, too.
Is there a Kindle edition for that?
There is, but I can't give you any information because I don't know what it is.
Oh, Kindle's digital version.
But if you go to Amazon.com, you can probably find it there too.
Yeah. No, that is cool. Dan, what happened to the Braves last night?
They don't hit. They basically don't hit. But what I object to is what I call the Manfred Man, having that automatic runner on second base. That is like a beer league. That's a disgrace to Major League Baseball.
So what do you really feel about that?
Well, Rob Manfred ought to be. He said he's not going to come up for renewing his contract in 2029. I wish he would leave now.
Wow. Dan, would you go for commissioner if I submitted your name?
I would love to.
Wow. All right. Fair enough. Should they also get rid of the pitch clock, or is that here to stay?
Pitch clock is good. It does speed up the game, but having that runner on second base really hurts the game. It distorts it. And to prove my point, they don't use it in the postseason. If it was such a good rule, why do they not use it in the postseason too?
That's right. That is true. Yeah. All right. Well, Dan, you're celebrating the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron with this book?
That is correct. 50
Wow.
years ago, April 8th, 1974, he broke Babe Ruth's record.
And that was 714, right?
That's right.
Wow. That is a big deal. Were you there when it happened, or were you
I was there.
watching it?
I was there for number 713 in Atlanta the preceding September. I did not make it on April 8th, 1974. I was not there, but I did see it on TV.
Wow. No, that is cool. So you interviewed, I believe, was it Dusty Baker or Rick Monday that was up right after or before?
Dusty Baker. Rick Monday never played with the Braves. It was Dusty Baker.
Okay. It was Dusty Baker. Did he write the forward for this book?
He did. Dusty wrote a great forward. Dusty and I have been friends since the early 70s when he was a rookie with the Braves.
Yeah. Had a wonderful career with the Dodgers. Do you remember him, Big Dog?
Of course, I loved Dusty Baker.
Who didn't love Dusty?
Yeah.
Out there in left field, and everybody was throwing bubble gum between innings. I remember that.
But better than toothpicks.
That's right. It's either the toothpick or the bubble gum, right?
Yeah, sometimes both.
Yeah. Wow. So Dan, I know we're going to have you on for an interview on your book, not necessarily right. Well, we are kind of doing it right now, but we're going to have you on officially on another program. It's going to happen in the next few weeks. We don't know the actual date, but we're going to work that out.
Okay.
Dan, what is your opinion on baseball right now? I don't know if you caught this, but recently there's an uptick in attendance for Major League Baseball. So much so that Major League Baseball is crowing about it now. That, hey, all the doomsayers, they got it wrong. Baseball is not only here to stay, but is doing much better because attendance is up across the board.
Well, that's good that attendance is up. However, I loved baseball much better in the 60s when I was growing up, when there were 8 teams in each league. The winners went directly to the World Series. You didn't have all these rounds of playoffs where the best teams could be eliminated. Look what happened last year. You had 3 100-win teams that never got past the first round. And that was ridiculous. The Braves won 104 games. They got knocked out by the Phillies in the first round. Second year in a row that happened. And those years, the Braves won 14 titles in a row, which is a record. They only got to the World Series once.
Oh, is that really 14 in a row?
Yeah, that's right.
They even beat the estimable Yankees?
They did.
Wow.
That's a major league record, 14 division titles in a row. And by the way, they're chasing their own record because this year when they win it, it'll be their 7th in a row, which is the longest active streak in baseball.
Hey, Almighty, do you think the Guardians will ever give them a run for their money?
The Guardians, the worst nickname in baseball.
Almighty, looks like you have a friend there.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about this Guardians team you're mentioning. I don't know anything about it.
Oh,
I never heard of this. I've never heard of this Guardians team.
It must be my thick accent. I apologize. I mean the.
I've heard of the Indians, but none of this Guardians crap. No, I don't know.
Well, the Indians and Braves are cousins. You know, Indians, Braves, same thing.
Are the Braves going to be changing their name?
No way.
Thank God.
Just because one team made a mistake doesn't mean another one should.
Oh!
I agree.
That was good. Now, switching gears a bit, Dan, I know that you know a bit of other sports as well. What about this thing with the Redskins in Washington?
That was a pretty blatant racist name. So that there I could see it.
Oh, on that one. Okay.
Braves is not racist. Braves is, salutes the bravery and courage and success
Yeah.
of these people.
And even Indians themselves. It's a generic thing.
And even if they change the name, the tomahawk chop is here to stay.
Are you a Braves fan, Dan?
Yeah, but how are you going to stop the tomahawk chop? I mean, so many of my friends think it's racist. Well, it's not. It's just fun. And the guy who brought it there was Deion Sanders, by the way, from the Seminoles in Florida.
Deion Sanders?
Deion, he's the guy who started it.
Wow. All right. Fair enough. Do any of my co-hosts have any questions or comments for Dan right now? Because I'm nearing the drop-off point for Dan.
I do not.
Just make sure, scorekeeper, make sure you slow down. You don't want them to tuck and roll. You let them off the right way.
All right, changing plans, Dan.
Okay.
I will be stopping.
Well, Roger's doing a great job despite what everybody says about him.
There he goes. He's part of the NDB Media family right there with that one. Oh, man. So, Dan, where is the All-Star game this year, which it will now be how many consecutive years? 51, 52?
Yeah, something like that. It's going to be in Dallas.
Oh, during the summer.
Well, they got a dome stadium there anyway.
Yeah, but
It's a dome.
4 hours, Dan. What are you going to... It's a dome.
It's a dome,
The
right?
dome.
Don't play like dome.
This is the first time you've actually been here now, right?
That's correct.
This is the Los Angeles Convention Center, and that's the famous Staples... Oh, I'm sorry. Crypto.com.
Okay.
The crypt.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to have to drop him off right now. I'm going to call back in a little bit. All right, guys?
All right.
Later.
All right.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you for joining
Thanks, Dan.
us. And
Bye.
we are out right now. All right. We'll see you guys.
Probably.
Well,
All righty.
That was good. Looking forward to that interview. What about you guys?
Very
Yeah, it
much
should
so.
be interesting.
Yep.
It's always great to hear from someone who has actually been there, during all those historic moments.
That is true. That is true. And that's the home run record that counts.
Aw.
Someone in the chat room is going to have a comment about that.
I hope so.
All righty. Sorry. Coffee had a comment, and I wanted to pick up on that. Let's see, where the hell was it at? No. Oh, I think I had it under baseball. Hold on. Ah, there we go. So I don't know if you guys saw the comment, but Comcast pulled Bally Sports channels off the Comcast lineup. So Bally Sports channels carried by the distributor Comcast went dark at the start of May after Comcast and Bally's bankrupt operator Diamond Sports Group failed to agree on a new contract, leaving Major League Baseball fans throughout the country without the ability to watch their local teams. Diamond Sports Group originally agreed to a 6-month extension with Comcast in the fall, but could not agree on a new multi-year contract by the time the deal expired on Tuesday night, prompting Comcast to pull its Bally Sports channels. Diamond Sports Group has secured a multi-year deals with 2 of the largest distributors, Charter and, as of Wednesday, DirecTV. But it was also hoping to secure a deal with Comcast ahead of the June confirmation hearings in bankruptcy court. Not doing so could significantly jeopardize Diamond's ability to emerge from bankruptcy. Diamond Sports Group, which originally filed for bankruptcy restructuring in March of 2023, operates 18 networks, many of which were distributed by Comcast under the Xfinity brand. Diamond Sports Group maintains linear rights to the following 12 teams, major league teams: the Twins, the Cardinals, the Braves, the Tigers, the Marlins, the Guardians, the Royals, the Reds, the Angels, the Rangers, the Rays, and the Brewers. So it says Comcast presence varies greatly throughout the aforementioned markets. Baseball fans in Southern California, for example, are impacted far less than those in the southeast region of the United States. Diamond Sports Group maintains streaming rights for the Marlins, Rays, Royals, and Tigers, giving fans of those teams an alternative viewing option. Local fans of the other 8 teams who subscribe to Comcast are currently unable to watch games that are not picked up nationally. I don't have to worry because I have Spectrum, so I mean, if the contract was up, they couldn't come up to an agreement, so it got pulled. It'll most likely be back, hopefully, with Comcast, but I'm not sure. What are your guys' take? Does that affect you, Almighty? Does Comcast pulling it affect you and the Guardians, or the the Indian? Sorry, I apologize.
Even before this, it was a pain trying to find the games and because you couldn't go through Spectrum. You had to go through Valley Sports to get it. It was a whole separate mess
Okay.
to try and get these games. And so even before all this started, we were fine. We had Sports Time Ohio, and they covered the Indians and the hockey team and all the Ohio, except for the NFL games. They covered like and basketball. But it was a local sports thing. It was going pretty well. And then, like you said, Comcast or Valley bottom out. And then that's when everything just went crazy.
Everything hit the fan.
You couldn't find the Indians anywhere. I'm saying Indians, they were called Indians back then when all this crap happened. So I don't know. I'm hoping that this bankruptcy thing sets these teams free to go find another deal where you can actually watch them play. Because right now it's a pain in the butt. Whoever has Valley will agree with me that it's a pain in the butt trying to, at least for us, trying to get, because we Indians were on Spectrum and then Valley bottom and then boom, they were gone. You know what I'm saying, Big Dog? Because you're lucky your team is still with Spectrum, but we're with Valley.
Well,
that's our problem.
Well, I mean, with the Angels, I mean, it's still through Bally's, but Bally's has a deal with Spectrum, whereas like with the Indians and those other teams that I mentioned, their deal is with Comcast. So I guess every region has whoever the distributor is, the main distributor. Over here in Southern California, the main distributor for cable is Spectrum. So.
You see, with me, if I do try to catch an Angels game, it would affect me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But of course, we know you don't watch the Angels. You only watch the Giants and the Dodgers.
I watch other teams too.
Yeah, when they play the Giants or the Dodgers, that's how you watch the other team. and of course, Gig had a comment the other day about Mr. Trout, since Mr. Trout, of course, I believe he tore a ligament, and he is going to undergo surgery if he hasn't already, and no timetable for his return. He was having a somewhat of a decent season already. He had already hit, I believe, 10 or 11 home runs. He was the first major leaguer to hit 10. I know that when they announced it. His batting average hadn't quite come up, but he's usually slow on the batting average, and then it slowly creeps up. But as Gig said, why does this guy keep getting hurt? And I think age has a lot to do with it now. I mean, he has been playing for a while, and unfortunately, he has had the last few seasons. I think he was hanging around Otani too much, because we all know Otani's been hurt a lot.
Right.
So let me see what he actually tore. Let's see. He's been hampered by injuries in recent years, suffered a torn meniscus in his left knee, and will require surgery. There is no timetable for his recovery. They revealed the injury on Tuesday. They said the best case scenario would be 4 to 6 weeks, but a true timeline can't be determined until doctors get a closer look at Trout's knee. Surgery is supposed to take place sometime this week, indicating that they hope it would happen by Friday. So I'll have to check on that. I didn't see any updates on it, so I'm not sure if it happened yet or not. Trout is 32, and he cannot pinpoint the moment the injury took place. He said he just thought he had a sore knee. He said it didn't really bother him, but the soreness just wouldn't go away. So that's when he went and had it checked, and that's when they saw it.
Okay. Just real quick, we got likes from Roz and Peter, and we got some love from Tony.
We got some big Philly love.
Yeah, that's right. We get that big Philly steak. But it seems like we're always reading about him being hurt.
Yeah, the last probably about, I would say, 4 to 5 seasons, it's been one thing after another. So yeah.
Okay. I don't know if this is true or not by Coffee about this guy being the biggest wimp, this Byron Buxton. So that's probably a Roger question. But I will take Coffee's word for it, though. So it's not really a question, it's just a statement. So if Coffee says it, it's true.
Yeah.
Hey, Coffee, do we know what he's out with injury, or you know what it was?
What the hell is the matter with you, Almighty?
What?
What the hell is the matter with you, Almighty? Just because Coffee
What I do
said
now?
it's true? Who are you? What have you become?
Well,
That's
you
all
weren't
you're
here.
on.
You
You're
weren't
part of
here
the
at the
Coffee
time.
train.
So scorekeeper is Byron Buxton. Is he the biggest wimp in baseball? As he is hurt again?
Being that he is a Minnesota fan, and I readily acknowledge his opinion, I would acquiesce to his opinion. There is truth to Coffee's comment, and yet I jumped all over Almighty for that, right?
Yeah, it's all right. It's all good.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's a knee soreness right now.
Okay.
So he's on his knees too much. Okay.
Got word from Jay.
May the 4th be with you guys.
Yep.
Jay's out there taking his foot fetish pics for his OnlyFans.
I don't know how well he can get grounded today, considering the weather.
He finds a way.
Excuse me. I couldn't help but laugh at that running from first to second base. And plus, yeah, hey, it's an OnlyFans site, and he needs to catch. So he needs to be out there no matter what the weather. So, is there any news from you, Liz, or Gridiron Girl?
Well, I don't know if you caught this coming across. I thought it was kind of interesting. apparently Oscar De La Hoya is definitely going to go ahead and sue Alvarez because of the fight that they had during the press conference here last week.
I did not
that's
see
Oscar
that.
De La Hoya's thing. Yeah,
Did you catch
Yeah.
that, Dog?
I
It-
saw it. I chose to ignore it. I'm tired of Oscar De La Hoya and his antics.
Do you think it's just a ploy for the fight?
No, I think he's. I mean, he's a promoter now. I mean, he's totally out of the. Of course, he doesn't fight anymore. He's way
Yeah.
past his prime, and cross dressing. But
I just thought he's a little too full of himself, I mean, demanding, that
Oscar,
effing
Oscar's
respect.
always been full of himself.
Yeah, I know, but it seems that since he has gotten more of the promotership job, it's blown up even more.
Jay says, miss you guys. Well, Jay, you know where we are. We're right here, and you're in the chat room. So where's your
Join us.
phone? You got to work your phone. Take a day off from grounding your feet. Come see us, and then you can say, "It's the Dome," all you want, and make up any other sayings you want us to, have on this show. But we miss you too, man. It's not the same without you on this show, giving us your point of view, even though sometimes it's wrong. I'm just kidding.
And you're more than welcome to bring your significant other on with you if that's the problem.
That's a true story. That's a true story.
But as far as Oscar is concerned, he over the last few years, I mean, his Golden Boy Productions, they've been more prominent as far as the promotions of the boxing events that are happening. He's not on the level of some of the other big names that the big name promoters, but it seems like he's been getting more and more full of himself as
Yeah.
as we go. And
No, I agree with you.
the whole thing with Canelo, with Canelo Alvarez, that little scuffle that they had, most of that stuff it's kind of like the wrestling part of the boxing business, where they have to make a spectacle of the pre-fight stuff so that they can garner interest in the fight itself. So when I saw that they had a scuffle, I just took it as part of the norm.
Okay.
But Oscar probably has beef with the fact that they probably crossed paths earlier, years ago when Canelo was coming up, or maybe it's because they're both Mexican, and and there could be beef there. Who knows? I mean, Canelo does have a bit of an attitude sometimes. Also, he's a hothead.
Okay.
So I mean, it could be something that he said, maybe away from the mic, or maybe on the mic. And Oscar took offense to it.
Out accused Oscar's promotions, of actually stealing money from, the different clients. So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I'd say put them in the ring together. Let Oscar kind of, get hit in the face a few times. That'll shut him up.
Just set him loose.
Yep.
That actually might work.
Oscar, he hasn't fought in about 15 years.
Easily 15.
Well,
and those last few fights were not very good for him. He was done. He fought probably about four times too many that he should have hung them up before.
Are you going to pay for the Tyson fight, Big Doug?
No. But I have a few friends that can get me the link to the fight. I did read though that this will be a sanctioned fight.
Yeah,
by one of the WBA, one of the alphabet soups out there, that this will count on their official record.
Wow.
So I've been seeing clips of their training, and Jake Paul. Is it Jake Paul? Jake Paul, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember which of one of the Paul brothers it is. But
Yeah.
Jake Paul doesn't seem to be taking this one too serious. Based on his training videos. And then you turn around and you see the training videos that Mike Tyson training. Mike looks like he's ready for a 15-round all-out battle. Mike
Yeah,
is
he
taking
does.
this extremely seriously. And he better watch out, Jake Paul, because Tyson may be, in his late 50s or, however old he is. If Mike gets a hold of him and gets that one punch, we all know the punching power of Mike Tyson. We've all seen it, and Mike can still pack a punch. So if Jake's not careful, this,
Do you think that Jake may be playing possum for the press and for Tyson to show that he maybe that they fool him and him playing around, or is this like a constant thing?
Somewhat, but the thing is, I think Jake Paul thinks he's a lot better than he actually is. Jake Paul has handpicked all his fights. When he fought Mayweather just a few years ago, that you could tell was a joke. Mayweather, didn't take it serious. He was completely out of shape, and got his whatever it was, $20-30 million for that fight.
So let me ask you this. So this is something like Tyson being Rocky and Jake being Apollo Creed in the first Rocky movie.
Somewhat. I was looking at it more like when George Foreman beat Buster Douglas.
Okay.
where it's the aging boxer with one last shot at it, and I think Tyson is going to look for that one punch just to prove that he still can do it.
All right. And that's fine. I guess I was looking at the
Yeah.
other, like a TV movie angle too, but
Oh no, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
but,
somewhat.
but go professionally. Yeah, you're right with Buster and Foreman.
Yeah.
I mean, Foreman has those girls in his glove.
The thing is with Jake Paul, I don't look at him as an actual boxer. He's doing this for the show and for the entertainment part of it. He's not actually in it to box. He's just in it for the likes and the views and bolster his TikTok and wherever else that he's on. So I don't look at Jake Paul as an actual boxer per se, in the profession.
So, but trying to say, if that's the attitude of Paul, is he in danger?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Because if you hear him in the interviews and his podcast, he's just laid back and taking it like, oh, we're just gonna have a good old time in the ring, and I'm gonna, he's talking so much BS. What he's gonna do and how he's gonna make Tyson look like an old man that he is, and I'm just gonna dance. I'm gonna dance rings around him and this and that. And I'm like, I just thinking to myself, Tyson is not a guy you want to mess with. I don't care how old he is. I don't care how long it's been since he's been out of the ring. The fact that I've watched him in his training these last couple of months, Tyson can hurt this guy.
And we all remember Tyson boxing for the video games. Gosh darn it, Tyson always kicked butt.
Yeah.
And plus, we watched him box for
Yep.
those 3 seconds around. We watched him.
Yeah. He is Coffee. I've seen a lot of his videos, and he's training
He dropped
hard.
a lot of weight too.
Yes. He is almost back down to his fighting weight.
Yes, he is.
In looking at him, it looks like he's cut. I mean, he's shredded now. Mike looks like he's ready to step back in the ring professionally for another couple of years if he wants to, if he has a good showing. And I think that's what Mike might be thinking. You know,
Yeah.
money wise, I'm not sure how much he's getting. I know he's making seven figures. He's making over $1 million. I'm not sure how much over $1 million he's making, but it's gonna be a decent payday for him. And I think Mike has the thinking of, hey, if I have a good showing, maybe I can turn this into a 3 or 4 fight deal with some promoter. So
Well, does it also put him back in the public eye and also get him maybe some more parts in movies and that kind of stuff too?
could be. I'm gonna
I
switch,
mean, he
guys. I
still
gotta go
makes
get my
appearances. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying more appearances if he wins.
yeah.
Stand down.
Oh, I am right now.
And yes, Puffy, I definitely agree with you. You
I
better
am
have
standing down.
good.
I'm
Big dog.
standing down.
Behave.
What? I'm just doing as you say. Do you want me to stand down? I said okay. Anyways, I didn't realize it's already 8 o'clock. I gotta go get my daughter real quick, so I'm gonna switch to my audio only. I'm gonna go to the car. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and if you guys can keep an eye to let me back in, I'll be back shortly. I'll
All
be right
right.
back, guys.
Sounds good. Sounds
All right.
good. Sounds good. So the big dog has left us. Scorekeeper's still in his vehicle. And Liz is with us. And
What am I not?
huh? Well, I know. I'm just saying Liz is with us, and so is Gridiron Girl.
Okay.
So, I mean, I know that you're pretty quiet there, Gridiron Girl, but do you have any news for us before we continue?
Why are we laughing?
That's the scorekeeper. You probably know something we don't.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
I'm sorry. I heard someone say that Gridiron Crow doesn't make noise. I'm sorry. I apologize. All I can say is, not that I'm no one to do so, but I'm going to. I am so proud of Gridiron Girl. I've known her for almost 20 years now, and she was so against
Yes,
wanting to ever
still
be on
kind
the
of am.
radio, much less even on the internet. And look at where you are now, young lady. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. So, with that said, no, I do not.
Oh, okay.
All that praise and
Hey, Gridiron Girl, I thought I was the shy one.
Right?
Oh no, it took 7 or 8 years before she even called in.
Oh, wow.
Yes. I'm a
Yeah, it took a long
nice
time.
and slow.
This was a very long courtship, sadly.
okay.
Well, I'm glad she's here.
Yay.
Yeah, yeah.
But
More the
anyway,
merrier.
I will be going off air. I'm going to be in the back in my garage in about 5 minutes.
Thank you for the warning.
So I'll see you guys in a moment.
Just kidding.
Well, then I guess you're never going to call in because
Okay,
no
I'll
one gets
buy
a
you a
big payday.
Starbucks card, coffee.
What is he saying? I can't read his. I will never.
Big
What?
payday.
I don't even want to read it.
Do they still make those big payday bars? Get them one of those. Then maybe that'd be enough. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. Oh no, I'm just going through this. We went through a lot of stuff here in the last few hours. It is 11:05, so and we've gone through quite a bit in the last couple hours. Football and boxing with Michael Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
So, and So, and
Hey, why don't you, instead of me doing it, why don't you, because I noticed, oh no, I guess it was Scorekeeper that made the comment regarding the 4 point play that Tyrese Massey had the NBA it changed on the scoring. Did
I
you
don't
see
know.
that article?
I didn't see that. No, that's
Okay.
we're gonna have to wait for the dog.
Yeah. Well,
But what I can do, what I usually do when we get to this point, is I fill time with the baseball standings.
oh, okay. That's a good idea.
So I mean, if I can do the American League, I can do both leagues. But if someone wants to do the National League, that's fine too. It doesn't matter. We can make it a family affair. But I will start, and as of yesterday, the standings are: Orioles have snuck their way into first place with 21-11, 1 game ahead of the Yankees with 21-13. The Red Sox are 18-15, 3.5 out. The Blue Jays are 15-18. They are 6.5 out, and the Rays are also 15-18 at 6.5 out. In the American League, the Cleveland Indians are 20-12. The Royals are 20-13, a half game out. The Twins are 18-13. They're 1.5 games out. 2 games out are the Tigers at 18-14, and the White Sox are crushing it at 6-26. They are 14 games out, and I think they've been eliminated already from the playoff standings. In the American League West, the Mariners 17-15. The Rangers are 17-16, a half game out. The Athletics are 1.5 games out at 16-17. And both the Astros and the Angels are 12-20, 5 games out. Did anyone bring up the National League, or should I go ahead?
Go ahead, because I'm trying to do it, but my other equipment's running slow.
Blame it on your equipment.
Yeah, well,
In the National League, then, we have the East, and we have the Philadelphia Phillies at 20-11. The Braves are 20-10, a half game out. The Nationals are at 500, 16-16. They are 5.5 games out. And so are the Mets. They're at 500. They're 5.5 out, and they're doing a lot better than, I guess they started off pretty badly. So they have recovered a little bit here, or have recovered quite a bit. Now the Marlins are 9-25, 13.5 out. We have the Brewers up in Milwaukee, and they're 20-11 over there in the Central. The Cubs are 19-14, 2 games out. The Reds are 500, 16-16, 4.5. The Cardinals are 15-17, 5.5 out. And the Pirates are 7 games out at 14-19. Over the National League West, we have the Dodgers. They're 21-13. So that should make Gridiron Girl pretty happy.
Very happy.
Any future games coming up there, Gridiron Girl?
What? Going to one?
Yes, any upcoming games?
Not at. I'm planning to, but not yet. I went. I went to one a few weeks ago, though.
yes, I noticed.
I think
Yeah,
we talked about that, and you said you had a good time.
had a great time. Yes,
Good weather for it.
it was beautiful. I was at the no. I was nosebleed section, but it was perfect. It was nice.
Right. Well, you got in, and you got to see your Dodgers, even though you probably needed binoculars.
Right.
Well, okay. The Padres, they're right behind them. Well, not right behind them. They're 4.5 out at 17-18.
Yeah.
The Giants are 15-18. They're 5.5 out. The Diamondbacks, 14-19. They're 6.5 out. And the mighty Rockies are 8-24. They are 12 games out of first place. So some interesting stuff going on in the standings right now. I know it's early, and Coffee has informed me. I just saw this that the Twins somehow have won 11 games in a row. So
Okay.
that is, let's see, that would be So that they're in the same as the Indians, so they have pushed their way to. Well, I guess they're 18-13. They've won their last 10. But you said 11. So they are applying pressure to the Royals and the Indians at this time, says they're 111 in a row. Is this a fluke, Coffee, or is this something to look forward to? Or is this, or do you feel they're going to fall off whenever you get a chance to answer that question? So, uh, and so anyway,
Would you say an 11 straight streak?
yeah, they won 11 straight. That's what he said. He said somehow they have won 11 straight. So I'm just asking if that's for real or if this is some kind of early season miracle.
Yeah, miracle would be the word.
Oh, okay. That explains it. They played the White Sox and the Angels recently, just beating teams they should. Okay, yeah, that happened. Yeah, that's that a team usually. Yeah, teams do hit that part of the schedule. If they're not the Angels, they win a few games. And so let's see. Blah blah blah. So here I have some NBA playoff scores here from yesterday. The Mavericks beat your Clippers 114-111. So Dallas wins 4-2. The Magic beat the Cavaliers 103-96. So that series is tied 3-3. The Knicks took care of the 76ers 118-115. And the Pacers took care of the mighty Bucks 120-98 to win that 9-2. And the Magic and the Cavs play tomorrow at 1 to take care of that 7-game series. And the first game between the Timberwolves and the Nuggets is today at 7 p.m. So everyone, exciting basketball is taking place. And I want everyone to understand that. I mean, I know baseball is going on and, we're talking about the NFL, but there is exciting basketball in the playoffs going on, especially with the Cavaliers winning, and they should hopefully win tomorrow and move on. And we got a few others here. Big Dog, was Big Dog here? Yeah, Big Dog.
Yeah.
I tried to do some basketball and I failed miserably. I mean, I was sucking air. I could, I'm not the basketball man, but I did my best.
You're fine.
Yeah,
You
NorCal
did good.
had a question about a 4-point play. Did you, NorCal?
Well, actually, the change going back from the official score to now going back and redoing the changes with Massey's game-changing 4-pointer. Everybody's saying it shouldn't have counted.
Oh, that. I mean, on the 2-minute report, that's what it's for, so that they acknowledge any mistakes that they made. But you can't go back and do anything about it. I mean, they're just admitted they made a mistake. They're one of the few in pro sports that actually publishes their mistakes. They say, "Hey, we messed up. We're going to try and do better." But there was no protest that was filed or anything, because the teams, just like all the other teams, you can file a protest and see what happens. But no protest was filed, so it is what it is.
For everyone in the chat room, I placed an article regarding that unfair rule and Charles Barkley calling it out. And while the NBA does do that report, I really don't understand the purpose of it when you consider that they're saying, hey, you know what? Here's the issue. This is what happened down the game. We messed up. What does that do? It really doesn't do anything. While it is forthcoming for the NBA to do so, and it is a good thing, you're only infuriating the fans more by saying the NBA says, okay, we acknowledge there was a mess up, but what do we do about it? Not a thing.
Exactly.
So I don't get that. And while Big Dog did mention that they're the only league that does it, which is true, at least internally, the other leagues do it, but they'll never admit to it because look at what we have in the uproar when it comes to that replay. And I want to give a shout out to Cuervo. Good morning, Cuervo. Thank you for being in the chat room. I'm sending you the link. You never know. Maybe he'll go ahead and join us. But I really believe it's just frustrating that the leagues will not acknowledge their errors, but then you have the NBA that does. Okay, great, but what are you going to do about it? That's why, folks, you have to trust the referees. If you're going to have the sport, you're going to have to live with it. You're going to have to die with it. What is the
Exactly.
point of having replay if it's also only limited? Yes, you have levels of abuse. Teams will abuse that, but the joke in the NFL is you don't even know what a catch is right now. The NBA, there's no 3-point. I'm sorry, there's no one traveling. And in Major League Baseball, there's another article about now they've made the game too protective for catchers that now the runners are in danger. Replay has devastated sports as we know them, and I am very much still against replay. They never get them right anyway. What is the freaking point? So if you're gonna have replay, why do you have refs?
Well, with the NFL and the replay and the catch, if you slow something down slow enough, yeah, you're going to see the ball move because the ball moves. But then then it's not a catch. I mean, a catch should be looked at in real time and make the call that way. Like, I mean, slowness. I mean, if you're going to slow it down, and like you said, Rod, what is a catch? We think it's a catch. We don't know it's a catch. A receiver, and the NFL doesn't, and the players don't know what a catch is. They just hope the refill. I'm sorry about that. The replay goes in their favor. I mean, the thing is, when a runner crosses the goal line, we know it, right? I mean, it's plain. He crosses that plane, but then we have to look at it a receiver 100 times to see if he made that catch for a first down across the plane. And and they say that they still take forever to do it. And if you have time to go to a commercial during a replay, then the call on the field should stand and we should move on.
Coffee says, I've watched so many hockey games this year. The NHL has about a dozen Angel Hernandez's. That is rather funny.
Oh,
I actually do find that funny.
Is wow.
Thank you, Mario. Yes, may the fourths be with you as well. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. And we'll see. Maybe he will join us. Folks, I understand. Look, Almighty.
Yes.
Okay. Before I ask you this question, it's dumb. You guys all know my opinion on instant replay. There's no place for it anywhere in sports. None. If you have refs out in the field, there's no point of having a replay. That's my gosh darn opinion. Because that's all it is. It's an opinion. Almighty, are you for or against replays in the way that they are now? Let me narrow the question. Are you okay with the way the replays are done in sports right now?
Well, no, because they're not right all the time, and it's just a waste of time. Like, I think there's refs out there, and we've been dealing with these. And if it's a bad call, then it's a bad call. We've been dealing with this crap before we play, and we can still deal with it. But they want to appease so many fans that whine that they let this stuff go. And how far will replay go? I mean, we already got. Well, the New York is going to call and then review the play, right? I mean, anybody, it's like, well, the coach does not have to throw out a red flag all the time. Sometimes New York calls and says, wait, no, let's look at it again. And the refs are getting second guessed, and I don't know how they feel about being second guessed. They're probably used to it, and they get a big paycheck, so I guess maybe but still, when you, to answer your question, I don't think replay should stand the way it is now. They should let these guys play and let things fall as they may. And then that's what gives us fun on Saturday. Then we can argue about the call.
Should they get rid of replay then, in your opinion?
I think you've gone too far to get rid of all of it.
Okay.
I mean,
I like that.
But to be nitpicky the way they are, like I said, if they have to go to a commercial during a replay, that means that let the play stand. Let's just move on. That's a lot of time. And
Okay.
these games are already going 3 hours, right, Raj?
Oh, I remember when they went 4 hours. NorCal
Yeah.
girl, what is your
No.
opinion?
I agree 100%. If you cannot take, what was seen, what was called there on the field at the time, you need to stand by it. Otherwise, why even be hiring these refs? And I also agree with kind of what Almighty said. Yes, we have gone too far as some of our stuff, but I do think that replays could be useful, but not to judge a call, just simply if it was an awesome play. Other than that, they don't need to be there.
Oh, so you're completely against replays. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Coffee has a comment. Robot umpires for sure.
God.
Replaying hockey works enough where I don't have an issue. And then Aisha says the man on the ground was always the person in charge, i.e. the official. Now you have 20 bloody cameras calling that official wrong. Either take the official's word or get rid of them. Big Dog.
I agree with what Almighty was saying about we've gone too far with replay to get rid of it. But at the same time, we've been shown instances, especially in baseball, and a certain umpire that we all talk about, who is probably the worst umpire in history of baseball, and he's still there. Even though replay has shown time and time again that this guy, it's not even close to being right, but yet he still has a job. So why even bring it up anymore? We say trust the officials, but if the official is that bad, how can the umpires union justify keeping him in the majors when day in and day out, no matter what position he plays, whether it's home, first, second, or third, and he gets them completely wrong. I mean, it's not even close, but yet he still has a job.
But you're talking a one-off, not
Okay, but still.
Wait. No, hold on. Big Dog, give me a moment. What do you mean one-off?
Sure.
You're talking about one particular individual calling bad calls continuously, and yes, he has. You're not talking about, every single ref or whatever out there.
No, but it still makes them all look bad. It's just like you get one bad cop, makes all the cops look bad. You get one bad ref, makes all the refs look bad.
And let me add to that a little bit that I wish I would have saved it. There is an umpire that's worse than Angel Hernandez.
Yes,
That's
I
not
know.
possible.
It's not possible, Roger. I think you're pulling our leg.
And that's fine. That's fair. I saw the article where the guy was calling the
percentage-wise, this guy's worse. Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah. But no one says anything about him. He's a nice guy because he doesn't pick fights, doesn't do anything.
Supposedly Angel Hernandez is a nice guy. Everybody says away from the
no,
field, he's the best guy in the world. You want to have a beer with him. You want to go out to dinner with him. You want to have a barbecue with him. Just that he makes horrible calls.
Ooh, I never wanted to have that with an ump or whatever.
No, but that's what a lot of players are saying. They said before the game and after the game, the guy's like the best guy in the world.
So I mean,
So maybe
as
the
far
game is fixed then, because for someone to actually say that, oh, he's a real nice guy and everything. I'm not being argumentative with you, big dog. I'm being argumentative with that argument in that you say he's a nice guy. I said, well, how the hell do you know? You're not supposed to associate with him to begin with. So
well,
that's
I mean, you and
interesting.
I both. I mean, you and I both know as well as everyone else. The refs, the umpires, they all talk before and after the game. We see them, chatting, especially at basketball. When the guys are in warm-ups and the refs are out there, they'll go up to each other and they'll just start talking. You'll see them laughing and all that. And then when the game starts, then it's he's an a-hole, he's this, he's that. But before and after the game, they're like, hey, bud, da da da. So I'm not saying they're actually going out and having beers. The players are saying he's the type of guy you would want to go out and have a beer with. I didn't say they were actually doing that, but that's what these players are saying. This was an article from maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it was talking about Angel Hernandez and how bad his strike zone was, because there was a couple of instances where the strike zone was really, really bad. And they were saying, oh, yeah, they interviewed like 4 or 5 different players, and they all said, oh, yeah, Angel's a great guy, before and after the game. He's a guy you want to have dinner with. He's a guy you want to have a beer with. Just that he makes bad calls.
Lethal Migraine says, what I don't like in hockey is if the lineman misses an offsides and 25 seconds later a team scores a goal and the other team can challenge the offsides call that had no actual effect on the game. They need to get rid of that. Okay. I saw that happen in one game. I agree with you, Hawk. I was going to say hockey. Lethal Migraine. If an official is wrong consistently, Aisha says, then it's up to the governing body to either remove them or retrain them to get it right. But he is still the guy in charge, so his word is final. Yes, I agree. I've told you the stories of, and I think Ignacio will join me one of these days, where we had the ump that called him over our head. It was stupid. It was stupid. This umpire was calling him. And our coach, we all gasped, and coach said, that's where he's calling him. That's what you do. So we were taught, you just not to argue with the ump. You know where a strike zone is. Deal with it. Shut up. Go get to
When
it.
it's that scorekeeper, when it's that bad, and you guys are on the level you guys work. I mean, it wasn't Major League Baseball. So no, I know. So the point I was gonna say is when the call's that bad, can't the catcher kind of miss the pitch and it accidentally hits the umpire to say, hey, get the goddamn calls right?
I'm not prepared to answer that right now because there's someone in the chat room which I respect and admire. Not that I don't respect and admire everyone watching. Cuervo says, I think the problem in Major League Baseball is that the home plate umps get to use their own personal strike zones. If there was a way to use a standardized strike zone for all umps, if you revert from it or just call the correct ball strikes, that can. Cuervo, in 1988, Major League Baseball standardized the strike zone. Why doesn't Major League Baseball enforce its own rules? You heard Dan Schlossberg earlier saying that he is okay with the clock, but he wants to get rid of that extra runner that shows up in extra innings. If the rule is so good, why don't they have it in the playoffs? I agree with that. So air warning red. Repeat, air warning red over in Ohio. Anyway, the whole thing about the zone being standardized, it's been done over and over and over. Major League Baseball doesn't enforce its own rules. Folks, baseball doesn't need a pitch clock. It's in the rules already. A pitcher can only take so many seconds. Baseball, I think, what is that phrase? You cut off your nose beside yourself or whatever.
You cut off your nose to spite your face.
You cut off your nose to spite your face, yeah.
Enforce the rules now. Anyone who's gone to a baseball game with me sees me losing my mind when rules aren't enforced. It's not that I didn't know or I know more than others. It's because I saw managers beat umpires by going, hey, here's the rule book. that the players didn't know, the umpires didn't even know, and they would win. So I started to read the rule book. Big Dog knows I have a rule book right here in my desk. And that's the way I've lived. I follow the rules because most people don't have the time to read them. I know baseball's always had its pitch clock. So sorry, I'm going on.
Billy Barton, famous.
Jeez.
The whole George Brett home run thing, because he knew the rules.
The rules are you cannot have a foreign substance that exceeds the handle the width of home plate. It's a rule. It's been there for all eternity. He knew it. Brett, he hit the home run off Goose Gossage, and he went out. Said, "Measure the bat." It's like I didn't know that rule until Billy Martin pulled it out. But I was like 9 years old when that happened. But I learned that rule. So, guys, I've gone to minor league baseball games recently, last year's, and it frustrates me that I don't see these guys communicating. And I've been commenting, this is A ball. They're not teaching them fundamentals. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. Well, how can you teach the game if you yourself don't know the game?
Exactly.
And that's what's happening. You guys were talking about the whole injury stuff earlier. Remember, this program had the chance to have Tommy John, the Tri-State Sports guys, interview Tommy John. And what did Tommy John say? Throw more. Look at what the Braves did in the 90s. They threw every day. Now they treat them like little, I can't say it anymore because it's probably racist, but little China dolls. I think they're still called that, but you know what I mean. And look, I'm losing my mind, and I'm sorry.
They coddle him too much.
Yes, there's the word, coddle. Yeah, look, well then, yes, you're right. Don't make rules if you don't follow and enforce them. Makes no sense. I agree, Cuervo. Thank you for agreeing with me. Aisha says, too many rules ruin a game, then slow it down or cause problems. If there's a rule about time, then stick to it. If it's about the bat length, stick to it. Don't add a rule on top of a rule. I agree. The beauty of the sports is if you followed the rules when they were first invented, the games are beautiful. What football did is over the last 30 years is they tweaked the game so that it could be played in 3 hours. Do you guys remember when they were 4-hour plus football games?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I look back, that they were hard. They were hard. But I think what football did to tweak its game was good. Now, all these other rules, I'm not that much of an aficionado to lose my mind over it. But if they're going to get rid of the kickoff, what are you doing? What are you doing? So, but
now on the kickoff, they're just going to play patty cake because that's how close they'll be to each other.
I will tell you this, though. I still stand by my words. When you look at professional athletes, when they get into fights, there's no such thing. They're just patty cake pushing matches. If you guys want to see fights, minor leagues. Oh, man, these kids are 18, 19, 20. If you push, they're throwing. I've told people that these minor league games, when the players fight, they're hockey games. Oh, forget about hockey. Coffee says 22 guys currently in the majors are hitting under 200. Major League Baseball has gotten really bad, and I cannot argue with that. But I did see that article, folks, that the attendance is up in baseball. So I can't argue with that. I'm an attendance guy. I get that. That's good for baseball. More people are going to games. Football fans, some former people that I knew used to love to throw it in my face that NFL attendance was going up and up and up, and baseball was going down and down and down. What do? Now, it's turned. So baseball doesn't care what anyone else. It's just, I just wish they would follow their own rules. So I went off on a tangent. I haven't been on air in 2 months, so go figure.
That's fine. I need to take off here.
Why?
If you no,
All right, get the hell out of here.
I am. I'm gonna go enjoy some free comic book day. And
Oh my God! Today's free comic book day. Yes.
yeah, besides
can't
being
believe
the Force Day, so it's a double day.
So what's the Marvel movie that's been released this weekend?
I have no clue.
We tried to figure that out and we couldn't.
Oh wow. Okay, fair enough.
But the way it's going, I don't know. I didn't find out. I'm just waiting for Deadpool and Wolverine. Then that'll be probably the top movie of the summer as far as superheroes. Superheroes.
Yeah,
go.
it is.
But anyway, you guys have a good rest of the show. It's good seeing you again, Roger. I hope that you can continue to show up.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here next week.
Well, nobody's
no.
going to be here next week.
Actually, no one is going to be here, folks. As
That's-
you all know,
yeah.
we are going to be taking next Saturday off, in honor of Mother's Day, but specifically in honor of Aisha and Janet. So, we miss Janet already, and we are sorry at her passing. She was part of the family, and Aisha, I can't imagine what you're going through, young lady, but we're going to go silent next week. And it is Mother's Day in the United States and across the Latin world. I don't know where else in the world it is, but yeah, we're going silent next week. We will not be on air. At least Sports Talk with the Guys will not. So
Everyone take care and have a good week.
thank you, Almighty. Get out of here.
I will.
Goodbye. Get out.
Yeah.
Goodbye. He's gone. All right. Aisha says soccer game lasts 90 minutes, 2 parts of 45 minutes with a halftime break. Soccer is the biggest game in the world because it's simple and everyone sticks to the basic rules. Yes. The only thing about soccer is the flopping. That's it.
Yeah,
Deal with the flopping.
a lot of
It's
flopping.
just, it's so annoying. Basketball has kind of gotten a grip on the flopping, as a matter of fact. And look, I mention flop, and there's the big dog. Big dog, would you? I was talking about soccer and the flopping right now and how bad it was or is. Has basketball kind of beaten the flop? Has it gone away?
No, look at
I don't.
LeBron, one of the worst ones.
Ah.
It-
We
It's
did get
actually
an update.
gotten worse.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry about that, big dog. I'm all over the place. I interrupted you and I should not have. I was so excited that we got 2 responses. Deadpool and Wolverine is July 26th. And Tony says the new Marvel movie, Captain America New World Order, is yesterday.
Thank you, Tony. We were going crazy trying to figure it out.
Thanks,
No,
really
you guys weren't.
special.
Yes, Tony is special. Where the hell are you, Tony? You at a yard sale?
New World
What
Order. Isn't that next year? Not yesterday?
I don't know. That's what
I
Tony
believe
said.
it's next year. I believe it's next year. Because there's no Marvel. The Deadpool Wolverine is the newest one, and I don't think there's another one till next year. I believe it's that Captain America one.
Tony, you forgot. Oh, he's at a garage sale. I did catch some of that when I was driving. So, folks, you met Dan Schlossberg. Since he was willing to do that interview on Saturday, sucker, he's going to be joining us more on Saturdays. I don't know if I can handle a Brave point of view, though.
Yeah,
He is a Braves fan. He is a hardcore
I could
Braves fan.
tell.
Yeah. But
And
he's
who won
been,
yesterday?
oh, they got falumped,
Mhm.
walloped, beat. They got everything. So, yeah. Hey, did you guys have a chance to discuss how NBC? I mean, I know it's rumored, but apparently they're gonna try to get the TV rights. They're gonna try to wrestle them away from Warner Brothers TNT. Did you guys have a chance to discuss that?
For football or for what?
Basketball.
Oh, yeah, I read that.
Okay. Did you guys have a chance to comment about
We
it?
haven't discussed it, no.
Okay. All right. Now, Did you guys talk about the Lakers firing of Darvin Ham?
We haven't really talked basketball at all.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because there are a few things. Look, I guess very quickly in Major League Baseball, I know you discussed Mike Trout knee surgery. The Angels are expecting him to return this season, but that's it. That's all they have. Matt Kemp surprised me. I thought he last played in 2020. He is retired from Major League Baseball. And I don't know if you guys, when you were talking baseball, Jonathan Papelbon went after Stephen A. Smith. Did you guys have a chance to go over that?
Not
No.
yet.
Okay. I'm going to share that article with everyone in the chat room as well as the co-hosts. Papelbon, who is, well, you know what? It is what it is. I mean, this is, yeah, whatever. But very quickly, as you know, the feud was ignited when Smith, who is known for his outspoken opinions on ESPN's First Take, criticized Los Angeles Angels star Mike Trout over a meniscus tear. Apparently, Papelbon didn't miss words hitting out Smith, alleging that he had been banned from the Philadelphia Phillies clubhouse during his time with the Philadelphia Inquirer in the late 2000s. According to Papelbon, he received insider information from a clubhouse attendant who claimed that Smith was banned for allegedly snooping through the manager's office and trainer's room, a claim that further fueled Papelbon's disdain for the ESPN personality. But Papelbon did not stop there. He escalated the attacks by likening Smith to the former president, Mr. Trump, branding him as more narcissistic than Donald Trump. I find that hard to believe, but so be it. Says he's one of the most narcissistic people you could come across. That okay. And he says, that's not what the game needs, Papelbon told Foul Territory. Everybody wants to tune into media. I get it. But at the end of the day, you have to be responsible for the stuff that you say. And ESPN holds him accountable for the stupid stuff that he says. But guess what? Who's going to keep doing it? I've always looked at this guy like a complete joke and really shady. When you get kicked out of a major league clubhouse, you should never be able to be a journalist ever again. I challenge ESPN to do something about it. I challenge ESPN to either fire him or cut his pay or do something about it because nobody wants to listen to his expletive. Because everybody knows that it's just for likes, it's just for followers. He really doesn't actually know what he's saying. This is just another idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, was this Papelbon including himself in that line? Because we all know how Papelbon is, who is quite a bit of an idiot himself. But I don't know. He's trying to defend Trout, I suppose. I don't know. Do you guys
If I
have
remember,
any?
if I remember correctly, I think it was more to the fact of why is Trout getting injured so often? I think was Stephen A's take.
Yep.
And Papelbon was defending that part of it. But I think it's hilarious where he's saying, oh, they need to do something about Stephen A. They need to fire him, which is not going to happen because he brings in ratings, and they need to cut his pay. And I'm thinking, okay, when you were doing your stupid stuff, because as you just said, Papelbon is and was an idiot. What would you have thought about when they said, oh, we're going to cut your pay?
So he is saying that Stephen A. Smith, and you guys know I have no love for Stephen A. Smith. I have to put that out there. But I acknowledge he is where he is. He's worked his way up. Dude, he is what he is. So fine. I'm jealous of it, so use that as you want. This thing with him saying that Stephen A. Smith was kicked out of there because he was snooping through the manager's stuff and in the training room. Okay, great. Okay, if he did do that, he should be fired for that. What about you when you reached out and you try to choke your former player or your former teammate?
Exactly.
Remember that.
Hello, idiot, Papelbot. I'm curious. So he snooped. He should be fired. You attacked a teammate. Hello, Papal idiot. I'm just curious.
Was it Strasburg? No, he
No,
attacked.
it was the catcher who became an outfielder.
Yeah, yeah, the heir apparent.
I'm not prepared to argue that as well, Lethal Migraine, but he does seem clueless on many things. I mean, he's gotten it wrong. I mean, this is an A1 dog, alpha personality that thinks he's right on everything.
He's
Look,
entertaining.
his stupidity is entertaining. I mean, when he talks about women having to know their place,
Well, yeah.
okay, remember that. Remember, this is the jackass that said, "Oh, well, women need to know their place," implying you need to shut up before the man belts you. Remember that? Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. This idiot. Okay.
That's what I
So
was going to say. I don't find him entertaining. I find him Neanderthal and makes my blood boil.
yes, and you guys know I went after him over some other stuff several years ago when he wasn't answering, when NJ.com had something on him, and I kept for weeks and weeks saying, "Come on, Stephen A. Smith, come on, why don't you answer?" You know what? Hey, Stephen A. Smith, it is what it is. Consider the source. All of a sudden, he's on Trout because he's getting hurt many times. Trout's an older man now. I acknowledge Trout getting hurt. I think it's a travesty. Look at what he's done in his career. It's a bummer. I blame the Angels training staff. Why is he getting hurt so often? It's not him. You're questioning Trout being lazy getting hurt, or he's being stupid getting hurt? Who would ever say that about Mike Trout? So Papelbon, okay, you went to defend Mr. Trout. I don't think Trout needs your defense. Stephen A. Smith, come up with a better cogent. Oh, there you go, Mr. Smith. Did that give you a little Woody right there? Come up with a cogent argument. Otherwise, shut up. Stephen A. Smith is one of those people, every time you see him, your first inclination is to want to punch him in the face. I don't know.
No, I agree with Dream on that one.
Well, anyway. Gridiron Girl, you said you find him entertaining, correct? Hola! She hit the wrong button.
Oops.
Oops. You find him entertaining?
He has her spectacles
Okay.
on.
The reason why I do is because he comes on my well, he is on my soap opera every once in a while.
Which soap opera is that? Which one is that?
General Hospital.
Really? He's
Is it
on General
really?
Hospital?
Yes. Since I was a little tight.
Wow, that was
Tight.
before me.
So, anyways,
I don't remember him being on General Hospital.
he gets
Really?
he's currently, but not. It's every once in a while he comes out.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
that's the entertaining part. As far as him being, the other comments, no, I don't agree.
What do you mean today is Pablo Day? What is that?
What's
May
Pablo
4th.
Day?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know what Pablo Day is. What's that? As in
Pablo Picasso or Pablo
Yeah.
Escobar?
Yeah, there are a few Pablos there. Yeah. Pablo Raya, classmate of mine. Come on, Gridiron Girl. Come on.
I don't know who Pablo is.
I thought you said yeah. Or did you, Queen of the Herd?
No, I didn't say a thing.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well, all right. I don't know if you guys want to add any more on that.
No, that's enough
But
of that.
the Padres did strike a blockbuster deal. It's all been confirmed. Apparently, it's only waiting for the medical authorization. But Luis Reyes is now a Padre. And I'm jumping the gun because I don't like doing this. But it looks like they have one of the best second basemen now. And I got to give it to the Padres, even though they didn't do very well. I've got to give it to this team that spent money to compete, and they did it for several years. But hey, You know, it's going to take a little bit more. The Dodgers
Mm-hmm.
realized that the Padres were a serious team, insofar as the Dodgers just outspent them. That's so funny. It's still hard for me to say. Lethal Migraine says Pablo Lopez, every time he starts, the Twins make a huge deal out of it. They even have a special ticket offer when they get a Venezuelan colored themed jersey, or money goes to charity. That's cool.
Oh,
Yeah, that is cool. All right. Um, in Yankee news, CC Sabathia, Mr. Big Mac Value Meal, has been inducted into the Guardians Hall of Fame. Good for him. And yeah, I don't think I really have very much other baseball news other than maybe we'll talk about the league's blocking rules in about 2 weeks. There
I have a
was,
few things.
go ahead, please.
So one of them is the Marlins have a new minority owner as Microsoft Vice Chair and President Brad Smith and his wife Kathy Suris Smith have purchased a stake in the Mariners, becoming just the third addition to the team's ownership since 1992. The team announced the addition of the Smiths to the Mariners partnership group on Wednesday. They are the first additions to the ownership structure since Hall of Famer Ken Griffey Jr. joined them in 2021. It doesn't say the percentage or how much, but it is a minority deal. Also, former Dodgers pitcher, or maybe I'm not sure if he's former or current, actually. Ex-Dodger, so former Dodger Julio Urias pleads no contest. He did that on Wednesday to the misdemeanor domestic battery charges tied to his September arrest on suspicion of domestic violence. Urias was placed on 36 months of summary probation and ordered to complete 30 days of community labor, as well as a 52-week domestic violence counseling course. A spokesman for the LA City Attorney's Office said. In addition, Urias, 27, must pay a domestic violence fund fee, not possess any weapons, and not use any force or violence, and pay restitution to the victim and abide by a protective order. It says the 4 other misdemeanor charges against him, an additional count of domestic battery involving a dating relationship, as well as 1 count each of spousal battery, false imprisonment, and assault, were all dismissed. He was originally arrested on September 3rd on suspicion of felony domestic violence for an incident that occurred in the parking lot of BMO Stadium after the soccer match there. And I do remember that. So
Yes, and a Dodger fan who was defending him at the time said, "Oh no, oh no, no, this is trumped up." And it's like, wait a minute, this is his second charge in under 5 years.
yeah,
And Dodger fan was denying that it was happening, and there was video from multiple places, the security cameras as well as people. Unfortunately, everyone knows who this kid is, and they were recording. Now, as far as all the other charges being dropped, I get it because they made a deal. He pleaded no contest, and he got all this other stuff, and they made the deal. And I just, I'm generalizing now. I'm not talking about this kid. I think this kid is troubled. I hope he can resolve his anger issues. I think he's not done with baseball yet. Someone's going to give him a chance, but he's radioactive right now. So, but someone will give him a chance sooner rather than later. Because after all, oh God, I can't believe I was going to make a joke of it.
Money talk.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
Money talks.
Well, money talks, but I think everyone who knows me knows what I was going to say, which is a sad truth. I mean, after all, what did he do? He hit a woman.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the sad truth. That's all they're going to say. I mean, what did he do? He didn't kill
anybody.
animals.
He
He
just slapped her on
didn't
the
shoot
butt.
anyone. It was a domestic issue, so it's what happened in his own place. Well, the problem with it is the last one was public. I forget about the first one. I think he was arrested at home where he was at. The domestic. I don't
I
remember.
thought it was a restaurant.
Yeah, you got me, buddy.
I don't remember. Yeah, it's been a while for since that first one.
Second one was like somewhere in a public place, and like
Yeah, it was downtown at the
call it-
LAFC Knights
Yeah.
soccer stadium.
Look, yeah, I'm sorry, Urias. I think you're a talented individual, but you're a lefty. You're proving the truth of what they say about lefties. $1 million arm, 10-cent head. Hopefully, someone can get in there, dude, and help you get together because these anger issues, they're going to destroy you and they're going to destroy people around you. I hope you can get better, and I hope you find good people in your life. I don't want to see people fail. I don't. I want to see them do well. But the reality is, he pleaded no contest. That's on your record for life, folks. Nolo contendere. So that's Latin for I do not argue. I do not contest it. So
All right.
did you have another baseball story, or that was that?
I have a couple more. Major League Baseball extended the Major League Draft League through the year 2030 and announced plans to expand by 2 teams to make it 8. The Draft League launched in 2021 following the reorganization that trimmed the minor leagues and started play with 6 teams that have been in the Eastern Carolina and New York Penn leagues. This season, starts June 4th with State College at Trenton, Frederick at West Virginia, and Mahoning Valley at Williamsport. Each team is scheduled for 80 games. Major League Baseball said Thursday that 133 players from the draft league have been picked in the amateur draft, and 103 had signed as free agents. And what do you think about that, Raj? Scorekeeper.
It's absolutely hilarious that Major League Baseball pared down the minor leagues, and now
they started this up,
and they're bringing more back. It's like, hey, whatever. It was a mistake back then. It's a mistake now. They should just go back to what they did. But the reality was, if you want to look at it money-wise, this is why Major League Baseball cut it down. The Yankees, for instance, had 6 minor league teams. They were the only. Actually, no. I forget. There was another team, but most teams only have 3: single, AA, and AAA. You have rookie leagues, you have Gulf Coast leagues, you have winter ball, and then you also have high A ball, and then I think I mentioned rookie. So there are the teams that have more money invest in more. And, the other teams were crying foul about it. Instead of investing like the Yankees, they're like, well, we should pare down, and we're spending too much on talent. And they cut it. And it was really a shame. You want to grow an audience? Put a team where there's no team. Duh. So, whatever. Sorry, that screed is over with. I want to welcome everyone who's watching, folks. Let us know who you are and where you hail from. We're entering 9 a.m. Pacific time, 12 noon Eastern time in a moment. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday on the NDB Media Network. Please follow us on the Chiron down there at the bottom, the ticker, the flow, whatever you want to call it. Some people call it the ticker down there. But check us out. Like, subscribe, please. The old folks really love that, and it makes us feel good. And just newses in honor of one of our own, in memoriam, Sports Talk with the Guys will not be on next week. So it is Mother's Day weekend, so we'll see. The professionals do return on June 5th, and it will be at 6 p.m. Pacific time. So actually, yeah, I think it is 6 p.m. I'll have to check that one. I also want to give a quick shout out to everyone who's given us a like so far. And if you've already done that, sorry. Jay, Rosalind, Tony, Peter, and Gridiron Girl, thank you very much for the likes on Facebook. We appreciate it. We love it. And thank you, thank you, thank you. So, did
Basketball
anyone
time?
watch the draft? The
Yes.
NFL draft. I actually did this year. What
Me
happened,
too.
Gridiron Girl?
We got what we wanted.
And this is the San Diego team, right?
No, there's not a San Diego team.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Los Angeles Chargers.
Jeez.
Okay. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can get this link to everyone. USA Today rated the Chargers an A on the draft. They were the 4th best overall. Would you agree with that, Gridiron Girl?
Yes. And why? Because Jim Harbaugh, he knows what's out there, and he knew what we needed. So there you go.
The Chargers picked up first round offensive tackle Joe Alt from Notre Dame, second
Yes.
round wide receiver Ladd McConkey of Georgia, third round linebacker Junior Colson of Michigan, and fourth round defensive lineman Justin, forgive me folks, from Alabama, Ibogi, and they could all be opening day starters. So this is
Yeah.
this is a big deal. USA Today rated the Chicago Bears. Cuervo, did you know that? They rated the Bears as the best overall draft. They gave them an A+.
Yeah, because of Caleb Williams.
And they very good, big dog. And the Steelers were the second, also rated A+. The Philadelphia Eagles. Is that Tony's team? Is that Tony? They gave your Eagles an A, and then the Chargers are 4th. The Giants are 5th at A with an A. The Commanders with the second overall pick, they were listed as 6 A-. The Los Angeles Rams are also received an A-. The Colts A-. Eagles, yes, Tony. The Minnesota Vikings A-. Green Bay Packers are the first team with the B+. Houston Texans B+. Seattle Seahawks B, as is the Ravens, the Lions, the Jets, the Kansas City Chiefs, the 49ers. There you go, Jay. The Bengals, the Bills, and then we have at 20 Arizona Cardinals a B-. The Patriots a B-. Miami a B-. And at 23, the Las Vegas Raiders. They came in at the 23rd overall as rated as a B-. And we'll see. Tampa Bay Buccaneers B-. And then you have the other ones. The Carolina Panthers a C. The Jacksonville Jaguars a C. It was so funny when you transfer information or you copy and paste. Some stuff doesn't translate very well. But someone messed up on the Jaguars. It came over as the copyright symbol as opposed to the C. It's kind of cool. Then you had the New Orleans Saints, a C, and then the Denver Broncos. What do you think about that, Gridiron Girl? C-.
Yeah. They deserve it.
And then you have the D-Leaguers, the Falcons, Titans, Cowboys, Browns, all got Ds.
Is that D for dipshit?
I was going to say D for disastrous.
Disastrous, dipshit. What else, Gridiron Girl? You chuckled.
Dummy.
Dumbass.
Dummy. What else? Folks, everyone in the chat room, what is the D for?
Scorekeeper, who exactly did Dallas draft? I mean, because they didn't do anything in the free agent market. So,
As per
Yeah.
USA Today, an organization that's allegedly alien uses its first rounder on a tackle, Oklahoma's Tyler Gutton, with tremendous upside, but who may or may not be ready to play immediately. And while Dallas needed help in the trenches, second round defenseman Marshawn Nealon, third round guard Cooper Beebe, and potentially filled a hole with third-round Notre Dame linebacker Marist Liufau. Sorry, folks. Liufau. Come on, Cuervo,
Hawaiian.
Stu here. I need help. What? I'm sorry, what?
I said he must be Hawaiian.
I believe so. What's the plan at tailback? Run it back with Ezekiel Elliott?
Yep.
All ... in, and sure enough. So I think we got another like, folks. This one is from Aisha. Oh, we're talking about her Cowboys. So what does the D stand for?
Don't go to the
Everyone
Super
in the
Bowl.
chat room.
Don't
Wait,
go to the
what?
Super Bowl.
Don't go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah. This is from USA Today. You said.
Yeah, the rankings that I'm using right now.
So what did they have to say about the Raiders' first round pick? Because ESPN had the guy that the Raiders drafted as number 1 at his position. So what did they have to say about? What did USA have to say about it?
A team that openly coveted a quarterback, or at least new head coach Antonio Pierce did, had been frozen out of the market entirely by the time the 13th pick rolled around. Maybe they miscalculated. Maybe first-round GM Tom Telesco played it conservative, as he tended to do with the Chargers. Regardless, the Silver and Black regrouped to get Bowers in round 1 and Oregon offensive lineman Jackson Powers Johnson in round 2. Both plug-and-play starters and likely impact players.
Yeah, because when I was watching the draft, I missed the Raiders pick, but I saw it afterwards. I read it that we got Bowers, and ESPN had Bowers ranked at number 1 at his position. That's why I was just wondering what another company had said. So USA liked it. So true, we were looking for a quarterback, but I mean, you got to get the best that's out there.
Yeah,
when
Bowers was good.
when your pick comes up, you got to get the best that you can get.
I'm sorry, Gridiron Girl. What was that?
Bowers is I would have, we would have took him. Shit, he's good.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate that.
You're
What I can do is I will get a copy of this to my co-host. There's no need at this point. Maybe we can even address it in a few weeks as teams start to fill out the rosters and make some other trades and stuff. Because I believe that there have been trades after this listing, so some of it might be incorrect. Maybe we'll have to update that. But as far as the pick itself, yeah. AEW guy with all his nonsensical metrics couldn't do better than a center. Tony Khan continues to be a failure. Hey, you know what?
But
You're entertaining.
I don't think Tony Khan really. I think he's just there because his dad has him there. I think his dad, Sajad, is the one that's making all those decisions. I don't think Tony, is the football guy. I think he's just there to announce the picks that they picked. I don't think he has his hands full with the wrestling. I don't think his dad's gonna put him in charge of the picks or anything like that. So I think he was just there to be on TV and sell that supposed injury.
All right, I like that. If you guys don't have anything else in the draft, I have an article, maybe a bit of a sad article, I sent to my co-hosts, and it's about very famous player, Bill Romanowski. I don't know if you guys caught this, but 4-time Super Bowl champ files for bankruptcy as government sues him for an alleged $15.5 million in unpaid taxes. The DOJ alleges that for several years, Romanowski, who is now 58, along with his wife Julie, used their company Nutrition 53 to avoid paying taxes. Bill Romanowski, the former NFL linebacker and 4-time Super Bowl champion, recently filed for bankruptcy due to a multi-million unpaid tax bill that prompted a lawsuit from the federal government. U.S. attorneys for the Department of Justice allege that for several years, Romanowski, 58, along with his wife Julie, used their company Nutrition 53 to avoid paying taxes. The couple allegedly now owe $15.5 million in back taxes, leading the couple to file a last-minute bankruptcy petition on April 29th, just 24 hours before a scheduled hearing was to take place. The Department of Justice tax investigation goes back decades to before and after Romanowski's retirement in 2003, according to documents obtained by People. Now, folks, In my other life, I am asked, and now everyone who's heard me, this is what I've alluded to. Everyone wants to know how many years you should hold your documents, and I always tell everyone the year you're in plus 5. That's it. Why? Because you're in 2024. You're going to hold. You can only go back the year that you're in plus 3 for the IRS, but in California it's plus 4. So to be on the safe side, the year you're in plus 5. That's it. If it's criminal, as I've told people, and I think Gridiron Girl may have heard me say this, oh, if it's criminal, they can go back to the day you were born. And lo and
More like the day
behold,
you were conceived.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Wait, what?
They
More
can
like
go
the
back.
day you
They can go back to the day you were born, basically, if it's criminal. Think about that. They can only go back 3 years. So, okay, this is what you guys have
Wait.
to calm down, woman. Calm
No.
down. There's no criminal element there.
Thank you.
Anyway, and I even said that there's no criminal element. Anyway, before April 15th, you're filing in for this year. You're filing 2023. That's the current year. So you can still amend 2022, 2021, and 2020. That's why it's the year you're in plus 3 for the IRS. After April 15th, you lose a year. So you're still 2023, 2022, and 2021 because 2020 dropped off. April 15th of next year, 2021 will drop off. Now, what a lot of people don't know, and that's just because you don't know, and sorry for boring you on tax law right now, but the original filing was May 17th of 2021 when it was due. So you actually have until May 17th to do an amended return for 2020. Now, for California, you can go back to 2019 as of May 7th up till May 17th. So sorry to bore you guys. The point is 5 years. That's all you got to hold is 5 years. But if it's criminal, as it's alleged with Mr. Romanowski, they can go back. They've gone back decades, folks. That's crazy. The investigation goes back to before and after Romanowski's retirement in 2003. The DOJ alleges that in an effort to avoid paying taxes, the couple used funds from Nutrition 53 to pay for personal expenses for themselves and their children, including rent for their California home, groceries, veterinarian expenses, and over 170 visits to nail salons, hair salons, and day spas. Now, yeah, wow. During his 16 seasons, Romanowski played for a collection of teams, 49ers and Broncos. After his retirement, Romanowski admitted to using steroids throughout his career. He then transitioned to sports commentary and outside business ventures, including Nutrition 53, which also filed for bankruptcy in 2023. I don't want to see him do, or, I'm sorry that he has to deal with that stuff, but wow. That's a shame, folks. That really is. And yeah, I could see Mr. Romanowski using some of the expenses because he's on TV. It's reasonable. It's reasonable, but again, it's reasonable. And everyone says, "Well, but it's reasonable." And this, like, no, it's not. There's a book that the IRS actually has. What's reasonable? Let me tell you, a dinner, $75 in most cities. In other cities, it's higher, like in New York and Los Angeles. So anyone can cry however they want on the internet, but it's okay. As a matter of fact, I believe Big Dog and I had a conversation about 2 years ago regarding some guy that was trying to take a $60,000 or $70,000 deduction because allegedly he made it rain, and as Big Dog so effervescently.
I think that was James Harden.
Oh, okay. Big Dog, he was more joking. He wasn't being argumentative, but he said, "But
Yeah.
Sparky, that's what they do. That's accepted and normal." When I said ordinary and necessary, and Big Dog, but that's the way they live. That's normal right there. At which point I said, "Okay, all right, Big Dog, fair enough. It's deductible, as long as you get the hooker or the one who did whatever and gives you a receipt, hey, no problem.
Yep.
Because you know what that means. Because then that hooker's got to pay taxes on it or whatever. So it works both ways, folks. I mean, it's conceivable, but we'll see.
Well, the thing that got me as far as Romanowski in the article you were talking about is the fact that he used the money to pay his rent. That's not reasonable. Or is it?
Well, okay, I'm going to bore you in tax law. If you have a home office and there are rules to it where you exclusively meet with your clients and where you do your business most of the time, a portion
Yeah,
is deductible.
I know that one.
And
Yeah,
that's legitimate.
yeah, that's true. I remember that.
Wow. Although I do have to say, I think Coffee did watch my Jedi tax videos. I think he did. So it's interesting. I may be going back to those soon. It's the neck, folks. It's already been irritating me all morning, and it's just it can only go so long. But anyway, look, it's ordinary necessary. Let me explain another concept of ordinary necessary. I have my business that I operate out of my home. May I wash my car and take it as an expense?
Only if you use your car as part of your office or part of your work.
Ooh, that's very good. It's very good. Let me put it this way. Can a salesman that has to travel from place to place deduct his car wash?
I would say yes.
Yes, bingo. Yeah, both of you are right. Both of you are correct. There's no way I can deduct my car expense. If I go to visit clients, yes, I don't do that. I haven't done that in 20 years. So I don't. If I travel to a job interview, can I write that off? Actually, no. Under the rules, if you are trying to get a new position, that is not deductible. If you're changing careers, it's not deductible unless you go the educational route. Straight up for a job interview, no. But if it's to keep your job, it can and could be deductible. But I know you said going for a job interview. I'd have to interview you to find out the details. But no, going to a job interview, no. No. So when you have people that fly across the country to go to interviews and stuff, that's not deductible. No, it's not deductible. Even if they say if it's within your field or it's for a promotion, no, it's not deductible. So, but you need to consult your tax advisor. You need to go ahead and speak to someone, whoever you rely on. Do not rely on this for tax advice. And you're not my client. I am not your tax preparer or financial planner. I had to throw that one in there. It's all stupid legal shit, huh, big dog?
Always is.
NorCal girl?
Oh no, I agree.
Oh, by the way, sorry, NorCal girl. No, finish that thought.
A lot of the stuff you're talking about is very familiar to me because my brother-in-law for years ran a not a tax particular company, but a credit repair company out of the house. And trust me, we went through a lot of the stuff that you're talking about. You can only have so many feet by so many feet if it's in the home regarding the workspace, and the clients only can come in through certain areas. And
that's interesting. I think that's more of code enforcement, having them come in through certain areas and stuff. Yeah. But we're definitely losing the audience because we're talking taxes right now, and I don't mean to do that. So I just Romanowski. I never liked Romanowski because he was in the opposition, but did I respect and acknowledge? Oh, come on, man. Romanowski was a good player. So I just, whether it's true or not, what he did, someone fell on hard times and I feel bad. Other people would say, well, tough for him. He has to take responsibility for what he did. So, well, we don't know what he did. It's alleged right now. And I did need to include that. Now, notice I did not use it's alleged when I was talking about Papelbon. I just wanted to clarify that, and I'm still not going to say alleged. So, Coffee. I hope so, buddy. I really do. I hope so that works. I was actually offered a position as a communications operator for the sheriff's department. It would have changed my life irrevocably. I scored a 95.5% on that exam. It was the highest exam they told me in years, and I turned it down because I got scared. I didn't want to do it. I was going to be working late shifts. They told me, you got a staff of 12 people here. You're going to be the newbie. You're the last one that gets to choose your calendar. You're working the worst shift probably for the next 10 years. And we were expecting my youngest. I wasn't ready to do that. But that job would have changed my life. It money wise, benefits, everything. And so that was a bummer. Did you guys hear that the Illinois governor's office makes opinion on the new Bears stadium proposal very clear? And do you know what
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is?
We
Yeah, we
talked about
talked about
that.
that.
Dang it.
I'm sorry. No money! Ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen,
Oh,
I
damn thing.
want to know what my co-hosts here think on this question. I read this week, and basically I'm paraphrasing. The temerity of these billionaire people wanting to spend $1 billion that we then have to pay for to go to an event that we're going to be taxed on it, not only the construction, but having to go there for the privilege to watch a game. We have to pay for everything, and these billionaires get to get everything. I have always been against teams getting public money. It's the greatest ripoff there is. Folks, win a lotto, buy a team. You really want to win money? Buy a team. Because cities will throw money at you. And it's stupid because it's not the economic generator that people think. I have said that the Raider team is an aberration. I mean, Vegas is winning because of that. When you look at all the metrics, the economy, which I didn't mention in arguments in the past, Big Dog, which we've talked about, I've alluded to it, but I've read the metrics. Las Vegas is going bonkers because of what the Raiders have done for Vegas. They have won on that deal. So that one has worked for the city, the county, and the state. Not many other teams do. Because if you think about it, folks, yeah, actually, the Vegas Golden Knights are. But they didn't get as much money as the Raiders did. Remember that. And that's why it stands out. And even though Oakland Athletics are only going to allegedly get about $350 million, not even close to what the Raiders got. So, but yes,
Yeah,
the Las Vegas Knights are printing money right now.
The Raiders got $900 million
Yeah,
from
unreal.
the city, state, county, and then they paid the other $1.5 billion on their own.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, but look, no one in Vegas, no one is going against it because everyone's winning on that one. It's crazy.
Yep.
That one has worked. So okay, all right,
Yeah,
and you
it's a
guys also
one-off,
talked
though.
about. I'm sorry, NorCal Girl.
I said it's a one-off, though.
Look, Minnesota. That one works. Green Bay, I should say. Sorry, I said Minnesota. That was stupid. Green Bay works. That's a publicly owned, but that's different. So they are one-offs. They help areas, but they never bring the value back of what is spent. And speaking of value back,
he's here, the man, the myth, the champion. It is the Philly Special.
What's going on, gentlemen and
What's
ladies?
up?
Hello.
Hey.
How's the yard sale going? Or the garage sale, excuse me.
Great. It's going great. I just got a little break in the action, so sitting on my front porch.
So you're
coffee, got a stogie.
Are you selling all your 76er stuff or what?
Actually, gentlemen, allow me to interrupt. I apologize. We are going to lose Aisha right now, and I wanted to make that. Okay, dear friends, I have to leave now, and thank you from my mother for your wonderful act next weekend. I find it unbelievable that people so far away would do such a thing for her. No, she's part of the family, as are you, Aisha. So
Absolutely.
Yep.
we will speak to you soon. Thank you, Aisha, and we look forward to having you return full time with us. You will. So I'm sorry, Aisha. We'll see you. And
Bye, Aisha.
Big Dog. In the meantime, I'm sorry. I knew she was going to leave, and I had to get that in
No,
before
that's
she.
fine. That's fine.
So Philly, sorry, buddy. Hey,
No.
who
Good
are
to see
you? I haven't seen you in a
I
while.
know it's been too long.
Oh, dude,
Uh,
off
What?
air.
What?
I'm gonna send you my. Sorry, Big Dog. I did it again.
No.
Philly, dude, I've got dirt from you from Middle America. Oh my God, dude, I want to share it with you a little bit later. I mean, it's good news, but it's like, oh my God, dude. As much as things change, they always remain the same. I'm sorry, Big Dog. I cut you off like 18 times already. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask him what kind of strogie he's smoking.
Oh, it's a My Father's cigar.
Okay.
Yeah, the Minnesota Wild. You know, those are the one-offs that work, man. When everyone makes money from it, it is. So, do you smoke regularly, Philly?
When I can, yeah. I usually smoke a cigar on my days off. Yeah.
In 1989 or 88, when I knew the Big Dog, we were still young pups back then. I don't know if Big Dog remembers. I went through my patent phase. It went for about 3-4 months. And do you know what I used to? Do you know what I used to smoke?
Well, I remember the cigarillos or cheroots or whatever the hell they were.
Swisher Sweets, cherry
yeah.
root.
So those are not real cigars.
No.
No.
If you don't
They're
use a
just
cutter, it's not
wannabes.
real.
So with the cigar, what would you drink with that if you did or do?
Coffee.
Oh, really?
Coffee's
Okay.
great with the cigar.
Do you know I'm
But if he's upper crust and the the nose flips up, then it's usually a nice cognac or brandy.
Yep. Or a bourbon.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Philly, did you catch that? I tried to put my nose up and I couldn't because of my neck. Oh my gosh. When Big Dog was like, "Oh, you know this?" Do you know, folks? Kind of a little bit of humility. I spoke to someone who came to visit me this week, and we were discussing some end of life stuff, sadly, and we were talking about insurance. And I admitted to him that I stutter, and he says, "I can't tell," but he immediately acknowledged it. And I have to share with you, when I'm covering my stutter, you guys all know I elongate my words, or when I get impatient with people when I'm stuttering, I will tell them, apparently, it must be my thick accent. That's what I mean, you guys have all heard me say that. Well,
Yes.
his
a
line,
lot.
yeah, okay. His line was, "You should have heard me the second time." Oh my God, that was brilliant. And I told him I was going to use it on Saturday to share with everyone. That was brilliant. I love the workaround that he has because he has studies. You should have heard me the second time. That might have been the joke of the day, Big Dog, for me. I know it's messed up, but being that I stutter, I get a kick out of it. So, oh my God, it's absolutely hilarious. Hey, by the way, I don't know if I didn't get a chance to tell Almighty, but him too. I miss you, Big Dog, and I miss you, NorCal Girl, Gridiron Girl, and Philly Special, and Almighty as well. I haven't been on air with you guys for a while.
Right. Well, we
So-
definitely missed you. We definitely missed you.
Most definitely.
Well, yeah, I did. I definitely miss you guys. That's why I was exactly. Yeah, that's right. I was ready to go with that one. So it was good.
So, Philly, what happened with the Sixers?
Oh, you know,
Oh, sorry,
of mine,
Jake.
friends of mine from Philly say the Sixers are the Cowboys of the freaking NBA. All hype and no bite.
Whoa! All hype and no bite.
Yep. They just
Um,
Tobias Harris stinks. They got a good bench, but you can't count on Maxey and Embiid to carry a team through a playoffs. You need more than that.
that's true. What do you think about Doc Rivers? I mean, I still can't understand the Doc Rivers hire.
He's overrated.
I agree. He's been riding that 2008 championship since 2008.
Yes. That's with Boston, right?
Yeah, that was back in Boston. Yes.
Yep.
Folks, I don't
and-
know anything
and-
about basketball, but when it comes to Doc Rivers, I really thought he did well with Boston. He should have stayed in Boston.
Yep.
So when he went over to the Clippers, folks, it didn't work. It
Yep.
never worked. And
Well-
there were so many. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just make it quick, if that's possible. A scorekeeper. That was real. I really didn't feel it worked because of the issues in Los Angeles. Though when Sterling had his blowout, the Clippers were lucky to have him as their head coach when that happened. That
Yeah.
was
I'll agree.
impeccable
I'll
timing.
agree on that one.
You know what? But now where he's at, I don't get it. He is overrated, but he does have a ring. You got, I just think he's
Well-
over. He should have stayed in Boston. As a matter of fact, dude, if you are listening, okay, where's he at now? Philadelphia, right?
Yes.
Doc Rivers?
Yeah, Doc Rivers. Where is he?
No, he's in Milwaukee. I'm sorry. He's in Milwaukee.
Okay, I sorry, Tony. You see, I don't know anything
Yeah.
about basketball.
Don't bring that bad juju back.
Hey, Milwaukee, go to Boston. Get the hell out of there.
That's
Go to
right.
Boston. Go back to Boston.
Yes.
The thing with Doc Rivers now, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of basketball heads are concerned, he's only really now known for one thing that has overshadowed his 2008 championship, and he is the only coach in NBA history to lose not once, not twice, but 3 separate times after being up 3 games to 1.
Amen.
And he lost the series. He is the only coach in NBA history to have that happen to.
Yep.
So that is his. To me, that's his legacy until he wins another title, and I don't see that happening soon. I still don't know why they fired. Let's say, I always have trouble pronouncing his name. The former Milwaukee coach.
Oh,
Which- Budenheiser or something like that.
something like that. Yeah, he started off He started off okay.
Yeah,
They had a
and
decent
actually, when they fired him, he was like 20 games over 500.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of rumors that him and Giannis were butting heads. So when your star complains, you listen to your star, and which of course is now a segue for me. As we all know, yesterday the Lakers made a ton of news. Well, first of all, we were eliminated from the playoffs. Had they played smart, which they did not, they could have actually been up 3 games to 1 instead of down 3 games to 1. Because every single game they played, I think except for 1 game of the 5, they had a double-digit lead in the second half. Every
Really?
single game. And the worst was that 20-point lead in the third quarter with only like 5 minutes left in the third quarter, and they blew that entire lead. And that was at Murray hit the shot in game 2, I believe, to put Denver up 2-0. But as we all expected, Darvin Ham was fired, let go, however you want to, released from his contract. He has 2 years remaining on the contract, and of course, in the NBA, all contracts are guaranteed, including coaches. So the Lakers owe him 2 more years of salary. He was fired in the morning, and by probably about 3:00 Pacific time, it was announced by the Lakers that the Lakers also got rid of every single assistant coach. So the new coach will start with a fresh slate, with the new coach and his own coaching staff. The only one that I was disappointed on was Phil Handy, because I thought he connected with the team very, very well, and I kind of expected him to get an interview for the head coaching position with the Lakers. But that now has seemed to gone by the wayside. And of course, I made my announcement with the Clippers. Once again, couldn't get past the first round. And I was ecstatic about that. So the playoff couch, as I like to call it every year, is growing. The Lakers on there. The Clippers are joining us on the Lakers couch. I was surprised that Philly is joining the non-playoff couch now. So that one was a shocker. I thought Philly had a chance to make it to the final, at least the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Um,
'Cause I don't think New York's all that good. I mean, they got their
No.
stars.
New York is a lot of smoke and mirrors without Julius Randle. I am intrigued with Indiana Pacers though.
Yeah, they're playing good ball.
For me, they're the dark horse.
Yeah.
The Kings suck.
Is Milwaukee still in it?
No, Milwaukee lost. Yesterday or day before yesterday. But Giannis was out, so that was expected.
Okay, it's expected, but now, okay, yeah, all right. I've already ranted about that
go
for
ahead.
15 years. It's like there's still another team there. The rest of the team is still there.
Yeah, but when you're missing your main star, then it'd be like saying, "Oh, well, Mahomes is out for the Super Bowl, but it's okay. The rest of the team's there."
Ooh, there was a Super Bowl team or two
Nick
that
Foles.
lost their main guy. What
Well,
was
yeah,
that?
I mean, I'm not saying,
And then
I'm
they
not
had
saying
a
it does.
backup quarterback that did
Yeah,
it.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I mean, when your main guy is out, for the most part, I'd say 80% of the time, your team's going to lose the big game or the big series.
Hey, boys and girls, did you hear? Big Dog threw a number out there to mollify me, to shut me up.
Not while I'm drinking.
That was funny, folks. Think about that. We lost Gridiron Girl.
Rogers' stinking Yankees are doing pretty good without Garrett Cole. Beat my
Yeah.
Tigers, get 2 runs in the 9th last night to beat my Tigers 2-1.
I did want to talk about a guy that I really don't like. He was on the team for about a season or two. And of course, that's Patrick Beverly. I don't know if you guys have heard what's happened.
Oh, I did,
Patrick-
and I have something on that. Big Dog.
Patrick Beverly to me is a punk and always will be a punk. I tolerated him because he was a Laker, so I will always, even if I don't like you, I will tolerate you because you're on my team, just like I've tolerated LeBron. I've tolerated Westbrook. I tolerated Beverly, but to me, Beverly has always been a punk, and he showed his colors on this last game. Now, the interview thing we'll get to. During the game, he threw the ball into the stands. It hit a fan, and it bounced to another fan. So that fan picked up the ball. Patrick Beverly put his hand out, in other words, like calling for the ball to be thrown back. That second fan threw the ball back, and Patrick Beverly immediately threw a fastball back at that fan. Nothing was done to Patrick Beverly because of that. I think he should be suspended next year for a couple of games for throwing the ball not once but twice into the stands and hitting fans with it. But then, to add to all that, because that's what a lot of people were talking about, he was being interviewed by someone that worked for ESPN that was like in management, but she's also a reporter. And she was asking a question, and Patrick Beverly said, "Do you subscribe to my podcast?" And she said, No, I don't. He's like, "Oh, then you can't interview me. I refuse to talk to you." And I guess she still stood there, and he actually stopped the interview process with everyone and says, "You need to leave the interview circle since you don't subscribe to my podcast. I don't even want you in the circle, so you need to leave." And from what I hear, ESPN has now banned Patrick Beverly from any ESPN interviews, podcasts. shows or whatever. They don't want anything to do with Patrick Beverly.
Her
And
name was Melinda Adams. Sorry.
yes, yes. And Patrick Beverly afterwards apologized. Supposedly he called Melinda, and he called her on his own. And he also stated a public apology saying that he needs to do better. But this is his first incident. This is not the first time he's done something like this, because everybody's trying to give him the excuse of, oh, heat of the moment, and they had just lost a series and blah blah blah. No. So what if she subscribes or doesn't subscribe to your stupid podcast? You're a player. You're there to give interviews. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. It's been done. When the Lakers had that bad loss where they blew the 20-point lead, they Anthony Davis refused to talk to the press, which you're allowed to do. But if he's opening it up to take interviews, then you take interviews.
I'm sorry, Big Dog. That was actually funny by Coffee. If you don't listen to Roger's live internet, no interviewing Roger as his new announced PR person. Roger's off limits until you can actually prove you listen to him. That's funny, dude. Sorry, Big Dog. That's why we were.
No, that's fine.
Big Dog.
Yeah.
In the article which I shared with everyone from MSN, there's a little blurb that says other reporters have confirmed that Beverly has employed, and you said this, so I'm not arguing, has employed this tactic since being dealt to the Bucks at the trade deadline. Ironically, ESPN has afforded him plenty of exposure over the years, so one would think he would be extra generous to its employees.
And like I said,
I'm gonna save this one by Coffee. Sorry, I like this one.
Beverly's been a punk his entire career. Especially when 5-6 years ago, when he pronounced, the last 5 years it's been Steph Curry's time. Now the next 5 years it's my time, and he didn't do a damn thing but average like 4 points a game. In like 50 games. He's I put him in the same category as Draymond Green, where his antics are just antics just to get noticed. But that's just me because I don't like him, probably.
You don't like him?
I like him as much as I like him on the same level as I like the Clippers and the Celtics. He's on that level.
Okay, but do you like him or just like him?
I'll watch Westbrook before I watch Beverly.
Okay. First of all, I want to apologize to everyone because I'm trying to get this quote by Coffee, so I had to go to twitch.tv to do so. And obviously when you go to the chat room, it goes live. So I'm hearing everything twice. And then sadly, I heard my voice right now. I'm sorry to all of you. I have always found it to be the most annoying, excruciating screech. And even I heard it right now, and I'm like, oh, God. And they're actually spending Saturday morning with me. So, Big Dog, Tony,
you
NorCal girl.
You have a soothing voice.
I agree.
Are we talking about the same idiot? Because I just heard myself on Twitch, and I'm like, oh!
That's the one that sounds like the old dad.
I mean, it's not as good as when you were whispering those sweet nothings in Vegas, but I mean, it's up there.
Damn it, Gridiron Girl's not here. I was gonna do something real stupid, like, is that true, Gridiron Girl?
Oh.
I think Gridiron Girl's got you beat, Raj.
Oh, she does, dude. Why do you think I've been begging her? I told Big Dog about it for years. Dude, she's got this voice.
She's got a great voice. She's
Mm-hmm.
got a great
Oh, she does.
Yes, she does.
And as I said earlier, guys, it really took forever to get her on. And I am proud of her because it took a lot of There was no greñudo pulling of hair, but close enough. I had a. She did
she
call
is
in.
she's an extreme introvert.
Oh, yeah. Oh shit! Is she still listening? Oh,
Yeah, of course she is.
she is. But I'm not slamming her. I mean, making fun of her.
Literally or figuratively.
Whatever. Whatever. I
know
don't want to
that's-
insult her. I actually respect her. What an asshole! What an ass! I do, because remember, folks, in our prior employer, she was a payroll clerk. I was a simple timekeeper. So yes, in essence, I had to do a lot of this. I had to look up to her, and she was the one that would get the final say. But we got along we actually hit it off from the very beginning, and I miss that workplace relationship. But I'm glad that she has still stayed in my universe, and she's awesome. She's funny. So, but like I say, oh, there it is. She got me this years ago because she called me Speed Racer because on how quick I was at getting stuff done. So, it wasn't a derisive thing. But she used to call me Speed Racer, so it was really cool. And she gave this to me. I think it was either for my birthday or a Christmas present, and I had it forever. If you guys have known me for a few years on Facebook, you guys saw this on my desk before, right? I mean, it's there. It was always on my desk at work, and now since I'm no longer there, I have it here on my desk here, which is really cool. But to embarrass her a little bit, she would always sign off on the emails. Talk to you later, Trixie. She would say, talk to you later, comma, Trixie. So I thought it was funny. It was cool. She'll never forgive me again.
Going back to the Lakers and firing Ham.
Sorry, big dog. I'm so sorry.
There's a lot of conjecture that JJ Redick is one of the leading people to get the job. Now, JJ Redick has absolutely no coaching experience whatsoever. Not as an assistant coach, not as a scout, nothing. They're attributing this to the fact that he has a podcast with LeBron James. I'm hoping it's not him because all that's going to do is feed into LeBron's ego. And the fact, I don't know if anybody else knows this. Almighty probably did. But of the 7 or 8 coaches that have coached LeBron throughout his career, LeBron has gotten 7 of those 8 coaches fired.
Tyronn Lue was fired?
I believe so, yes. I think Spoelstra is the only coach that coached LeBron that was not let go during LeBron's tenure with that team, with whatever team he's been on.
So Spoelstra is the Roger of the Miami team.
Well, I think what it was is Pat Riley. Of course, there's the story of when LeBron first went to Miami and he brought his posse onto the team plane. And Riley put that out real quick. He was like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, this is my posse. He's like, no, this is a team plane. He's like, no, you don't understand. I travel with these guys. And Riley says, I don't care who the hell you travel with. This is the team plane. If you're not with the Miami organization, they get off the plane. Do you understand that? You don't run it. I do.
Yeah.
And LeBron was like, yes, sir. And the posse left.
Yep.
So Riley and Spoelstra have been the only guys that have been able to put LeBron in his place. And hiring JJ Redick as a head coach with no coaching experience whatsoever in the second busiest media city in pretty much in America, other than New York, of course, the bright lights, is not going to bode well for JJ Redick. The Lakers need an established coach. Darvin Ham, it was his first time. He was a decent defensive guy, but he had problems with rotations and he had problems with the offense. So I don't know who the Lakers are going to be getting. They'll need to make a decision soon. The other, of course, story coming out is now these, of course, are rumors that the Lakers are thinking about giving LeBron a 2-year extension for it's a 3-year, $158 million contract, something to that
That's
effect.
stupid.
Yeah, I agree. So
Hey, did his son get drafted?
the draft hasn't happened yet.
Oh, sorry.
He has been invited to the combine. He's one of 80 players that was invited to the combine. But I think now LeBron has seen the writing on the wall because now it's coming out through his Click Sports people that LeBron is no longer pushing to play with his son. That they are on different paths now. LeBron just wants to play at least 2 more years, is what he's thinking, and that Bronny has his own path to carve out, is what LeBron is now saying. So I think LeBron is realizing my son ain't got it, and we all knew that, because he went to last season he was at USC, which is not a powerhouse NCAA Division I team anymore. And he averaged, 4.8 points a game. And I don't think he even started. So, and he didn't start on his high school team either till halfway through his senior year.
Wow.
So Bronny is not, NBA ready. He's not even G League ready, I don't think. He needs to go back to college for at least a couple more years.
Did he declare himself for the draft?
He declared himself for the draft, and he also declared himself for the NCAA portal because the SC coach left. And there's a provision that when your head coach leaves, you can transfer to another school without losing a year of eligibility.
They still have that shite.
Well, if you transfer, yes, because then you have to redshirt for a year. But now that the exception is if your coach leaves, you can use the excuse of, well, the only reason why I'm here is because of the coach. But since he's not here, I don't want to be here anymore. So you enter what's called the portal. And he can then transfer to another team without, exactly. Without losing a year of eligibility. So Bronny's actually with both. So if he doesn't get drafted, he can still go back to college as long as he doesn't sign with an agent. But the one big news I did want to talk about real quick, Michael Porter Jr. of the world champion Nuggets, as I've been talking about, his brothers have been in a lot of trouble lately. One brother's going to jail. The other brother, of course, was banned for life from the NBA because of his betting. And providing info to the sports betting places about his stuff. So now Javon Porter, who is a former Pepperdine standout and younger brother to Michael Porter Jr., was arrested Friday night in Missouri on suspicion of DWI, according to Sergeant Kyle Green. Porter, 20, was released on summons and not booked into jail where the incident occurred. It says the news of Porter's arrest was first reported by Power Mizzou. Let's see. I know it talked about his brothers real quick. Javon Porter's older brother, Corbin Porter, a former player at Denver, was sentenced to 6 years in prison for drunk driving crash that killed a woman in Colorado last year. He had a blood alcohol level of 0.19, more than twice the legal limit. And he ran a red light. And of course, his younger brother, Michael Porter Jr.'s younger brother, Jonte Porter, was a two-way player for the Raptors, has been banned by the NBA because he was giving information about himself on the over and unders, like on DraftKings, where they bet on minutes played, points scored, rebounds scored, like that. And they had the two instances where the bets of like $10,000 and $15,000 were placed on him for under. And after entering the game, after about maybe 2 minutes, signaled the coaching staff that he had a stomach virus, or his eye was bothering him from a previous injury, and left the game and never came back. And of course, all the unders came in. So they found out that he was indeed giving information to these sports guys, and Adam Silver banned him for life.
Okay, boys and girls, wait till the first NBA player, football player, major league, or even hockey dies under mysterious circumstances, under questionable play, because of betting.
Yeah.
That's the next thing that's going to happen. I'm not calling on people to do stuff. I'm saying that I see that happening next. There's way too much money. Way too much money.
Philly, what did you think about the Sixers owner? They bought out all the playoff tickets so that the Knicks fans couldn't.
Yeah.
Really?
Scorekeeper, yeah. So in one of the previous playoff games in Philadelphia, New York fans all came in, and it was almost more New York Knicks fans in Philadelphia than there were Philadelphia fans. So the Sixers owner was like, "We're not having that happen again."
Yep.
So he bought out, I don't know how many thousands of tickets, so the Knicks fans couldn't buy tickets.
That is so whatever. That is so stupid. That's wow. That's folks, help me out here. That is so stupid. Lethal Migraine said, and Big Dog, he actually threw one back at you on. I don't know if Tony knows this one, but I'm gonna ask the Big Dog to enlighten Tony. Coffee, I think, is alluding to what the Big Dog said some years ago. We'll get to it.
Oh yeah.
But I blame the leagues for the gambling problem. They're all taking huge amounts of money to advertise gambling. I mean, yeah. And ESPN is nothing but gambling. I agree. It's really bad. It's been really bad during the NHL playoffs. ESPN are giving in-game odds on everything. Dude, I hadn't seen that. But by the way, Coffee, I did sneak in a game. I picked it up at the Crypto Arena. It was kind of cool. It's when the Kings won when they qualified for the playoffs. I think it was on April 11th or something. It was kind of cool. It was truly a last minute thing, and it was fun. But I didn't see all the gambling stuff at the Crypto Arena. So at least
you don't really
not
see
as
it.
bad
You don't really see
live.
it at the arena. You mainly see it when they talk about
it's
it on
live.
TV, just like on TNT. The same thing. They've been showing, of course, the playoffs, and when the third quarter starts, or in the middle of the third quarter, it'll say, all of a sudden it'll pop up, and the announcers will say, "Oh, well, the betting line when the game started was, Philadelphia by 1.5." But now, since they're doing so well, it's now Philadelphia by 12.5. So they're announcing the betting changes as it happens.
No.
That's crazy. I don't remember. It could have been. I really don't remember Coffee who it was, but it was actually a good game. I do admit, and I missed going there.
Going to go back to the Jordan thing.
I apologize. Yes. I don't know if you know this, Tony, but while this was going on, and at the very beginning of the sports talk with the guys, Big Dog, let everyone know about this. Now, this is a comment by Coffee saying, "Why are people getting banned for betting? But Jordan just had to play baseball." Do you remember what we're talking about, um, Tony?
I
Do you
remember
know?
Jordan betting. I remember him, gambling.
Okay, but remember he left
Yeah,
after winning 3 in a row, and he
yeah. I
says,
went to
"You know,
play for the White Sox.
why? Why did he do that?"
New challenge. Wanted to. He
Okay,
was getting bored, I think, with basketball.
okay.
Wanted to try something different.
We're going to stop for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 a.m. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. This is ndbmedia.net. Check out the entire network as to what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, the education, not being bitch slapped to Tony. No, it's an education
No, not at all.
that the world needs to remember. This is something that the Big Dog has had. I like the playoff couch, though, Big Dog. You should keep that name. I like that, the playoff couch. That's actually something. So, would you enlighten? Yeah, Jay wants to know. I'm curious. It's a dome.
No dome.
No dome.
So-
no dome.
As we all know, back in the day, I don't know about anymore, but back in the day, Jordan liked to bet on everything. He'd go with the guy. He'd go with Barkley and Ewing, and they'd play golf for $20,000 a hole.
Mhm.
He'd go and have poker games. He'd be in Vegas, and he'd drop a couple $100,000, no problem. So the rumors were, and of course this was never verified, but the rumors were that Adam Silver caught him betting on, I guess, basketball, and gave Jordan the choice and
Oh,
said, look, this is what we got. You're the face of the NBA. We do not want to tarnish your name, nor do we want to tarnish the NBA's name. So you leave for 2 years. This is your penalty for betting. You leave for 2 years. I don't care what you do for 2 years. And in 2 years you can come back. But either you leave or we release all the info that we have. And of course, Jordan left. And it also, this is where it gets conspiracy theory thinking. His dad being murdered had something to do with his betting. And that, I remember there was a lot of that swirling around, that there was some money that was owed, and either Jordan was reneging or couldn't come up with it fast enough. And the father was murdered because of it.
oh wow.
And, then the 2-year ban happened. So that's what Coffee's alluding to about, that Jordan went to play baseball for 2 years. And so.
But everyone else is getting suspended.
Yeah. And everybody
banned.
wondered that, they were like, oh, Jordan just won 3 in a row. They're set up. The team is set up to win more. They have everything. Why is he leaving? And it was, like he said, oh, I've always wanted to play baseball, and I always wanted to do this. I just, I've already won 3 in a row. What else is there to prove? So now whether or not that'll ever be proven, I don't know. But that was the
Oh, the Last Dance documentary didn't share that. Interesting.
Of
Of
course
course not. Nothing
Yeah,
personal.
so
I didn't mean to yell at you. Dome.
so that was David Stern, and of course David Stern being a lawyer, they're privy to a lot of stuff that we're never gonna find out about because of the attorney-client privilege and all this and that. And from my understanding was, David Stern was one hell of an attorney before he became commissioner of the NBA.
I always felt, and I want to put a quick taste on it, and not trying to be argumentative. I always felt that it was, dude, the game's going to be in question. We're all going to lose out. And the NBA was starting that incredible recovery, that they were becoming a main thing. And the number one star was betting on basketball. It would have brought everything into question. It
or was
could have,
given info or whatever.
yeah,
Whatever
it
it was,
could have,
if something was being had to do with the betting, yeah.
and they're like, dude, we got you on this. What are you doing? And he used his position as well, saying, but I am Michael Jordan. And they said, well, you did what you did. We're not prepared to destroy you, but you did what you did. And that's the way it went. See, that's Roger's version of it. That's all.
No, and that's probably the way it went. I mean, people forget now, and people can't. People find it unimaginable that in the early '80s, when I really started getting into basketball, that they didn't show the games live.
They were on tape delay.
When it was on tape delay, it was late. The big game, Lakers Celtics, Lakers Sixers, with Dr. J and stuff. I had to wait till 11:30 to watch it, and that's a whole game because it was on tape delay. I had to wait for the news to be over, and then I could watch the game at 11:30 because it was unheard of to have an NBA game on live.
Can you imagine that, Philly? That's not that long ago, but you were alive back then.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and
the
it
80s.
didn't start. It didn't start till maybe the mid '80s. Once Magic and Bird brought the NBA back from the brink of bankruptcy. I mean, they were literally a couple of years from going under.
There's the reason why I don't like.
If it wasn't for Magic and Bird, and they brought the NBA back up, and then Jordan came in and elevated it from there. To make it what it is now. But
now the timing of Magic and Bird, that was
Yeah.
just unbelievable.
that was lightning in the bottle.
It was the commissioner himself
Could see what I need.
that got together with the owners, got together with the players, and said, we have to do this. And Stern probably is going to go down as one of the greatest commissioners of all time because he made basketball something from, is it fair to say, from nothing?
Yeah.
They're on tape delay, man. That's crazy. The X Games are not on tape delay.
I don't think even the finals were shown live, if I remember correctly.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
unheard of now.
That's why when Stern did what he did all the time, Stern was being Stern. Dude, Stern was, after a few years, when these the players started to earn money. The owners started to earn money. And that was the thing. Stern was untouchable. Stern made the NBA. If he did something, and that's why I believe he told Jordan, I said, dude, you're bringing down our work. This could destroy us. Because when was the point shaving thing when that guy from Golden State in college? You remember I disliked
that was the 90s. That was the 90s.
when was Jordan? In the late 80s or early 90s?
Jordan came in the late 80s but didn't come into prominence until the 90s. But he was there from about 87, maybe 86, right in there.
Well, when was the point shaving thing? Do you remember that the forward or whatever from Golden State, the one that was caught in that? Do you remember his name?
Not Chris Webber. Are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, I think it is Chris Webber.
Yeah, Chris Webber. Yeah, that was the Michigan thing. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Coffee. Can you help me out on that? When year it was? Because Coffee's always like right there on that too.
I thought that was about 90.
Well, think about the time with Jordan too, dude. I mean, it would have damaged basketball in such a way. You got the college kids doing it. You got the pros doing it. Jordan was after this, if I'm not mistaken, and that's why he's like,
yes, he was,
dude. This is going to be bad for the game.
The NBA, like I said, with Jordan and Magic, excuse me, with Bird and Magic, it was like I said, lightning in the bottle because Bird went to Boston, which needed help because they were floundering just like the Lakers were. But it was perfect because Bird was that working man's player, which was perfect for Boston. Magic got drafted to the Lakers. and Jerry Buss had just bought the Lakers, and of course Buss wanted all the pomp and circumstance, and saw all the fun that, him being from USC, always went to the US football games and saw all the fun that everybody had, and he wanted to bring that to basketball. Because I don't know how many people know this or not, but it's because of Dr. Jerry Buss that there were cheerleaders. Cheerleaders in basketball was unheard of. He brought them in. He saw what was happening. He saw what was happening in Dallas with the Cowgirls, and in college and stuff. And he's like, I want that atmosphere here, at the game. So he's the one that brought in, the Laker girls, and of course, everything went from there. And just the whole party attitude. So it was all a combination of everything that brought the NBA, from the brink of being gone. And then, Jordan comes in, and Jordan just, took it from there. Jordan, who, General America, if he's still in the chat room, of course, feels is the greatest of all time. I, of course, go with Kareem. Now, I see why everybody picks Jordan, because Jordan elevated the NBA.
Sorry.
Perfect time.
That was a combination of both.
Well, I choke when I say, Jordan being the GOAT. I choke on that too, so I understand that.
That's why I really did it sarcastically, and it got caught. I was like, oh my God, look at how ripped.
Roger goes, and that's real.
Yeah.
But Jordan, but Jordan did it because Jordan was very flamboyant and was very open to interviews and such, whereas Kareem, as we all know, was very aloof and did not like talking to the reporters.
And the amazing thing is people listening to us right now, basketball fans, what are you talking about?
Exactly.
They cannot understand. They don't tape delay. What is that? Did you put some tape over the VC?
Exactly.
I mean, what is tape delay?
They don't even know what a VCR is. What are you talking about?
I know. I was thinking about that when you leave it to you to bitch slap me, but all right. Anyway, so yes, the point is they don't get any of that stuff, and they listen to us and what are you talking about? They don't even understand what a tape delay is. They don't understand the phrase. Can you imagine it? Tony's like, what's a tape delay?
No, they don't know what a blackout game is.
He's a little older than you realize.
Oh, very good, NorCal girl. What was that, Tony?
They don't know what a blackout game is either.
Oh,
Detroit Lions.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
A lot of their games would never be televised because they didn't sell enough tickets.
Yep.
And for football, NFL.
I still remember that in the 90s, especially here in LA.
Yeah.
Yes, with the Ray Dyers. What was that, NorCal girl? Were you going to defend Mr. Weber?
No, I was not.
Well, you were silent, NorCal girl.
Going back to the blackout with the Raiders, and the problem with us here in LA, we could never have that sellout because it was a Coliseum, and the Coliseum holds like 110,000 people.
So it is ridiculous, yeah.
Pontiac Silverdome did too.
Yeah. So, because, of course, if you got to, I think it was 90 or 95% capacity, then they would lift the blackout.
Yeah.
But we could never get close to that.
Yeah.
Vikings almost had a lot of blackouts. I forget who bought the tickets, 3M or General Mills, I think. Yeah. There were a few people, I remember that you had to have it like for a Sunday game, it had to be like Thursday, a certain hour.
Yep.
And it would even make the news. Oh, well, the Raider game is blacked out. But there were a few times when they're like, oh, there was a last minute push. There were tickets and they didn't know. There was like some company or whatever that would buy all these tickets. And it was something when you'd have these angels show up and buy these tickets so that people could watch it at home.
Raj, next time I see there's a video meme out there. And it's either, I think it's a girl. She's a teenage girl. She looks like she's maybe 17 or 18. And she comes in and she's like, oh my God, everyone, look what I just bought at the Goodwill store. It's a vintage radio. And she brings in a boombox. And I'm like, screw you.
Okay, can you guys see it right there? There's the speaker on one of the sides. I have under the flag is the other speaker. There's a 5-disc changer on that one.
Awesome.
Big Dog remembers when I got my gold, was it a Goldsmith or a Gold Star?
Gold Star
CD player from Turkish.
Yep.
Remember that one? Oh my God. And I had the Back to the Future theme and I was losing my mind because it was so good. But yes.
I
had a
love
box.
the
I never
one that's out there that says that you can disable all of Gen Z.
Oh yeah.
How to disable them is write something out in cursive, give them a stick shift car, and give them the Thomas guide,
Yeah.
and they won't be able to go anywhere.
The shorter version of that is send them to the car, the 5-speed with handwritten instructions, and Gen Z screwed. What, Norcal girl? It's funny. It's true.
It's true. About 5 years ago, I was doing fireworks booth for our school, and we had to, at the end of the season, we had to return what fireworks we still had left, and then we would get a check back for what we'd originally purchased. And so I went in, and actually we owed money because we had bought more during the thing. They delivered more, so I had to write a check to them, and I wrote it out in cursive. The 30-some-year-old female, not a real young kid, she was like in her mid-30s, looked at me and goes, "Can you please rewrite this? I can't read it."
I would have told her no.
There are numbers over here. Do you understand? Do you understand the security procedure on the purpose of a check is to be handwritten? That's the point of it.
Yeah, well, now it's just an X. We're going back to times before people could read and just write and just put their X.
I'm glad my daughters. Now, my oldest off for obvious reasons. But my youngest, she knows some cursive stuff. She knows how to cursive, so it's really good. My oldest, again, for obvious reasons, but my oldest actually knows how to write her name very well, but it is capital letters and stuff. But she's added a little bit of flair to it. I try to make it easy for her because I said her name is Ariel Michelle Monica, and I said, "Hey, Mija, just put M for your middle initial. You're like M squared or M to the third power or whatever." All she heard was, "I'm not a square." I'm like,
oh God.
I used to call her square root. I used to call her like M square, just because I had different, and she loathed them all. She mega loathed me. TV show character? Who said that? I mega loathe you. Do you guys remember? You've heard it. I know you have. He was a doctor. I mega loathe you. Kelso, where's that rat bastard? Scrubs. Dr. Cox.
Oh.
Dr. Cox. You kids have destroyed. I hate. I mega loathe you.
We're not fanatics of Scrubs like you are, sir. Sorry.
Yeah,
I am a major man.
caught 2 or 3
Where do you
episodes.
think I got rat
That's about it.
bastards from? That's
There
from
are
Scrubs.
so many good movies that comes from.
Remember when Kelso fired Coffee Nurse? He was like, "Where's that rat bastard?" Kelso. A lot of my phrases are from Scrubs.
See, now whenever you say Kelso, I think the 70s show.
Which, so just a little bit of it. And then, of course, you have Friends, which my assistant absolutely loves that movie. I was like, well, it's because you have no friends, so I guess it's your TV show.
That stuff was too flowery, romantic relationship-y.
That's who she is. That's what she is.
Yeah, but that's not me. Those are not shows I would watch. Friends, Scrubs, no. You give me House. Okay.
Oh, I love House. That was a great show.
You dislike Scrubs?
Yeah, it just never grabbed me.
Okay, that conversation that we were having earlier in the day and yesterday, I'm going to have to rethink that organizational change.
I don't bow to the Imperial.
No, but you bow to the Empire.
There you go. Here's another one. Scorekeeper. There you are.
Thank you, Michael.
Roger is just so
I am
disgusted
willing-
with us right now.
Yeah, I am willing to pick a fight with NorCal Girl. I'm not willing to pick a fight with Michael right now because I realized I did something not too long ago. And Michael was polite enough and adult enough to say, "No, you were an ass." I'm not going to tell the current conversation, but he was like, "No, you were an ass." I'm like, "Oh." I was like, "Oops."
Actually, since we got Philly here, Philly, how were you? Were you happy with the NFL draft for the Eagles?
Loved
Yes, my
loved
AB
it.
brother.
Love the draft. We got two of the top 3 corners in the draft. Yeah. I never would have thought that.
Did you know that USA Today rated the Philadelphia Eagles as 3rd overall, and they gave them an A? Would you agree with this? They got arguably the draft's best defensive back, Quinion Mitchell. They got arguably the draft's most athletic and versatile defensive back. Do you notice we don't hear any word of athleticism? Anyway, and versatile defensive back, Iowa 2nd rounder Cooper DeJean, 3rd round pass rusher Jalik. Something Hunt is an intriguing project. And 4th round Clemson running back Will Shipley will maximize the plays. Shaquan Barkley takes off.
Saquon.
It must be my accent.
Now,
Michigan
have you
guard
got,
Trevor Keegan and Florida State wide receiver Jonathan Wilson are high ceiling day 3 picks. They gave him an A, rated number 3.
how's your coaching staff? Have you guys gotten a head coach and
Same head
stuff?
coach.
Has that been taken care of
unfortunately,
yet?
But they took away his powers, so he's just a figurehead right now.
Okay. What'd you think about Travis Kelce and his 2-year extension? Worth it?
Mahomes needs something. He doesn't have a lot to throw to.
Did you guys hear a bit of a rumor related to the Los Angeles Rams that since their draft was so good, allegedly, USA Today said they were number 7, A-, that apparently they're going to try to bring Donaldson back. They're going to offer him to come back. Saying, dude, look at the people we got around you. Look at the run we had. So
I think he's done. From the way he sounded when he retired, he sounded like he was because he walked away. I think didn't he have 2 years left on the contract?
Yes,
Yeah.
he left money on the table.
Yeah, so I think he's happy with the fact he has his ring. He walked away on his own terms, which a lot of players don't get to do. And he wants to be able, it's the age-old adage, I want to be able to crawl around the floor with my kids and grandkids. I don't want to have to be in a walker like you see so many of these players when they get older.
Didn't last week or 2 weeks ago, didn't another player in his 20s die?
Yes. I think
Football
he was
player.
27. I don't think he was playing anymore. I think he was like 1 or 2 years removed from the NFL. But yes, they found him in his apartment, if I'm not mistaken. And I think they were waiting on the toxicology report.
Yeah.
And that was like the 2nd or 3rd player like under the age of 35 in the last 4 to 6 months that have passed away. So I don't know what's going on there. Philly must be making a sale.
If he is, do we get a cut?
Yes. Yeah, supposed to share it.
I don't know if he's going to chair. Does he chair? I don't know. Well, good for him. I hope. I didn't realize that over here in my backyard. I think it's also yard sale weekend. I'm like, oh man, there was some junk I wanted to get rid of, but I'm not gonna. I can't stay out for it. City of Pomona has 4 times a year. I think it's the second month every quarter. So
Did you make the sale?
Yeah, I'm doing really well today.
Okay. Now, don't forget, you have
What's
to
our
split
cut?
it amongst the 12 of us or whatever it is.
Is that how far we've fallen?
If we get to a ball game, I'll buy the beverages.
It's going to happen sooner rather than later, thank goodness. So
Hoping to catch one with Almighty this year in Cleveland.
Oh, that's right. I remember you saying that. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, the Tigers are playing in Cleveland, I think, 6 games, and I'm only off one of them, so hopefully he can make that one.
I got a message from you.
Yeah,
ooh, we hear some female voices in the background.
yeah, I got people here.
Oh, I thought it was Big Dog's kids.
No,
that's Brad Phil.
she's making him a special offer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh,
Good
he's
for you.
left on that one.
Good for you. Good for you.
Okay.
The action figures are big. I sold all my
Really?
horror movie
What kind
action
of
figures.
what kind of action figures?
Michael
you-
Myers, Jason Voorhees,
Oh,
The
okay.
Fly, all the old ones, The Thing. Some guy bought $500 worth today, so
I was about to say that.
they're still in the plastic. Yeah.
I want to give you a hug.
Oh yeah, very good, Coffee. Look over his
Still the
left
package. I
shoulder.
want to give you a hug.
You can see a woman in the window by the door. Very good. Very good. Yeah, you're right. That's who it is. Okay, very good.
So what's the outlook for next season for your Sixers?
I don't know. They get
Are they kind of
Tobias
like
has to
treading
go.
water? Are they treading water right now, or?
I don't know. I just don't know what they get. Embiid can't stay healthy. I don't know. They're not far away from rebuilding.
Can I propose something to you?
Yes.
We'll take Embiid and you take LeBron.
I knew you were going to say that. No.
Oh, you know,
I knew it. No, we don't want LeBron.
I don't want him either. You should have seen how happy I got yesterday when I actually read that someone in Clutch Sports was reporting that he was going to opt out of his contract and become a free agent. I think I actually jumped up and down on that.
look, he's not going to get Laker money. The Lakers are the ones that can pay him that money right now.
Actually, I looked it up. Yes, he can. He will be earning $51 million next year with the Lakers if he opts in. If he opts out and becomes a free agent, based on his years in the league, which of course is 21, and the fact that he was with the Lakers for more than 4 years, he's been with the Lakers for 6.
Oh, this is
He
like,
then qualifies for, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. And based on what they're going to be paying next season, he can earn up to $54 million with any team in the NBA. And I think with the Lakers, he can earn up to $60 million. So he can at least earn what he's going to make next season with anybody.
and will someone pay him that?
Yes. Because of the fact that he'll put butts in the seats. And all the LeBron since Facebook limits what you can say, if he leaves the Lakers, all the LeBron crotch riders will go with him. Because that's what I call them.
Almighty can
I
have
can't
him
call them what I
again.
really want to call them because then I get censored.
Almighty can
So
have
I
him
call-
again. Go back
What's
to
that?
Cleveland.
Yeah, there you go. Go back to Cleveland. Take Bronny with you too.
There you
Bronny
go.
can go.
Bring back Barkley.
My guy.
The only thing is the fact that he has the family and his younger kids here and has built a brand new home or something or other. Because if I remember correctly, either last year or the year before, wherever he lives, I think he lives in Encino, he bought the house next to him. And it was supposed to build some sort of big mega mansion type of thing. So he's tied to LA. So I was thinking send him to the Clippers or Golden State. He can go up to Golden State. That'll work too. And
NorCal
so I
girl.
don't want him here anymore.
I don't want him here either, and I'm ready to reach through the screen and strangle Big Dog for that last suggestion.
Get him. Get
Oh,
him.
Well,
please.
he can go to Golden State. You're
Can I
a
watch?
Kings fan. You're a Kings fan. Send
Gladly.
him to Sacramento too.
Film it.
That makes sense. King James. Yeah, that makes sense.
There
No.
you go.
Golden State.
No. No. We're already cursed with the A's coming in. Okay, please don't.
Oh, you don't want the A's in
Hell
Sacramento?
no. You should have listened to the last two broadcasts.
No, because they get in the way.
Myself. You
they-
want me to go back and listen
They
again?
get in the way of the River Rats and their stadium.
Cats.
Even I know they're cats.
Cats.
I go ahead.
How about the A's, though? So you said the A's are playing better ball than I thought they would be.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they're going to fill that stadium. They ain't going to fill that
I mean,
stadium.
they're not playing White Sox
That
ball.
stadium is only 1,400. That's it. It's a
13
1,400 seat.
I thought it was 13,000.
No, it's 14.
1,400
14,000,
or
sorry.
14,000.
That's funny. LeBron has Encino and Beverly Hills. He's just on both sides of the hill. Usually people know they've arrived when they have a house on the West Coast and one on the East Coast. So they don't
Oh,
have
I
to
mean,
take the road.
it could be Beverly
Yeah,
Hills.
the other side of the hill, damn it.
I was just guessing Encino because it's either usually Encino or Beverly Hills or Brentwood.
Which I was there this morning, Beverly Hills, 1 block south of Mel Brooks' house. I'm like,
Awesome.
damn,
Love Mel
Dan.
Brooks.
Damn, Dan. I was like, yeah, I knew, but damn. It was funny. I'm like, oh, I know this place. I've been by here once or twice. You know, good for him. You know, that's it. So,
Just like Philly. Philly's just showing us a little bit of his his backdrop. It's probably like a 14,000 foot house or something.
he's a humble guy. It's only 12,995.
That's cool.
And his pool is an eagle spreading its wings. That's the way the shape of the pool is.
Oh, that's good.
You
Now,
already know what the toilet bowls look like. They got the Dallas Star.
There you go. Something to aim for.
the NorCal girl, she doesn't have the building. She has the acreage.
Yes, because the cows have to roam free, so she can actually say
King of the herd.
they're free range cows.
I'll send them all to you. You can play with them.
Why? We already have enough cows in Southern California.
Oh boy.
I can make a comment, but I won't.
Oh no, go for the kill.
No, not that comment. That you don't want that comment.
See, I'm gonna get canceled right now because I'm stupid. Whenever I go out with my assistant or we go have a meal or whatever, when she is seated, I'll tell her, third pillar to the right, beach ball. Or then I'll say, second pillar, volleyball. I've told Big Dog this too, right? I'm like, hey, Big Dog, check out the volleyball. And then she gets mad when I say, oh, mother of God, what? We got a medicine ball at, booth 3 or whatever. And I have all these different ones. And then she gets mad when I say, oh, football. She goes, but that's the odd shape. Bingo. So when I say football, I'm very derisive. And then she turned to me one time and she says, well, you're not very thin yourself. I'm like, oh, you're a brave woman. But I will never, ever ridicule her. So, but
See,
it's
and-
a dome.
At least you're not built like a Michelin Man, all puffy and fluffy and huge.
That's me.
No, you're cute and cuddly.
That is true.
Not
In
you.
fact, I was just talking to my upstairs neighbor. She's like 20 or 20. I think she just turned 21.
Good for you,
and
Big Dog. You keep talking.
We were talking and we were talking about the beach because it was a nice day a couple of days ago.
Oh,
And I was like, oh, you're going to the beach, and she's like, oh yeah, I love the beach, because I'm from I'm from the Midwest, so there's never any beaches. So now that I'm out here, I go all the time. She's like, "Do you go to the beach?" And I'm like, "Nah, those days are way past." I go, "Now when I go to the beach, everybody tries to roll me back into the water because they're afraid of." And she's like, "Oh," she's like, "That's not nice." I go, "I'm just telling the truth."
I was at a store somewhere, and I forget what it was. I think I was at Home Depot, and someone actually came up to me, and I'm like, they were gonna ask. I saw them coming around. I'm like, are these dumbasses gonna ask me a question? Like I work here, and sure enough, they came up to me, and they're like, "Sir, may we ask you a question?" I'm like, "Oh, what do you want?" Says, "Oh, sir, we do AC cleaning and ducts and stuff. Do you need AC, work and stuff?" No, I had it done about 4 weeks. "Oh, well, sir, we'll do the inspection for $39. Yeah, talk to the landlord." That's what I told them. Like, no.
I've had that, and they come up to me, and I'm like, "I'm in an apartment." Like, "Oh, well, do you own the apartment?" Like,
Seriously?
Wow.
Oh, NorCal girl. When I've been here for appointments and I have a young client that shows up, and they talk about what they're doing and stuff, and say, "Well, I listen to my clients and whatever, and I was studying to be a priest. I went for 4 years of high school." And then they say, "Did you become a priest?"
No. I worry about today's.
Which I just mentioned a little earlier that I'm married and I have 2 girls. They say,
Yeah.
"Oh, did you become a priest?"
Well,
Might qualify
nowadays,
for one now.
depending on
Well,
No,
if I
what
were
part of
from the Eastern Rite Church, I could be, yes.
Yeah.
well, no, you could have left the priesthood and been normal again.
Dude, there.
I knew I'd get you on that one.
That is Tony choking on it now. I don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means. But I really give the look like, why? You want me to hear your confession? I've told them that a few times. And then others, I'm just like, it's 4 years of high school.
Others, you're like, "Are you really that stupid?"
I can't say that.
Yeah, I know. I know. I know
It'll
you
come
want to
back
say
to bite
something. I
me.
know.
That one will come back to bite me, but that's all right. If only. But hey, it is what it is. So, wow, this has been good. I didn't expect it to go as long as it has, but since I've already mentioned time, we actually went over quite a bit. I do have not necessarily an editorial, but I do have a comment, folks. I'm not expecting anyone to go ahead and comment on this as general, but this happened earlier in the week. WNBA fans are frustrated as Angel Reese's Chicago Sky debut gets the broadcast snub. And I believe the game actually happened yesterday, and apparently it was a good game. But fans are disappointed that this up and coming, I guess they're calling Phenom, Future Hall of Famer, whatever inane title that they may have for this individual. I'm not knocking her per se, but I'm knocking the fans that are angry and saying that this should have been a nationally televised game. And my answer to them is, okay, the WNBA has been around for 20 years, maybe 30. I don't know. Feels like 30, but it
I think
doesn't
it's
matter
between 20 and 25, but yeah.
It doesn't matter how many years.
Okay.
Folks, what has the WNBA done? And this is spoken from a male individual that supported the WNBA for 15 to 20 years. What has the WNBA done? This game has not changed one bit from when it started. I am a fan of co-ed sports. I'm a fan of male. I'm a fan of female sports. But how has the NBA, the WNBA, changed its game from when it started? It hasn't. I can tell you right now, it's the exact same damn game that was played back then.
What was this player's name again, Raj? Sorry.
Angel Reese.
Okay, I know who you're talking about now. Can I
I'm not
answer that
knocking
question?
her. Not
No,
knocking
I
her.
know, but can I answer that question as to why they're outraged, or what the reason why they should not be outraged?
You
Let's
know
put
what,
it that
Big
way.
Dog? I didn't ask that question because I didn't give a rat's ass. Please enlighten me. I didn't ask that question.
The
You heard that?
reason why um, her game was not shown nationally was one thing. It was preseason, but Angel Reese, yes, is an up and coming star. I will agree. But the thing was, it was the debut of Caitlin Clark yesterday. So, of course, that's going to get the national game. Angel Reese's fans, don't be stupid. Caitlin Clark is the WNBA right now. She was women's college basketball for the last 2 years. So, of course, Caitlin Clark is going to get the national game. Everybody wants to see what this girl can do on the WNBA level. So, that is why Angel Reese did not get the national game, because she's not a big as name as Caitlin Clark. Simple fact.
It's a question I did not ask, but the answer was provided. Probably even better than my screed, because I wasn't done with my screed, but I don't think I'm going to add to it now because I may like his better. So
You probably didn't realize that Caitlin Clark had her debut yesterday also. So, and she scored 21 or 24 points. I can't remember what it was in her debut.
NorCal girl,
So,
freeze this moment. Who?
Oi,
As Rock says, slow your roll and shut your mouth. I'm not going to take my comments back, folks. It'd be nice to see a slam dunk. Oh no, they still haven't added that to the repertoire yet.
yeah, they have.
Really?
There's been a few dunks over the last 3-4 years that different women have done it.
Yeah, I guess.
Not regularly, of course.
I guess when you
but
can count them on one hand, you know, it's
yeah,
the game. Still
unfortunately, yes.
the game hasn't changed. The NBA has changed. It has from the 80s.
Yeah, it's gotten worse.
It's gone from Showtime to what was it called when New York was the bad
You can call it bad boys or bully ball.
the bad boys or bully ball, and then it had another phase before it became what it is now, right? Or did it go from bully ball to where it is now?
No, I think there was a phase in between where it was a little bit of a lull, but now
it's Showtime, buddy. Showtime.
What has changed, of course, is the 3-point shot. I mean, Seth Curry is responsible for changing the game of basketball. He has changed the game, not LeBron. And everybody talks about, and I love this one, where it's LeBron's era. No, it's not LeBron's era. It is Seth Curry's era that LeBron just happened to be in at the same time. Seth Curry has done more in less time, or at least the same. I mean, they both have 4 rings, but Seth Curry has done it in 5 or 6 years less. And of course, LeBron is 4 and 6 in the finals. Oh, but he's the GOAT. Bullshit. You cannot be scorekeeper. You are a man of sports, as is everyone else here. And I'll ask this to everybody.
Oh, my neck is hurting right now. Go ahead.
No. It's a simple question. Seriously. In the GOAT debate, whether it's baseball, basketball, football, hockey, do championships count in that debate?
Yes.
There are so many people, there's so many idiots that I fight with online that say, oh, well, no, the fact that he made it 10 times. It shouldn't matter that he lost 6 of those times. He won 4. That's more than enough. I'm like, no, you can't be called the GOAT and be sub 500 in the finals. Period.
No,
Kareem-
being sub
Kareem-
500 in the finals mean you have a ring. You're a world champion. That's what it means.
That's all it means, but you're not in the GOAT because the person I was fighting with back and forth with, oh, well, there's so many players that won a championship. I said, yeah, but those players were never considered in the GOAT conversation.
You know,
Jordan is 6-0. Kareem is 6-4. Magic is 5-4. Kobe is 5-2. LeBron is 4-6.
what is Shaq?
What doesn't correspond there, people?
Yeah, what's Shaq?
Shaq, I think he has a winning.
Shaq is 4 and either 4-2 or 4-3. He is above 500.
Yeah, folks, look, we've talked about this. Scoreboard, folks. Who won? Folks, I told you the story. When I got under John Rocker's, when I got in his nerves, when I was at that game, I was 2 rows from then. At the Anaheim Stadium, the bullpen, they've now switched it. The home team is on the top, the visitors on the bottom, because I guess the fans were riding them too much. The visitors were there. When the lefties would warm up, they were actually looking right at the fans. And when Rocker was warming up on April 16th, 2002, and I had already gotten into a shouting match with him earlier, Roger's loud, screeching voice said, this guy was with the Braves, a winning organization. This guy was traded away to the Indians, another winning organization. And now he's with the Texas Rangers. Folks, this guy was traded away from 2 winning organizations. What does that tell you? It is genuinely a $1 million arm and a 10-cent head. And I was going off in my loud voice, and everyone could see that he was gripping that ball. And I didn't want to be the catcher because that little rat bastard could throw very hard. And that little rat bastard was like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", and probably 6'4" that way too. If he wanted to just reach out, he could have crushed me like the Predator. I mean, this guy was corn-fed, okay? I mean, he was a big kid, John Rocker, but he said some stupid things about people in the subway in New York and stuff. And then, of course, he said, all the other expletives, that he's not this. He's like, whatever, dude, shut up. But he wouldn't shut up. That's why the fans wrote him. I wrote him hard that day. It was easy because I said, it's all about winning. And this guy was traded away from winning teams. That got under his skin. And you could see that he was pissed off. He was pissed. The first time I got into the shouting match with him was when he showed up in the 4th inning into the bullpen. It wasn't all that difficult. Fans were writing him on this and this. And it was, oh, yeah, that was quick. Why don't you come up with something better? I was like, dude, 4th inning. He's already answering the fans back. This is going to go badly for him. I mean, you say one thing and he's already shouting back. Oh, these fans. It don't matter if it's SoCal. They're going to destroy you. And they rode him so hard. So there was this guy that was drunk. He's like, yeah, my rotisserie team, but I just dropped you because you gave up 7 hits and 8 runs and this. And he answers back, yeah, but I struck out 3 guys. And I yelled, but your ERA was 50. I was like, some stupid number. I was like, your ERA is 50, a big deal. And then he's starting to warm up in the game. And then people were like, do this, do this, do this. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's rich. Why don't you come up with something good? So I'll take that bet. Why don't you shut up, throw strikes, and win games? Oh, F you. And this other guy was in front of me. He was drunk. He thought he was talking to him, so he stood up.
Oh, no.
So when Rocker said F you, the fan was like, oh, F you. And then they got into it. I'm like hiding under the fan. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get kicked out of this game. Oh my God. But I engaged John Rocker like 3 times. But the first one was, oh, that was rich. Why'd you come up with something new? And I said, okay, I'll take you up on that. Shut up throw strikes and win games. That was funny, dude. Oh my god! And that was my treat. On April 16th, it's no accident. It was right after tax season. I called up my wife. She was shopping. I'm like, I want to go to the game. Oh, I'm here shopping at Kmart. I'm going. And I was like, I called everyone and no one was answering. So I got my posse. And we all went down to the game. And the Rangers lost to the Angels. The Angels came back to win it. And we know we had a lot to do with it. Rocker gave up some big runs, and the fans lost their minds because they got under Rocker's skin. I wasn't the only one, but I was one of the louder ones because we were right there behind the bullpen. It was great. There was this girl that kept saying, "Hey, Slasher, I need your ex on my ball." We're like, what are you talking about, Slashers? Oh, he was in a B movie. He was a slash in this horror flick. And we're like, oh my god! Everyone had dirt on him. Everyone had something on him. It was great. And I even told Big Dog, oh my god, Big Dog. I got into it with John Rocker. I told him the very next day. And that was the game that we waited outside and players were coming out. And there was maybe about 15 of us outside. And A-Rod made his exit. And he was coming out. And we're like, oh my god. And A-Rod passed us by. And we're like, ooh. And someone said, hey, Rod. How about an autograph? Oh, maybe next time, guys. And he just kept on walking. Stupid little bastard. And we just looked at him. We're like, what a dick. Well, Rogers, the pitcher, the big lefty that was with them, saw what happened. And, we were just like, what a dick, He came over to us. And he started to chat us up. I think it was Steve Rogers, right? Or is it Kenny Rogers or Steve Rogers?
No, it should be Kenny Rogers, wasn't it?
I don't know. I think there's a famous musician.
No, I know, but there was also a pitcher. There was also a pitcher called Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, who was with the Yankees in '96, but in 2002, same guy, same lefty, and he came straight to us, and he started to chat us up, man, and he spoke to us for about 10, 15 minutes, and he was Kenny Rogers. He was all over the place. Yes, I'll never forget that. Because we just asked for his autograph, he blew us off, and we didn't answer him back, say anything, and it was real cool. I never forgot, and I didn't have a pen, I didn't have a paper, I didn't have anything. It's like, hey, you guys want my autograph? And the guy gave him a ball. He took his time. Oh, that's a lefty. He took his time marking it and doing it, and he was just chatting us up, man. He was so cool. I never forgot that. I didn't tell him about you sucked in '96 versus the Braves, but that's okay.
I didn't know he was in a movie. You just taught me something, so I'm gonna have to see it now. The Greenskeeper.
Oh, John Rocker, right?
Yeah, The Greenskeeper, 2002 horror comedy.
Oh my God, that's the movie the girl was talking about. It's in 2002. You see, I can tell you that the April 16th was the day I went to that game. It was right after tax season. I can't forget it. It was my. I gotta get away. And what happened? I left my rabble to fight with John Rocker. I've told this story for years, guys. I got into it with John Rocker that game. That was hilarious. It was hilarious. But he's a big kid. Well, he was a big kid. That's why when the other guy stood up and started, there was FUs back and forth. Oh my God. I was really trying to hide. I'm like, I'm going to get kicked out of this game, and I don't want to get kicked out. But it was fun. It was fun. There was another guy that had a lot of anger, man. If he was able to control his anger, I think he would have been a better pitcher. But he's worthless.
I want to address what he said earlier. I never said rings are the only thing that matter,
right.
Coffee. I just said, should rings matter in the conversation?
Yes.
I never said, Coffee, that's the only thing that matters. That's why Robert Horry, yes, he has 7 rings, but he didn't contribute much else to be considered in a GOAT conversation. Russell, yes, he could be considered in that GOAT conversation also. But the players that I mentioned, along with LeBron, changed the game. And it also with their finals record. That's why I'm saying, with all the people talk about LeBron being the GOAT, and to me, anybody who proclaims themselves as the GOAT and gives themselves their own nickname, to me, immediately takes them out of the conversation, because if no one else is calling them that before then who are you to call yourself one? Jordan never called himself the GOAT. Kareem never called himself the GOAT. But LeBron has no problem with it, even though he's got a subpar record in the finals.
Yeah, and the whole thing with the GOAT, I, for the first time and only time, declared someone the GOAT, and that was after Brady won the sixth, because I'd had it with people.
Seven.
I'd really had it with people, and I was just like, you know what, scorekeeper's going to take a stand. And say, Brady, sixth champion, way to go, you're the GOAT. That's it.
7.
No, it's when he won his sixth.
Oh, okay. I didn't give in till the 7th.
Oh no! At the point you win 6, dude.
Still hasn't
Come
given
on.
in.
I'm sorry. What?
What's that?
I was going to say Big Dog still hasn't given in. We were arguing that the other day.
Scorekeeper was there. Scorekeeper was there when he won the championship in Tampa Bay. That following Saturday, I said, much to my chagrin, that even though I don't want to, I have to admit that Brady is the GOAT over Montana. I was steadfast about Montana being the GOAT. But after Brady won that 7th championship with a different team, I had no choice, but I had to admit it. I mean, and I don't have any problem with it now.
And
Now.
This was just 1 year after Sports Talk with the Guys, under the Guys Me, declared it. And it was just really to irritate a few people. That's all. I've never referred to any other sport as this person, that person. I actually agree a little bit. And I'm going to get to your story, Coffee. I like that story. I got to share that one on air. The thing about, Jordan said, because they asked him, well, who's the GOAT? He says, there is no GOAT. You can't have LeBron playing me. He didn't play in my, I didn't play in his, and Kareem and others. It's stupid. I'm like, oh my God, Jordan. Oh my, I've never really listened to you all that much, because I think you're a lousy owner with the Charlotte whatever, and this. But wow, Jordan. Even he says, I'm not the GOAT. You cannot. We all played in different eras and different things, and we can't play against each other to end that conversation. That was such genius out of Jordan. There was a humility there by him saying, I'm not the GOAT. How can you? And I've always said that. So for once in my life, here was Jordan and here was Scorekeeper looking up saying, yeah, Daddy, yeah. Oh my God. So anyway, Coffee, I'd not heard you tell this story. My favorite baseball story is when the Twins were crap and were in the Metrodome. There was only about 5,000 a night. I went early to catch batting practice. Twins were facing the Royals. Nobody was near me in the outfield. Jose Lima, Mr. Lima time, climbed off the field and sat down next to me, and we just chatted for 45 minutes.
Oh, that's cool.
That is so cool. Those are moments. Yes, it is. Yeah.
I've seen that one, Jay. Thanks.
Lima time.
Yeah, Lima time, man. And I can see that. There are players that they're afraid of fans because just they are. And there are others that actually
embrace it.
Yes, in certain times when they know they can get away with it. And that is like one of them. I've had moments where, like I said, when that pitcher came over and just talked to us, he saw we got blown off. We could have been dicks about it. We weren't. And he just came over and he chatted us up. My father would wait outside Anaheim Stadium and Dodger Stadium to get autographs. I was an autograph hound for many years, and I would get a lot of autographs. And the players, see, I had the ability where I was watching the games, so I had facial recognition. So I could see players like sneak out of the stadium. I'm like, hey, that's Wayne Tollison. Or, there's a name from the 80s, and Gary Ward. I remember when Gary Ward was standing outside the front of the stadium and no one was going up to him. And I'm like, my God, that's Gary Ward. So I went up to him and I was, excuse me, Mr. Ward, may I have your autograph? No. Well, you little asshole. I'm the only one that knew it was you. And I'm like, okay, fine. He's a big, tall guy, like 6'2", 6'3", Gary Ward, and I was a fan.
Then he
You
went to
know?
your Yankees.
But he was with the Yankees. Oh,
Sounds like Jordan.
That was the meanest you've ever been to me, Tony. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 hours in the books. So that's
Sounds like Jordan when that story circulated about that little kid that met him in the elevator, and the kid wanted the autograph from Jordan. It was just the two of them in the elevator, and the kid asked for Jordan's autograph, and Jordan said, "You got $40?" And the kid goes like, "No." He's like, "Well, then you can't get my autograph then."
wow.
And this kid was, if I remember correctly, they said the kid was like 8 or 10 years old. I mean,
Wow. Yeah, I don't get that. Now, I was a bit angered because I went to a minor league game maybe a few weeks ago, and actually it was about 2 weeks ago. And this is single A ball right here. This was in San Bernardino. It's the 66ers.
the 66ers.
It's the 66ers. There it is. Here's a little wrench for the 66ers for the car. I get it now. Now I understand the wrench now for the 66ers. Highway 66. Anyway, these guys are single A players, and a ball got away from someone, and the player looked at the ball boy and just did this. Had his hand out. And I was like, you aristocratic. Oh, like, dude, you're not even a major leaguer and you're already acting that way that people have to move. You know, it's like there was an attitude. I'm like, dude, you're in single A. I wanted to get the bat and go all Easton on them, and I bet you they wouldn't even know what an Easton is. But anyway, it did anger me when I saw this kid. He was patrician, he was aristocratic, and he actually he did that. I'm like, dude, you're in single A.
Now that you just said that, Raj, I don't know if you've been on your Instagram.
No.
But I sent you.
Oh, okay.
Shit, where is it at? I sent it a while ago, I guess. So I sent it on April 23rd.
Oh my God. I have 13 likes and 5 follows and 15 messages. Sorry. Oh, Peter Gama, 4 message for.
Yeah, look back to the transactions one. April 1st transactions. I think you'll like it.
You know, Big Doug, I hate to say this, the majority of his messages are probably from you and me.
April 1st transactions, Cleveland Indians. Signed Jake Taylor? Jake Taylor?
Keep reading
Ricky
it.
Vaughn? Oh, no. Oh, no way. Look, boys and girls, he's got an Easton, baby.
This was my bet.
There you go.
I had one like that. Oh, Tony, you've always been awesome, but now you're a clip higher. You've gone a high A ball.
So
yeah, I love that. Oh my God, guys! On April 1st, right away, Jake Taylor.
Skip the Indians one, but look at Detroit and all the rest of them.
The Detroit Tigers, Billy Chappell announces retirement. That's what's his face in the baseball movie, Billy Chappell, the pitcher with Detroit that throws the perfect game against the Yankees.
Keep going.
New York Yankees signed Roy Hobbs.
New York Knights.
Oh, the Knights. I'm sorry, yes. Signed outfielder Roy Hobbs, yes. And the Mets signed Chico Escuela and Sid Finch. The Tampa Bay Rays called up Eddie Calvin LaLouche from AAA, and the Washington Senators signed center fielder Joe Hardy, and the Visalia Rawhide named Lawrence Crash Davis their manager.
Thought you'd get a kick out of that one.
I had not seen that one. Oh my God, that one is damn funny. Eddie Calvin LaLouche. My God, that movie is so funny when he says, "Wow, Something that flies that or something that travels that far ought to have a stewardess on it. You told him,
Damn
didn't
right.
you? Yep. I love you. Told him the pitch, didn't you? Yep. My God, I love that. I remember the first time he gives him the signal and the batter looks at it. He's like, "How dare you? You're showing up my pitcher. I gave you the greatest gift and you're showing up. Run. I love that movie. You know the movie we're talking about, right? Philly Special? Bull Durham?
Which one?
Bull Durham?
It's
Uh-oh.
Bull
a home
Durham.
run, and he goes like this. Kevin
Okay.
Costner.
I'm sorry. Yes, you do, sir. I apologize.
Neighbor's cutting the grass. That's why I'm on mute.
Oh, sorry. Understood.
Ah,
Oh, that's funny. That is good. I like that. Major League Baseball said that Bull Durham is the Boo movie that best represents baseball. And in the little bit I had a chance to play baseball, both in high school and the semi-pro stuff here in Southern California, I never got close to any of that stuff. But I remember one time that we were in a hard time and the team was doing badly. And just like in the movie Bull Durham, so when I saw the movie, I'm like, oh my God, I wasn't the only one that did that. Remember when the team is going through a 2-week stretch where they're doing bad and they needed a day off of rain out, and we're like, dude, it hasn't rained in 2 weeks. He says, I'll get you a rain out. And remember they broke in and got the water going, and oh my God, I'm like, holy crap, I'm not the only one. We did that one time too. I mean, I wanted to play, but the team was hurting. We flooded the field. We didn't have the sprinkler, so we just turned the hoses on and we just let them run. You realize how much water that was? Anyway, this is something that I can now begin to tell. My employer, one of the departments, this made the news. This was some years ago. I was sitting at my desk and the news broke that an auditor had gone through the airfield and he was counting the number of sheriff's helicopters. And he was like, wait a minute, you're supposed to have 4. How do you have 5? This is the LA County Sheriff's Department. This made the news. And they're like, how do you have 5 helicopters? You're supposed to only have 4. Oh, well, this got moved from it. No. I was at the other airfields. They're all accounted for. How do you have 5? Well, upon further question, it was found out that the Sheriff's Department ordered it in pieces. It took them like 3 or 4 years to order it in pieces so they could get around the Board of Supervisors purchasing guidelines. And when I read that story, I was an OSD and I'm like, they purchased it in pieces? Oh, crap. You mean I'm not the only one? Statute of limitations, baby. 20 years. Statute of limitations.
You realize that story. The only thing that brings to mind is Johnny Cash's One Piece at a Time.
Oh, one piece at a time. I thought I was shrewd because I was a department's buyer, man. I was given the jobs by the department to do stuff. So I was good at buying stuff. That's all I can say. So when the Sheriff's Department broke that they had bought it in pieces, I was like, oh, I'm not the only one. I thought that was great, man. That was a long time ago. So anyway. What's the matter, Tony? Do you have a story to share? Oh, okay. It looks like you're dying to share a story. Oh my God. Hey, I love my job.
I am, but with this lawnmower going next door, it's just ruining it for me right now.
No, I hear you. Well, I know. I think the big dog's a bit busy. I know I've gone over. I am super tired. This is the longest I've been on air for anything and ever, and my neck is just absolutely killing me. It's been hurting from the moment, and it just gets worse and worse. So I'm gonna have to call it.
Air tonight.
I'm sorry.
You have to be back on air again tonight.
Thank you for reminding me. Yes. Yeah, but the thing, having the carpal tunnel now, folks, is being able to type is the most painful thing. So I'm getting old, man. I'm tired.
You're young.
I'm broken down, dude. Hey, I got my first 55 and over discount. It was at Carl's Jr. at Carl's Jr. by the airport. I walked in and I
The
said,
hell do you mean getting old? You are old, and you've been getting your senior discount for 20 years. So stop that.
well,
I've been around you enough times so you get pissed
more
off.
like
They gave
20.
me the discount. I'm not even old enough.
I got my first senior discount at age 34.
See, 20 years.
Okay. So I would tell Big Dog that when I don't get my senior discount, I actually get mad.
He was Billy. You should have seen him that first time that he got his discount. He was so pissed. He was so pissed off.
I was 34, you dumbasses, and I don't mean my co-hosts right here. I mean, I'm talking to that person that gave me the discount. They didn't ask. They just put it on their 10% senior. I'm like,
The funny thing was, I was with him, and of course, I've always looked older than Roger, and I didn't get the discount, but he did.
Okay, here's one for you guys. My sister is
can't
6
make
months.
that up. Go ahead.
My sister is 6 months younger than I am. She was born December 17th of 69. I'm June 6th, 69. So she
Whoa.
wound up,
6 months younger.
yeah, she's 6 months
Same
younger.
thing?
She's adopted.
Same
We're
parents?
not blood. We're not blood.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, wait a minute, how does that one work out?
Oh, very good, Big Dog.
I was like, wait a minute, no. The math does not work there.
No. We are like second or third cousins or something. There is
Oh, okay.
DNA there, but not like that.
So you're Mexican, okay.
She had her daughter, and it was an unexpected delivery. We didn't know she was
Uh-huh.
pregnant. She didn't know she was pregnant.
Come on.
I'm
Okay.
a nurse, as you guys
Mexican.
well know. I was a pediatric nurse. I also had work, labor, and delivery. So when she had delivered the child, I had a nurse that I did not know come into the delivery room. We weren't already over yet into the recovery room. One of the nurses came in and looked at me and goes, "Oh, wow, what an exciting grandma you are." Okay, I thought, okay, well, it's just been weird. Move her over into the recovery room, getting ready to set her up in her actual hospital room. A totally different nurse, totally different area of the hospital, came in and said the exact same thing. "Aren't you a proud grandma?" I have never felt so old in my life, and I was 34.
Wow.
Excuse me, no, I wasn't. I was
Okay.
33.
Let me share another story, which is probably never going to be repeated again. I was at a mall after work, and I was with a coworker, and we had gone to go buy something. I don't know where we were, and I paid for whatever it was, and I gave the cash, and the older lady then gave the change to my coworker. I was 34, she was 21. It was
God.
hilarious. I'm like, we walked outside. I'm like, holy crap! I still remember that to this day. I'll never forget that. And I was like, wow, I guess that change was meant for you, woman. Oh my God, I never ever forgot that. And we were mistaken as having a lot of stuff. We spent a lot of time together, and there was another time when we were walking through a mall, we were buying stuff or whatever, and this guy from those center booths calls us, "Hey, sir, come on over here. I got something for you." And both she and I walked on over, and then he says, "Hey, sir, do you guys have cell phone service? Because I know I can top your deal. I can top your deal, sir. It'll be better than what you and your daughter have right now."
Oh,
I looked at her and she looked at me and we both laughed. And the guy just looked at us. He's like, "Oh, shit." And you know what? To this day, the look of he was horrified because of like, "That's not your daughter?" And we just stood there, and I got to give it to that guy. He did his sales pitch. He did it. And he finished it. But it was like the man's going to be executed. And I got to give it to him. I never forgot him to this day. I still believe he was so horrified, but he got it back together and he tried to make the sale, man. I got to give that guy props. But he was horrified when he said, I can top your deal, sir. I can get a better deal for you and your daughter. And the laugh that we both had, he was like, oh shit. And we just go ahead. And it took another 2 minutes and we're like, I want to thank you for that, but we have a better deal. Thank you. Appreciate it. We walked away. The guy was horrified. We never looked back. Oh my God, that was hilarious. I don't think I've ever told that story publicly before. That one was good.
Best story I have with Roger being horrified.
It's like there's 50.
I know, but the best one I have, the best one, was in 1989.
Oh boy.
And my daughter was born, and Roger came to visit in the hospital. Roger doesn't like being around children, especially babies. So Mr. Gama, being the a-hole that I am, made Roger hold the baby.
Ooh.
You want to see a look of absolute horror when I placed my daughter in his arms.
I'm with Roger on that.
Roger turned white as a sheet and was just like stoic.
It's because the responsibility of having a newborn. I thought I was going to drop her.
They don't break.
I feel the same way, Roger.
I was, 89. It depends when she's born. I don't know if I was 19 or 20 at the time.
Yes, October.
Oh, yeah, I was 20. Okay,
Yeah.
I was 20. I'm 20, and he hands me his new daughter. I'm like, I froze. I froze. I thought that happened at the house, though, Big Dog, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. It's immaterial. It's like biblical. Did they open the roof, or did they pull up the thatches? The whatever. It's biblical. It happened.
I just remember the look.
It's not an inconsistency, folks. It happened. Okay, Big Dog, you haven't told that story all that often. Yeah, I don't.
No, I haven't. I just remember the look.
Yeah, and like I said, when that happened, all those things that happened, I loved going out with her. Are you kidding me? She appealed to my ego, And but when they kept mistaking us for other stuff, oh my God, we just died laughing about that. But that was one of the funniest ones when the guy said, "Hey, sir, I can top your father-daughter deal." I think that's how we laughed like that. I'm like, look just right back at him. It was almost like, you want to try again? And the look of disgust on his face.
I missed most of the story because I was having audio and video problems. So were you with your assistant? Is that who you're talking about?
Oh, no, this was back when I was 34 and she was 21. This was when I was somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was a long time ago. That's why. This was like in 2002, 2003. So, actually, it was in 2003. There it is. I don't think I'd met Jay yet. All right, maybe I had. Yeah, I think I might have met Jay. Jay's like, who could that be? He said, that's immaterial at this point. I remember we were taking the tax class, Big Dog and I had to be very careful about this story. But I kind of got into it with one. Actually, no, it was a good conversation, right, Big Dog? We were all, the teacher had walked out, and we're all having conversation about tax stuff. And I'm like, no, but the way you deduct it is this and this and this, and that's the way you should be able to get around. I used the should and may, and then Big Dog all of a sudden says, yeah, Raj, but would you be able to, how would you answer earning over $100,000 on a 1099 and being able to make it disappear? And Big Dog told me that in front of the class, and I'm holding court, and I paused. And he's like,
I'm such a jerk.
And I was like, Actually, Big Dog, that's a material at this time. I do not wish to comment about that. And everyone laughed because they knew there was more to that story. $100,000? How'd you make that disappear? Statute of limitations, fuckers. No, sorry. It was an exaggeration. All I can say is that there's more to the story, which is a lot of fun. But Big Dog picked a fight with me. He didn't pick a fight, but it was funny. It was, well, but how could you zero out $100,000 gain? And I'm like,
he kept trying
that's a material.
He kept trying to deflect, and I kept going after him. I think
That
it
was
was actual
funny.
beads of sweat starting to form on the temple.
That was funny. That was funny. Oh man, that was cool. Anyway, those are other stories and other things that we've done over the years, and it's just
Yeah.
absolutely hilarious. So I envy you, Tony, that you're at a yard sale and you're able to do that, man. I am not. I am. Yeah, Jay, I'll tell you who it was later. So you probably already know, but oh no, actually you don't, Jay. No, you don't. A lot of people think they know who was in that story. I'm like, no. That person and I were only 4 years apart. The one that I'm talking about, I was 34, she was 21. That was a lot of time. Yeah. And they kept mistaking us. There were a few times that we would be walking places together because we would run errands. We'd have to do a lot of stuff. And I lucked out. I wanted to lucky. I mean, I'm 34. This kid's 21. I mean, she's awesome. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. I get the one that gets to go out with her. And I'm getting paid for this. I'm like, I'm loving life right now. And we would have to, like I said, we would run errands and do things. And then there were a few guys that would pass us. And I even joked with her one time. One guy was just like, and you could see he was trying to work it out, and the look of disgust. And then he went by, and I said, okay, he said one of two things right now. Either I'm your dad or I'm gay. Because that's the only way that you would be walking with me. The guy was trying to work it out.
No, see, I went the other way because, my mind works differently. My mind is like Liz's. I was thinking it's one of two things. Either you're rich or you have a, not, oh, it's her dad or what. No, see, I didn't even think about that. I was just like, okay.
Well, it's because of the look that he had. He was really trying to work it out. And I'm like, oh, this is hilarious. And she didn't see it. So when we walked by, you see that guy right there trying to work it out. He either thought I was gay or your dad. There's no other option in that guy's life.
You're too nice. You're too nice on the thinking. See, mine was the other way.
I wanted to keep going out with her, dude. That's it. I wanted to keep going out.
See, Tony thought the same way. And if the guy would have been looking at me, I would have been a jerk and went, yeah, it's both. And kept on walking.
It was so funny. I mean, I was living life back then, man. It was hilarious. And after a while, she caught on. She wasn't stupid, so she would actually play along too. And oh my god, we all played. And she's like holding on to my hand, like it's like I'm like I want to die, dude. She was, as if she was a couple. She was just holding on. I miss my job. I missed those 2 years. Oh my god. And it was great. She was a great team player. She was funny. And it was great. When she actually caught on after a while, she was like, oh, didn't say like, oh, let's take advantage of it. No, she just played along. That's a team player, folks. That is.
So she was an intern?
I'm not prepared to answer that at this time because I'm just not prepared. She was legal. That's the best I can say. But
see, because that would lead into the old joke of if you're in Congress, how do Congress,
again? That's why I said she was.
how do congressmen like their pages? Bent over.
Oh. Big Dog, Jesus, for the love of God. All right, yeah, I think we're done at this point. Any other sad stories?
You remember that joke? You don't remember? You have to remember that joke. You remember?
I had forgotten that one.
Thanks for reminding
me. Need to forget that one.
Yeah, you definitely need to forget that one. I mean, folks, so when I was told years ago, hey, you should run for office. I'm like, why? Well, because you have that makeup. I said, well, of course, I desire public position and power like that. But no, you know what's the difference between a politician and a businessman? Like what? One buys a license to steal, the other one's elected to steal.
Wait a minute.
In America, sadly, that's becoming more true than we care to admit. It's sad. All right, folks, I am done. I am tired. I can't handle the neck anyway. If you guys want to continue, knock yourselves out.
No, I'm done. I gotta go.
Tony, sorry we took up a lot of your time on your
Oh.
yard sale, but I'm glad you did, buddy. I'm
Yep, I
glad.
did good before I got on here, so yep, I did good.
Ooh,
I'm glad.
all right.
I'm glad you did well on your yard sale, your garage sale.
Thank you.
We're not going to have one till, let's see, if I missed in February, May, June, July. Oh, it's going to be in August. Blah. So mine's going to be in August. Because, yeah, we
another
got
one
to
in
get rid of some
September. We do it twice a year, the whole city.
stuff. The city has 4 times a year.
Oh,
We're
wow,
one
4?
weekend.
Oh,
Yeah,
because you
4
get nice
times a year.
weather. Yeah,
I think so.
yeah.
Yeah,
We're
but the
snowed
city
in
doesn't
October
charge.
to March, yeah.
I'm sorry?
We're snowed in October to March, so it's too cold.
Oh, yeah. It's in February, May, August, and November. I've got to be certain about that. I got to verify.
Oof.
But, oh, yeah, February. It's
It's
just
the worst
it's,
month here. Worst month.
yeah. Were you snowed in this year?
This year wasn't bad, no. Just cold as hell, but no.
Well, I guess it's not as bad as what's happening in Alaska right now, right? Where they canceled, I guess 3 months ago, they canceled the snow crab season again because there are no snow crabs.
Oh,
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're all frozen.
No, they're dead. Anyway, it snowed twice where I am all winter. Yeah, but don't your snowstorms last like a year?
Well, what I was going to say with Tony is, you know, he did the perfect oxymoron. He said it's cold as hell.
you got to be cold to get to hell. Cold soul.
Oxymoron. Sorry. Oh my God, I was going to tell another story, which I would have gotten into a lot of trouble with. And it had to do with abhor. I cannot tell the other. I cannot tell the other half of the story. Big Dog has heard it, but all I can say is, no, I can't use that word on air. I cannot. I will be canceled. But the word abhor, the guy was coming in. He was talking about something. I'm like, hey, Arden, I abhor when you. Raj, what are you doing? You can't use that word. I said abhor, you moron. See, I'm about to tell the story, and I can't. So the guy says, well, I have one for you. I'm like, well, really? What is it? And if you guys want to know what the story is, you have to talk to me in person.
That's like the joke. What's the difference between an enzyme and a hormone? You can't hear an enzyme.
Oh,
Come on, Liz. Come on, Liz.
enzymes are no
Go
fun.
ahead. I'm shaking my head, but I have heard that one before.
Oh, I hadn't.
Oh, I knew NorCal Girl heard that one. I think we
Oh.
both have the same
It's
joke book.
11:30. I
Well,
need
no.
to do stuff.
Yeah, we all do. No, coffee, it's not that. It's just the mob will end up being stupid, and I don't want to invite that. I'll invite other stuff. But as I told someone, I said, I don't fear Hezbollah. I don't fear Hamas. I don't fear any of those idiots. The only organization that I will never, ever talk crap about is, does anyone know who I will not talk crap about?
MAGA?
It's another worthless organization. No, not even close.
Catholic Church?
No. But close. It's a belief system. It's the Scientologists.
Oh yeah, don't mess with them.
Those guys are psychos, man.
Yeah.
They will destroy you. So
I still want to know how I started getting their magazine. For like 2 or 3 years, I would get their quarterly magazine, and it finally ended about maybe 2 years ago.
You're
So
still
like
on their
5
list,
years
though.
ago, I don't, and all of
Yeah.
a sudden it just showed up, and it didn't say resident; it had my name on there.
Wow.
So I was just like,
There's a message.
"Oh hell no!" We'll just throw it away.
You must have watched the Tom Cruise movie.
Well, not only that, but I would
They
look
are
at them going, don't they know I don't have money? I'm poor.
What's
Why are
scary
they
is
coming
how
after me?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, Big Dog. They realized that's why they won't go after me either. I don't have anything, and that's why. But like I said, I will not say anything bad about Scientology. There's some mean dudes. Like I said, Hamas, screw them. Hezbollah, screw them. I'll talk crap about them every day of the week and twice on Friday. Yeah.
Law and Order did an episode on a group that was like Scientology. I forget what they called them on the Law and Order. But it was everyone knew they were talking about Scientology, but they were just and of course they made sure they put on this fictitious blah blah blah. It's not true, has nothing to do with real events. Yeah. But the whole show was just all about that group and what they could do. And
okay, guys, I need to bail.
See you later. We're right. See you later, Norco.
Take care.
All right. Yeah, we are, but it's crazy, big dog. Yeah, like I said, I will not pick on them. I will not say a word. They have their beliefs. This is how stupid I was. See you later. Oh, Michael says bye. I wanted to write them a letter to understand their symbol on what it represents. And I'm like, dumbass, Wikipedia. Because once they get your name, I'm like, that's why I'm like, I don't want to. Like I said, I will not engage them because they're good at what they do.
So, Billy, are you just beginning your days off, or are you ending?
Just off this weekend. Today, tomorrow.
Okay.
No, 7-day stretch starts Thursday night.
Woo-hoo.
Oh, yeah. Damn! Should have done the professionals. I'm just kidding. Professionals first Wednesday of the month, starting in June all the way through January. So that'll be a lot of fun. So, folks, I think I'm going to call it at this point. At least I gotta go. I'm tired.
I gotta go.
This was fun. I appreciate everyone. Michael in the chat room, Lethal Migraine, Jay. Of course, we also had Cuervo, who showed up for a little bit. And I'm going through everyone who was here for a little bit. Yes, Aisha as well. Someone by the name of Tony right there in the chat room. And I don't think I see anyone else. Yeah, there was Cuervo. So, and of course, our co-host, Almighty Gridiron Girl. What's her face? The one, just the queen of the herd. What the hell? Liz.
NorCal Girl.
Yeah, NorCal Girl. And of course, Big Dog, Philly Special. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, folks. Again, as much as we would want to be on, in honor and respect for Aisha, we will not be on next Saturday. We will internalize it. And Janet was a big part of this family, even though we never spoke to her directly, of what Aisha told us. And it was important for us that she was a part of it, and she's no longer a part. We're going to take that day off next Saturday. So I want to thank everyone. I miss everyone. I miss all of you guys and these co-hosts also. Yeah, I miss them too. But this Sports Talk with the guys. That was not PG, Big Dog. You need to be careful with that. All right. Nanu?
Nanu Mork.
Sure, we'll go with that.
It's Nanu.
Nanu, yeah.
All right. I don't know. We're gonna have to find out. We're gonna have to find out where she's at. She has been recovering, as you know, but I haven't spoken to her in a little bit as well. So we'll see. I have to reach out to her. Everyone else, folks, we'll see you guys on the other side. Peace. Be safe. Be smart. And we'll be back soon enough. We got a lot of stuff on calendar. Check it out, ndbmedia.net. Special shout out to Michael Day, who is in the chat room, who's been arranging an incredible amount of gifts, man. Guests. Did I say gifts?
Mm-hmm.
She should call me.
And of course, Dan Schlossberg.
Damn. Dan Schlossberg as well, yes. I have his book. He left me a copy. I got to go get it right now and start reading it. All right, folks. We got a lot of stuff upcoming. We'll see you guys next weekend. Happy Mother's Day. And for those of us that still have, and for those of us that no longer do, our connection with our mamas is what connects us to the world. And when it's gone, it's just never the same. I can't imagine what she's going through and what everyone else. So we're going to take that time to celebrate mamas past, present, and future. So we'll see you guys. All right, guys. Peace always.
Peace.
Hasta.